the utter stillness that pervades the atmosphere around it and the occasional calving in the midst of its waters, otherwise called the Herbs of Osun, because according to its devotees, this calm flowing river transcends ordinary water. Everything about the Osun Grove revolves around this river. It's like the life of this place. You take it away, the entire place becomes lifeless. This is where the history of the grove actually started from. And every year, thousands of devotees of the Osun goddess converge by the bank of this river, where they pray, believing that all of their problems will be solved by the goddess.
If it is just a mere river, why the crowd? If it is just a mere river, why are people taking this water? I'm using this water in context because here we don't have river, we don't have water. Please, we don't have water. Once you are here, you want agbo, herbs. People that needed one thing or the other comes here to seek for assistance from Osun goddess. Believing, as I said, it's your faith. Believing he or she will do it for them. Whatever is being taken here is herbs, is agbo. If you take it with your faith, be you me, you'll be healed. It has been proven beyond reasonable doubt.
While the grove is the site of Osun's most sacred shrine, many Yoruba deities are also depicted here with sculptures that are centuries old and shrines where their devotees worship. Despite the sanctity attached to it, managing the grove is not without its own challenges.
There's no lumber that will come into this site that will not pray will sleep off 72 hours. So that before we wake up, we would have cut down all the trees. We do have butchers, and despite the native laws that we do use to operate, because here you are not supposed to hunt. If you are caught, you'll be taken to the enforcement agency through the Attaj of Osogbo. And because of developmental pressure, as the town grows, you are bound to see people wanting to build closer to the site, thereby giving you problem. You have the challenge, but God is helping us through that native law. That native law, don't cut, don't fish. And aside that, the native law, I will tell you authoritatively, because if all of us goes home, we have night security if they are here. If you eventually decide that you want to catch any fish, you will cook it from now till that kingdom come, it will not done. So you will definitely put yourself into trouble.
Once sparkling and clear and home to a variety of fish, today the sacred river is murky and brown. It is now under constant threat from pollution from waste disposal and other human activities. Another fascinating thing about the grove is the standalone suspended bridge right at the heart of the forest and just above the Osun River, built some 87 years ago. The bridge has no pillar holding it because they say the Osun goddess forbids it. One of the unique things to see at the grove is this suspension bridge. We understand it was built in 1935, commissioned in 1936, and the reason why the bridge was constructed was to enable people around here move goods now, especially palm products, from one end of the bridge to the other. And up till this day, the bridge is standing. It's one bridge a lot of tourists who come to this area love to see. Despite the gradual fading away of celebrated African culture and tradition, the Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove is one cultural phenomenon that has not only stood the test of time, but also become a reference point for people from this part of the world. The grove remains more or less pristine, leaving visitors with this sense of peace and a connection to the dwellings of an elevated being and the ancient Yoruba tradition.
Rugwani bufu chinchwe, sugwani buji vovu shocha. I don't even know the meaning of what I talked just now. But it might mean forfeited sovereignty. Anyway, hope you don't learn how to speak Mandarin, because China don't joke with your inability to settle their debts. While we're borrowing $800 million from the World Bank to share to cushion the impact of subsidy removal, the federal government had reportedly defaulted in servicing our debt to China for 2 years running now. The debt, this particular debt, which was incurred for the completion of our railway modernization project from Abuja to Kaduna, Lagos to Ibadan section, and the Abuja Light Rail project, is in the region of $153.8 million, and that's about 69 billion naira, with an interest element of $92.1 million, and that's about 41 billion naira. But according to our debt management office, our government has not paid a kobo on this debt for 2 years, between 2021 to December 2022. But really, wait, I thought they said this loan are easy to pay because they have single-digit interest. How come since that time, for 2 years now, we never ever pay shishi? If the 2 years period was a moratorium period, then the debt management office wouldn't have recorded this as debt not service. Anyway, what a lawyer like me know. Our financial advisors will probably advise us later. But I just hope that it's not what I'm thinking. However, according to the Bureau of Statistics, the Nigerian Railway Corporation, Gabadia, as a whole, was only able to generate 11.6 billion naira between the year 2020 and 2022 as a blaming security for the poor turnover. That is like 5.5 billion on the average per annum. You can say, blame it on the rain, yeah. At this rate, how they won't take paid debt of 41.3 billion. Remember, our national debt also is hovering around 77 trillion. Yes, you can say debt everywhere, but not a single reliable public infrastructure to point to. You travel by road, bad road, accident, and insecurity will chase you away. You travel by train, you need to keep ransom somewhere, as kidnappers will kidnap you like chicken and demand ransom from your people. And yet government know they pay ransom. They will say they release you. Even when you are in prison in Nigeria, you can be attacked by bandits. Anyway, our skies are safe, so government fly only through the skies. And yet our leaders go abroad to enjoy public infrastructures when government officials like them provide for their citizens. Can call it a beriberiism masquerading as governance. You won't be far from it. Even though China has said it will not seize assets from African countries owing them, but they also added that they will not forget their debts. This fear is against the recent talk between the Zambia government and China on handing over the Zambian National Electricity Company, ZESCO, to Chinese due to the inability of the Zambian government to meet its loan repayment promises to China. While China was also, in fact, they were already in control of the country's broadcasting company, ZMBC, there were also fears that the main airport in Lusaka could be their next target. So that is why we are raising this alarm now. Remember how the civil society kicked against the sovereignty relinquishing clause in this same railway loan agreement, and how the then Minister for Transportation, Chibike Amechi, Abina Amechi Chibike, insisted that there was nothing to worry about. Anyway, now I hope with our inability to service this debt, there's still nothing to worry about. Well, me I hear Mandarin, now you went on the here. I just stylishly call on our incoming administration to take notes of where the dead bodies are buried, so that they understand the enormity of the tax ahead. Don't tell me you don't know later. I will therefore advocate that while it is good to borrow, it is much more honorable to keep to the terms and conditions of the debt servicing agreement, as your inability to ensure compliance with the terms and conditions of the agreement might not only cost you forfeiture, it also makes it impossible for subsequent creditors to finance you, and even the existing one will refuse to refinance your debt. Hope this Buhari administration has not finally brought this giant country to its knees with unserviceable debt. Anyway, time will tell. But remember, Femi Adesina say they left the country better than they met it. I hope say also soon we will not be missing Buhari just the same way we are missing Jonathan after we hoped for a better country under Buhari. Well, time they say we tell. Now here we go hang on for today. For previous episode, just simply follow us on all our social media platforms showing on your screen. And always remember, if you cannot do the time, don't do the crime. See you next week.
Hello and welcome to Global Business. I am Imewere Uhemokai. Today's show will cover a wide range of issues, including the Nigerian electricity sector, the oil and gas industry, and much more. You may remember that President Muhammadu Buhari approved the constitutional amendment allowing states, among other things, to license, generate, transmit, and distribute energy, which means he removed it from the exclusive list to the concurrent list, the issue of power. However, some analysts argue that allowing states to produce their own electricity is a bad idea, while others contend that this is the president's best move so far. We'll discuss more on this issue on Talking Point segment. We'll have a guest who has over 40 years of technical, professional, and academic experience. He'll be analyzing the electricity decentralization, economics of oil and gas industry, and the global oil and gas economy. But first, let's join Victor Anigo Nomsu on Business Trends.
As of December 2022, more than 313,000 micro, small, and medium-sized businesses had received funding from the Development Bank of Nigeria, totaling over 631 billion naira. This is according to the Managing Director, Dr. Tony Okpanachi. Okpanachi says 67% of the recipients of DBN money over the course of 5 years were women, and 27% were young people, with well over 250,000 employments already generated. Only 482 billion naira was distributed in 2021, showing a 31% increase. Over 26,000 bread factories in Nigeria have closed down in the last 4 years, according to Emmanuel Onuora, president of the Premium Bread Makers Association of Nigeria. He claimed that the industry's job losses are primarily due to the crippling of the cost of producing bread. He also cited the 30% wheat levy, the 15% wheat development levy, and the 15% duty tax as examples of government taxes that is responsible for the industry's losses. He claims that numerous letters from the industry players requesting the removal of the outdated 15% development fee, which has no further utility, has fallen on deaf ears of the Nigerian government. Now in other news, the British American Tobacco agrees to settle US government to resolve investigations into the cigarette manufacturer's activities in North Korea by paying $635.2 million. Regarding its business operations in North Korea from 2007 to 2017, the UK company negotiated a deferred prosecution deal with the US Department of Justice and a civil arrangement with the US Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Asset Control, and all this was according to a statement released by BAT. Now in China, as a result of weak global demand, China's cabinet announces a strategy to stabilize the country's crucial trade industry, which includes encouraging the export of cars and easing visa requirements for foreign business people. The action was taken following repeated warning from Chinese officials about a dire and challenging scenario for the development of international trade, as exporters reported a lack of orders, putting pressure on policymakers to support a sector that is essential to economic growth and employs around 180 million people. The State Council says that Chinese banks and their overseas branches were urged to provide financial support to automakers in order to aid the latter's expansion, as the outbound shipping of electric vehicles prompted an unexpected spike in exports in March. And that's it on Business Trends. I am Victor Anigonomsu.
Thank you, Victor. Meanwhile, there was a message circulating about a week ago asking people to register for the palliative. It was on WhatsApp and different places, giving them a link to register. Please disregard that message. It's fake, and the originators are scammers. Please disregard. Moving on now, let's join Rachel, who is on the street where she is speaking with small business owners about the impact of social media on their businesses. You know, I find this topic very interesting because of a truth. Social media has helped so many businesses. But there's a controversy. Some people are saying social media only favors big businesses. Rachel, let's talk about social media and its impact on small business owners.
Thank you, Imewere. Talking about social media and its impact on small businesses, like you said, it's a very interesting topic, but I think most Nigerians aren't ready to talk about it. Many people say social media only impacts the big businesses. But again, some people are saying it even favors the small businesses more. Quite controversial there. I'm here on the street and I'm going to be speaking with small business owners. We're going to be hearing directly from them how social media has impacted their businesses.
I belongs to WhatsApp. And it has really helped my business. Through status, if I want to post something, I post it through my status. At least people will start viewing it. From there, they'll be calling me on phone, asking whether I have this or the other one.
But based on what I hear or something like that, at least it helped. But for a long time, I have not been on social media. But I think that when I was on social media, at least it helps me.
Social media has really impacted us. Like we are operating with our Instagram, and you see, like most of our customers, if they come, they would like to know our Instagram page so that they will be checking the latest. You know, like now in this our time that we are now in this century, you will see most people they come, they would like to know the latest. So most people they like to stay at home and check through social media. But just that one problem with Facebook is that once you posted something on Facebook, you posted your product on Facebook, before you know, scammers, they will now copy it and be scamming people. They will pretend, or maybe they will be as if there is the owner of the product that is selling, not knowing it's not. It's scammers. So you see that most times many people are complaining if they posted something, before you know that they will now copy it and be scamming people. So you that you are genuine, if you posted your own, before you know that people will be complaining that this one, they would like to spoil another person's business.
Social media is really impactful on businesses generally, but it all depends on how you use your space. Well, before we join Imewere in the studio, let's unveil our business celeb of the week. So how did you start and why did you start Akara business?
As a fresh university graduate, looking for what to do to enhance living, I graduated from prestigious University of Nsukka, UNN. And then I think I started Akara during my NYC period in Bayelsa State.
Oh, you started buying Akara in Bayelsa State?
Yes, as a copper.
Oh.
Yeah. So and it was due to an urge of me being curious of what to do after NYC. I just need to dabble into something that, okay, let me start Akara business. Anyway, I was formerly a makeup artist.
You were formerly a makeup artist.
Yeah.
And then you ventured into Akara business.
Yes, then I was I was a beautician. I mix hair. Wow. I tie gele. I do makeup, wow. And then, but COVID took those things away from me, and I need to divert to something else because of the situation at hand then. And then that was how I found myself frying Akara.
I'm curious, a young graduate frying Akara.
Yeah.
How did you learn? Like, who taught you?
I actually didn't learn how to fry Akara. It was this an online tutorial on YouTube.
Your branding, the packaging and everything, how did you come about it?
Yeah, I started with ordinary nylon, selling with leather when I was in Paesa. Later, after my NYC, coming down to Abuja, I started thinking, this Abuja, everything comes with packaging. So what can I do to package my own Akara? And not the packaging. What can I do to make it a brand? That will go, that will travel far, and people will say, okay, what do you want? Akara. When you say Akara, you have so many Akara, but specifically Akara Ayo. That's different, and that's what makes it a brand. I was actually looking for how I can actually turn the Akara business to a brand, and to God be the glory, I was able to achieve that.
You enjoy what you're doing.
Yeah, of course.
Now, if you get an offer, maybe from a government organization or from a bigger organization where they want to pay you huge, would you leave Akara business?
I actually don't want to use Akara business. I've made up my mind that I'm not going to use Akara business as a stopgap mayor. Because if I'm doing that, if I'm taking a different offer now that is distinct from Akara business, shows me going into Akara business will look as if it was a stopgap mayor for me. But no, I have a plan. I actually want to take the Akara business outside the shores of Nigeria, not even here in Nigeria.
You want to take Akara business outside Nigeria?
Yes, outside Nigeria. So I actually want to create a very big brand that will go global. You understand? So for me to live my dream and start working for someone else, it doesn't make sense.
So you're saying you can't leave this business for even a bigger one?
If I have opportunity to travel out of the country now, wherever I go to today, I want to sell Akara.
Wow.
Because because it has come to my understanding that even the Western people loves the Akara, because I have like 3-4 customers that came from US, UK, they work here, and they patronize the Akara and they love it. It is good to see yourself being financially free, right? Because I've never seen anybody who wants to go to school and come back to become poor. Everybody wants to actually make money. You understand? So the essence of going to school is to become somebody, of course, Abi. And then the essence of doing business too is to become somebody. I feel it is even better to work for yourself. I always tell people that the effort you put in place for 35 good years to work for government or for any private organization, if you put that half of that same effort to work for yourself for 35 years, of course, you'll be bigger than your peers.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Someone once said, there might not be enough jobs in Nigeria, but there are so many works to do. I always tell people, graduate or not, you can start up something on your own, no matter how small, and just watch it grow. Today on Talking Point, we have Professor Omoumi Iledare. He has over 40 years of experience in the oil and gas sector. He's an expert in upstream petroleum economics and policy, international petroleum and fiscal system economics, and geopolitics and economics of oil and gas resources and supply. Wonderful resume, you will say. I had a talk with him, so sit back, relax, and enjoy this interview. Thank you very much for joining us on Talking Point. And today, like we told you earlier, we'll be talking with a very erudite professor, someone who has seen it all, and he may not know it all, but he does have some form of knowledge or what direction we should go in the energy sector. And we'll be talking to him on various issues, looking at electricity and look at oil and gas, which is also his forte. Now, Professor Omoumi Iledare is our guest for today. He is a former director of the Energy Institute at the University of Port Harcourt, a lecturer from the academic, and also one who has been a public servant. Professor, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us on the program. Now, we'll start with electricity. So quite recently, the federal government removed the powers of electricity generation and distribution from the exclusive list to the concurrent list, which of course gives the powers to the states to be able to generate and distribute electricity. So my question is, do you think that the states have the capacity to be able to do this generation and distribution? But first, tell us, what do you think about that law?
Again, thank you for the opportunity to share with you some of this knowledge for public consumption. I just want to say that you are not liable for whatever I say, in my personal opinion, and they're not necessarily written in gold, but they are intellectual opinion on some of the things that we want to talk about today. First, I think it is commendable that provision in the Constitution with respect to the concurrent list, not allowing states to generate, distribute electricity where there's a national grid. But now he has removed the knot to make it open for state to participate in electric power generation and distribution and transmission, whether there's a national grid or not. So let us commend the president. I think I've said it before. You can add it up to the Petroleum Industry Act, which he also signed. With respect to your second question, which is whether the state has the capacity to really use that opportunity to be independent of the central government with respect to power in their state, it's a dynamic thing. Once they start well and not rush into it, it's going to get better. I wish they are taking the advantage of that provision before now that actually allowed them to do power distribution and generation in areas where you do not have grid. They didn't do anything. So apart from Lagos State, which probably can, on an immediate effect, remembering that when Tinubu was in power, there was this arrangement with, what's the name of that called? Enron. So, but with time, they can really take advantage of this to even make themselves competitive with respect to getting companies to come to the state to do business because energy is available. My major fear is the NEPA syndrome, so that state will not now think that because of this they can go and be setting up power companies. That would be a wrong application of that concurrent list. They would just run into the same problem that NEPA had. If you now think in terms of having to own a power company as a state, where they can do a typical joint venture or private, public-private partnership. They should not look at power sector from a revenue point of view. If you invest in the energy sector, the return on investment is tied to a long-term performance, not an annual basis of revenue generation. So nobody should invest in the power sector on the basis of getting revenue. That's some of the mistakes the disco investors made. It should not be about revenue generating, but it should be in terms of investment performance. Investment in the oil and gas and power sector is a long-term phenomenon, and you must be such that you can wait before you begin to get reward. If you are going to invest because you want to get monetary benefit right away, and that's some of the reasons why we've run into trouble. In the first few years, it's an investment upon investment upon investment until your cumulative net revenue can cover your costs and you begin to have cash surplus.
Okay, so let's now talk about the Petroleum Industry Act, which I know you're quite vast with. Many people believe that the Petroleum Industry Act, which was signed by this government, has not become very effective because all factors to make it effective have not been in place. Do you think so? Do you agree with this school of thought?
But to me, I don't think you can depend on one energy source in order to optimize value that energy system has to offer. I would suggest a situation in which you even have cooperation. Some states may have hydro power source, others may have natural gas power source, and others may have even coal, if you apply the right technology to minimize emission. It should be what I call an energy mix strategy. And that's why the state must really have a strategic plan. And political expediency must not be the driving force with respect to this application of this new amendment to the Constitution. So it's going to be an energy mix strategy, which one has a comparative advantage. And that's some of the things that people made a mistake about in those days when the government was trying to, the federal government was trying to power community, and they created this rural electrification board. But you find out that people are just too sentimental to being on the national grid. But what you should be sentimental about is whether you have 24 hours light. How you get it is inconsequential as long as the cost efficiency is to your advantage. And that's where the energy mix strategy becomes important. Originally, what I thought the government would have done when we were advocating decentralization of the power sector was to carve what I call a regionalized market. Because each region is peculiar, and each region's per capita income is different. And so you cannot have a pricing that is generalized. And then, because you are going to minimize the movement of power from the source to the end user, you can minimize costs. And that's where regionalized market can work. In fact, if I'm advising the states, like If you go to Southeast, for example, Southeast is like the palm of a hand. The distance from one state to the other is not a lot. They can begin to cooperate, even if it is not political cooperation. There can be economic cooperation. The same thing with Southwest, North Central, Northwest. That was what I was thinking before this. I was thinking of a decentralized power sector with regional intention.
Now, let's talk about another controversial issue, which is fuel subsidy. Some people believe that fuel subsidy is one of the factors that have not been put in place. You know, this government, even before it came into, it became a government, had promised to remove the fuel subsidy. And they didn't. They missed it. Now they have said they are going to remove it before the end of this year. We are not even sure if it is this administration or the next administration that's going to remove it. We know that it's the same party that's going to be there. So some people say that this is one of the factors why the Petroleum Industry Act has not become very effective, the removal of fuel subsidy. Do you agree with that? And really, what is the way forward for this fuel subsidy? That's if you agree that fuel subsidy should be removed.
Thank you again. I've been on this fuel subsidy debate since 2012. The opportunity was there in 2012 for it to have not been in the book. And then it was returned. And then 2016, the opportunity was there for Kachikru when the price of oil collapsed. And the price of petrol all over the world was actually below $1. And then we advised the minister not to set any price. When they put it, I think it was 142. That would have been a good opportunity to remove, because under the Petroleum Act of 1969, the price of petroleum is set by the Minister of Petroleum. Unfortunately, politics most of the time trumps economics. Because all of this debate is political expediency that is driving it. Even the labor union understands that to a large extent, petroleum subsidy in Nigeria has more or less enhanced what I call the social welfare loss. Because it is a transfer payment. But that payment in itself does not get to the consumers. They may think they are benefiting by what they pay on the pump, but it is a Pareto optimality issue. It is impossible to enjoy petroleum subsidy without sacrificing good education, good roads, good medical services, good infrastructure development. Because we are spending 1 trillion naira every year over the last 10 years to make sure the price of petrol or PMS is low. That amount of money is not generated by the multiplier effect of a low PMS to take care of the money you are not spending on the other sector. I think this is where public education comes in. And it's not that we have not tried. I can remember how many times we've tried to educate the public with respect to this petroleum subsidy. It is more or less riding at the back of a tiger. When you come down, the tiger will consume you. That's exactly what's happening.
Thank you very much, Professor Omomi Iledare. We are not done with this discussion because we know we will not be able to talk about all the issues in one swoop. So we're breaking this into parts. We'll join us next week for the part 2 of my discussions with Professor Omomi Iledare. It's been very insightful so far. Please do watch out. That's it on Global Business for today. Remember to join us again next week and follow us on our YouTube to watch a repeat of Global Business. That's if you missed it now. Our handle is at Global Business Nigeria. That's at Global Business Nigeria. Global Business is proudly brought to you by Cinema Productions. I am Imewari Uhemohai, and it's always nice doing it.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, the truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grants for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Mary Kanu. Amid the current economic downturn in the country, the World Bank has revealed that about 13 million Nigerians would fall below the national poverty line by 2025. According to the Bretton Woods Institution, this is due to the country's population growth outpacing poverty reduction. In its macro poverty outlook for Nigeria, April 2023, the World Bank shows that inflation, especially for food items, has been on the rise since 2019, which has eroded the purchasing power of poor and vulnerable Nigerians and increase in poverty. Now, according to the institution, the increase in inflation resulted from higher global commodity prices, the sharp depreciation of the parallel market exchange rate, floods that impacted several states, and the monetization of the fiscal deficit. In addition, declining oil production and the mounting cost of the petrol subsidy have prevented Nigeria from reaping the benefits of higher global oil prices. The World Bank added that insecurity remains widespread, with more violent conflict events occurring across the country, adversely impacting private investment and growth. Now, to discuss this further, Lloyd Onyike, public policy analyst, joins me on the program. Thank you very much for joining me. Now, yet another, gloomy projection by the World Bank. What's your reaction to the report that 13 million Nigerians would fall below the national poverty line?
Yeah, well, it should come as no surprise, really, because the question will be on the flip side, we are aware of these trends. For example, we know that Nigerians are not finding life easier in the past 8 years. The question, a number of other indices which we'll look at shortly. So my reaction will be, what did you expect? So the flip side will be, if you're fighting poverty, there are strategies that you need to put in place and to implement. And so when you do not see those strategies being implemented, when you do not see these vehicles that should move the country population out of poverty being done by the government, it should come as no surprise that the World Bank is projecting that by 2025, 13 million more Nigerians, not 13 million Nigerians, but 13 million more Nigerians actually would have fallen below the poverty line. So it's no surprise.
Now, one of the major reasons for the huge number is population growth, which the World Bank says is outpacing poverty reduction. Now, what would you say the government is not getting right in terms of management?
All right. So for starters, I know that the government is hell-bent on doing a population census at this time when it's really curious. But you have to agree with me that population censuses are vehicles of economic growth. They go pari passu, they go hand in hand with economic planning. That's the word I was looking for. And so when you look at the history of Nigeria and population census, you find that there's a lot of issues fraught with the system. But let me just point out that it would be a surprise to anybody who is particular about economic growth, how that the last time we had a population census should be beyond 15 years now, if you remember. It should be about 2006, I think. I think that was the last population census that we had, if my memory is correct. And the data that we have, it's been about 15, 16, 17 years since we had the last population census. The question will be, by what statistics really have our governments hinged their policies over the years in terms of economic growth, economic planning? What indices have they used to determine, for example, housing issues, to determine also educational planning, for example, in a locality, looking at, say, a primary school, for example, or a secondary school, a government public school, what projections do they have that, for example, the students in Surulere, students in Lagos Island, for example, have increased beyond the physical infrastructure, the facilities, the classrooms that were built, say, by a Jakonde or by a Babatunde Fashola in their first tenures. So over the years, you find that the failure of government to do a proper population census has actually not paid right, has actually been a turn-off for economic growth. So we cannot right now begin to debate how the issues of population affecting economic growth have been dealt with properly by our government, because really they haven't actually done the right person.
We'll take a break here, but when we return, the program will continue. To stay with us. Welcome back to the program. We're still talking about the recent revelation by the World Bank that about 13 million Nigerians would fall below the national poverty line by 2025. And we still have public policy analyst Lloyd Onyeke speaking to us about this revelation. Now, Lloyd, Nigeria's debt stock currently stands at 44.06 trillion naira. What are the implications of excess borrowing by the government? How would it affect the average Nigerian?
Well, the reality is that whereas right now our government is spending about 30% of the current fiscal program of government, the budget, spend about 29 point something, basically 30% of budget to service debts, right? You find that it's way much. Credit officers and analysts will say, well, as long as it's within 33.3% of your income, you're just fine. But when you really bring out a fiscal plan and break it down and look at what amount of this, what section of this is paying recurrent expenses and what do you have left for capital expenditure, you find a large dissonance, a disparity in the figures. So the bottom line is that whereas the government is having to spend so much money to service our debt stock, to ensure that creditors are kept in abeyance and that they do not do a force majeure on our economy, the implication is that there's an erosion of funds that should have been used to invest in capital expenditure to provide infrastructure, build schools, build hospitals, and what have you, to better the lives of Nigerians. So what it means is that at the end of the day, Nigerians are worse off for it. The value and the benefit every Nigerian should have will be lost, because at the end of the day, the government is not able to meet its obligation to its citizens, the obligation to provide infrastructure, the obligation to provide, to ensure that the exchange rate is, manageable at a limit, especially for those who are into importation. And so the Naira struggles, weak as it is, the purchasing power drops below what it should be. So yes, people do the motions of I'm working, I'm doing business, but at the end of the day, they're not able to meet your needs because the cost of living has gone high.
Now, still on the subject of borrowing, the federal government has secured a World Bank facility worth $800 million, which it says will be disbursed as cash transfers to about 50 million Algerians who belong to the most vulnerable category in the society once petrol subsidy is removed. Do you think this is a move in the right direction?
Well, I do not think so, and here are my reasons. So the question will be, how much of that $800 million would get to individuals? First of all, I'm not questioning the authenticity of the government actually paying these funds to Nigerians. My question is, at the end of the day, if a citizen, certain citizens are paid 20,000 naira, for example, or even paid 100,000 naira, which I don't think will be afforded, governments are likely to pay that much. But even if they pay 50,000 or 100,000, really, what benefit would that give Nigerians, better business people? You're going to find that at the end of the day, it's more of a consumption thing. It's not an investment fund. So, to that extent, I consider it a flawed approach to economics. Take, for example, the value of the naira, the purchasing power of the naira. If you gave somebody in 2010 100,000 naira, you probably would have given the person by by the value of today, 500,000 naira or more. And so that money, or 1 million, and that money is used to invest in useful business that will yield profit. So, but right now, you may give 10,000. You may hear that government has given some people 20,000 direct transfers to them. And by the time they walk from where they have gone to collect that cash, to their home, they enter a market and they end up spending half that money or all of that money. Within a week or within a month, that money is gone. So that's because proper decisions were not taken previously to ensure that the value of the naira, sustains, such that 100,000 naira given to business people would actually be of great benefit to them. So to that extent, I don't think that will be work. If the government is saying we're giving these funds to SMEs, for example, and that SMEs are going to get 2 million each and naira, and then that they are going to give 100,000 SMEs that amount of money, or 50,000 SMEs that kind of money, and then closely monitor them through the CBN and other regulatory bodies. Then we are talking real time that the impact of that borrowing would be useful. So whether the subsidy is being removed, that we are sure now that the government is bent on taking out that subsidy, taking out the subsidy, you'll find that there is overall lack of trust from Nigerians as to what the government will do by way of trying to cushion the effects of the removal of the subsidy. In the end, Nigerians generally see it as going back to square one.
Now, finally, before I let you go, what steps do you think the incoming government must take, to avert the World Bank's projection?
All right. So, for starters, you have to look at, it's not rocket science. If you come into an organization or a place where someone had occupied elsewhere, I think that one of the first things to do is to look at what the person has done. And it's very clear and evident to Nigerians the failures of the current government. The border closure is one of the things that the government shouldn't have ever ventured into. You knew you were going to close the importation of rice, and you never provided strong palliatives like stockpiling and ensuring that you have local production enough to meet the demands. So what happened was that Nigerians were thrown at the mercy of smugglers, who, of course, would hike prices, and that's how the price of rice and other commodities flew up. So the government, the new government, can wait, actually look at what the current government has done, and veer away from them. For example, over borrowing so much to do, it's like using a bazooka to kill a mosquito. You borrow so much, and the projects that you have involved your hands in doing are just minute, inflated figures in certain places. So we think that there has to gain public trust. The new administration must ensure that it doesn't just show motions of movement, activities. We're going to do this. We have this project. We have that project. But their actions should be indeed relatable projects that Nigerians can see. But one of the first things they have to do is to tackle the energy sector power and ensure that the epileptic power supply is sorted out ab initio. By whatever means they have to do that. And when that happens, the next would be to ensure that the downstream sector, the petroleum sector, is also given a lift. There's a lot of brickbats, a lot of denials, counterclaims, and charges between the NNPC and their subsidiaries, their books, what they project, and the actual, the smuggling of petroleum products. There's a lot of corruption, very obvious from all indication. So the new administration must make sure that they win public trust by being transparent. Where such state-owned enterprises like the NNPC and their subsidiaries have failed, they have to look at whether they are going to privatize them, whether they are going to clean up the management and the system, of these state-owned enterprises. Ultimately, also, the government has to ensure that their outlook towards elections with altruistic value to ensure that they gain back the trust of Nigerians, because right now a lot of Nigerians are bereft of hope as per the future of elections in this country. So the economy on one hand, the politics on the other hand. But the final word I'm going to leave as advice to the new administration would be to get technocrats involved in the administration of the economy, and not just to use ministerial positions to pay back political associates.
Well, Lloyd Onyike, public policy analyst, thank you very much for your time and your insight. And that's how much we can take on this edition of the program. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu. Bye for now.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Rugwani bufu chinchwe, so gwani wodi vovo shocha. I don't even know the meaning of what I talked just now. But it might mean forfeited sovereignty. Anyway, hope you don't learn how to speak Mandarin, because China don't joke with your inability to settle their debts. While we're borrowing $800 million from the World Bank to share to cushion the impact of subsidy removal, the federal government had reportedly defaulted in servicing our debt to China for 2 years running now. The debt, this particular debt, which was incurred for the completion of our railway modernization project from Abuja to Kaduna, Lagos to Ibadan section, and the Abuja Light Rail project, is in the region of $153.8 million, and that's about 69 billion naira, with an interest element of $92.1 million, and that's about 41 billion naira. But according to our debt management office, our government has not paid a kobo on this debt for 2 years between 2021 to December 2022. But really, wait, I thought they said this loan are easy to pay because they have single-digit interest. How come since that time, for 2 years now, we never ever pay shishi? If the 2 years period was a moratorium period, then the debt management office wouldn't have recorded this as debt not service. Anyway, what a lawyer like me know, our financial advisors will probably advise us later. But I just hope that it's not what I'm thinking. However, according to the Bureau of Statistics, the Nigerian Railway Corporation, Gabadia, as a whole, was only able to generate 11.6 billion naira between the year 2020 and 2022 as a blaming security for the poor turnover. That is like 5.5 billion on the average per annum. You can say, blame it on the rain, yeah. At this rate, how they won't take paid debt of 41.3 billion. Remember, our national debt also is hovering around 77 trillion. Yes, you can say debt everywhere, but not a single reliable public infrastructure to point to. You travel by road, bad road, accident, and insecurity will chase you away. You travel by train, you need to keep ransom somewhere as kidnappers will kidnap you like chicken and demand ransom from your people. And yet government know they pay ransom. They will say they release you. Even when you are in prison in Nigeria, you can be attacked by bandits. Anyway, our skies are safe, so government fly only through the skies. And yet our leaders go abroad to enjoy public infrastructures when government officials like them provide for their citizens. You can call it a beriberiism masquerading as governance. You won't be far from it. Even though China has said it will not seize assets from African countries owing them, but they also added that they will not forget their debts. This fear is against the recent talk between the Zambia government and China on handing over the Zambian National Electricity Company, ZESCO, to Chinese due to the inability of the Zambian government to meet its loan repayment promises to China. While China was also, in fact, they were already in control of the country's broadcasting company, ZNBC, there were also fears that the main airport in Lusaka could be their next target. So that is why we are raising this alarm. Now remember how the civil society kicked against the sovereignty relinquishing clause in this same railway loan agreement, and how the then Minister for Transportation, Abina Amechi Chibike, insisted that there was nothing to worry about. Anyway, now I hope with our inability to service this debt, there's still nothing to worry about. Well, me I dey hear Mandarin sha, now you went on the hear. I just stylishly call on our incoming administration to take notes of where the dead bodies are buried, so that they understand the enormity of the tax ahead. Don't tell me you don't know later. I will therefore advocate that while it is good to borrow, it is much more honorable to keep to the terms and conditions of the debt servicing agreement, as your inability to ensure compliance with the terms and conditions of the agreement might not only cost you forfeiture, it also makes it impossible for subsequent creditors to finance you, and even the existing one will refuse to refinance your debt. Hope this Buhari administration has not finally brought this giant country to its knees with unserviceable debt. Anyway, time will tell. But remember, Femi Adesina say they left the country better than they met it. I hope say also soon we will not be missing Buhari just the same way we are missing Jonathan after we hoped for a better country under Buhari. Well, time they say we tell. Now here we go hang on for today. For previous episode, just simply follow us on all our social media platforms showing on your screen. And always remember, if you cannot do the time, don't do the crime. See you next week.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it. Use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it. Use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
I don't know how to swim, but when they load me in the boat, we were like 155 people in one boat. So when we are going to Italy, we have run many hours. So on the way going, our boat now capsized because of the waves, and our boat is pumping boat. So when the waves throw in and they load us about 3 boats, 2 at the front, we are at the back. When the waves come in a big way and throw, it capsized our boat, 65 people died in the same boat with me. About 30 girls and 35 boys died in the same boat. So when they are dying, they are sinking down. Some was catching my leg, some drawing my clothes or my bag, shouting, "Biggie, Biggie, Biggie, Biggie." That's how I remove the clothes. I stay hanging, holding the rope that I'm holding on top of the boat. That's how. So after everything, all of us, about 55 people, well, 155 people, the people that remain on top of boats, maybe they are not more than 80 people again. So everybody was crying that we are dying, no rescue. From 4 o'clock in the morning, our boat capsized. We are on top of the water till the next 4 o'clock in the evening. On the afternoon time, a helicopter come on top of us to come down like this a little bit. All of us was crying, raising hand up. They now carry the newborn baby, one woman having over there, to raise it up, to raise the baby up. In a way, the helicopter will see the baby. So we are shouting for rescue, rescue. So all of us was crying. I said, God, is it today I will die on top of sea? All of us crying. So as we are crying, the helicopter, they wind up, but I believe that they will be seeing us through the screen. After everything, when the helicopter left, it's like they caught the police people in the area. The police people now coming with a small boat to come and rescue us. When they rescue us, they will carry us to the prison to go and lock us. And when they lock us there, the Nigerians that are in that very highland will come and bail us with like 500 dinar. 500 dinar. When they bail us like 500 dinar, like they were using in form of 50,000 Nigeria. They use it to bail us out. They will go and lock us somewhere. Our family in Nigeria, we can be calling our family in Nigeria to pay 150,000 in their account. Then we get like 100,000. They use me to do business. In my life, even if they told me that Libya is like America again, I cannot try that country anymore in my life because I suffered a lot, honestly.
On the news, after days of delay, Egyptian authorities open border for Nigerian students fleeing Sudan. President-elect Bola Tinubu commemorates International Workers' Day, says tough decisions imminent. And police panel invites suspended Adamawa Rec over conduct during governorship poll. Hello and welcome to TV News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I am Simisola Adigun. Egypt has finally opened its border and allowed Nigerian students fleeing the war in neighboring Sudan pass through its country. Abike Dabere, chairperson of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission NIDCOM, said the border was opened after the intervention of President Muhammadu Buhari. NIDCOM chairperson further disclosed that the borders had been opened with stringent conditions as the Egyptian authorities were insisting on visas, adding that the Nigerian mission in Egypt had been working tirelessly to rectify the issue. The students, alongside other nationals, had been stranded at the Egyptian border since Thursday evening. President-elect Bola Tinubu has promised to put in place a living wage for Nigerian workers as he is a co-laborer and ally to workers in the fight for social and economic justice. The president-elect made this known in a solidarity message to mark International Workers' Day. The former governor of Lagos added that he would always fight for workers, adding that they will have more than minimum wage. Tinubu, however, demanded a better understanding and cooperation from all sides ahead of the tough and hard decisions that may be taken while at the helm of affairs of the country. President Muhammadu Buhari has affirmed that decent work is an essential condition for the reduction of poverty and achievement of an equitable, inclusive and sustainable development. The president said this during the May Day celebration at the Eagle Square in Abuja with the theme Workers' Rights and Socio-Economic Justice. The president was represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa. Our correspondent Emeka Amako files in this report from Abuja.
May Day, also called Workers' Day or International Workers' Day, is a day that commemorates the struggles and gains made by workers and the labor movement. Here at the Eagle Square in Abuja, the excitement of the day was palpable as Nigerian workers joined the global celebration of all workers. Representing President Buhari at the event was the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, who enjoined the incoming administration to prioritize the need for decent work as an essential element for progress and development.
The Federal Executive Council has, in consonance with deepening our support for the workers' right, passed the national right. Nigeria, as a viable member state of the ILO and a cornerstone of workers' rights, had ratified the conventions of the ILO guarding the promotion of rights at work. In all these waves of rights and obligations in the world of work, the linkages between workers' rights and social economic justice have been identified and made a declaration by the International Labour Organization. In the year 2008, the ILO adopted a landmark declaration on social justice for a fair globalization to strengthen and promote the core conventions and decent work agenda.
Also speaking, the president of the Nigeria Labour Congress advocated an upward review of the retirement age for all public servants, just as he called for an investigation into the activities that surrounded the conduct of the just concluded 2023 general elections.
It is totally shocking listening to ethnic profiling and violence that has erupted during and after the last general election, which is all portends the danger of our nation. The use of inflammatory words that deepens our national cleavages remains unacceptable, and the attempt to brand some groups in certain ways to muzzle speech and criminalize holding of opposing views speak to the level of intolerance that pervades our nation. Nigeria transcends individual or narrow political interests. Whatever kind, those that insist on placing their personal interests above that of our nation are the real enemies of this country.
The likes of Peter Obi, the presidential candidate for Labour Party at the last elections, urged Nigerian workers to remain law-abiding and to use their collective power to demand better service.
We will build a country where Nigerians will be proud to say that they are Nigerians. A country where people will not be struggling to go out. A country where all of us workers will say they are working and they are happy. We can't get the economy right, we can't get anything right until the workers are working and are being looked after, their welfare and everything, and they are productive. That's why we say we'll move it from consumption to production. I urge you to continue what you're doing, continue to be law-abiding, let us have a peaceful country. We have no other country except this one.
I implore all of you to consolidate on the mileage already covered by the federal government in the last 8 years. Ensure acrimony, factionalization, selfishness, and develop a spirit of cooperation rather than confrontation, and engage in social dialogue rather than aggression or unnecessary industrial action with your employers.
The 2023 May Day celebration has a semblance of uniqueness as it marks the last attendance at the nation's May Day celebration for the President Buhari-led administration. Some dignitaries that graced the occasions were the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Mohammed Bello, the Minister of Women Affairs, Pauline Talen, and the Minister of Labour and Employment, Chris Ngige.
Still on International Workers' Day, Nigerian workers have lamented that rising inflation has put a dent to the 30,000 naira minimum wage of workers in the country. Speaking at the 2023 International Workers' Day celebration in Lagos, First Deputy President of the National Union of Textile, Garment and Tailoring Workers of Nigeria, Michael Nkwama, urged the government to review the minimum wage to fit current economic reality. He also urged the new administration to improve other pressing issues such as pension, workers' welfare, as well as brain drain.
The NLC, Nigerian Labour Congress, just had their conference, February 13th, to elect a new leadership that will, by God's grace, address the yearning of the entire Nigerian workers when it comes to infrastructures, all their demands, when it comes to demands from the government. Pension is there, better remuneration for Nigerian workers. If you note, you will see that majority of our workers in Nigeria are leaving the country to outside country. What's the problem? We ask yourself, what's the problem? The problem is that Nigeria as a country misses some ways, many places. The economy is becoming more difficult than before. The hardship is becoming more harder, more intense than what it used to be. So Nigerians that have alternative of leaving the country are leaving. Those that can't leave are those. If you find out today in Nigeria, we have the lower class, middle class, the upper class. Those that are the middle class are the ones that are leaving Nigeria. You have seen that no percent of them claiming to be to the upper class. The lower class cannot leave because they don't have afford the opportunity to leave. The first duty of every good government is the duty of care. If the Nigerian government can care and listen to Nigerian workers, it's easy. We're not asking for too much. All we're asking for is good remuneration. Today in Nigeria, the minimum wage is 30,000. 30,000 is minimum wage. Can that take you home? 30,000 is minimum wage. Can that afford you buy just one bag of rice? And if you buy a bag of rice at 30,000, won't you buy ingredient to cook it? What about your clothing? What about children's school fees? What about your housing? So I am calling on the entire government of Nigeria to look at the minimum wage of Nigeria that we are paying as minimum wage. Increase that minimum wage. Make it a minimum wage, indeed a minimum wage. Because it's minimum wage now is not a minimum wage. It's not a wage. It's not a take-home wage.
For more deliberation on the plight of Nigerian workers, Adewale Oyerinde, the Director General at the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, NECA, joins me now. Thank you very much for making out time to be with us. Now, organized labor across all platforms have scored the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari in terms of workers' welfare. Now, what do you make of this?
Well, thank you very much for having us. And once again, let's congratulate organized labor for this wonderful occasion. But first, I think it will be very important to contextualize this conversation about minimum wage. One, minimum wage it's set. There is a mechanism for setting minimum wage. And all of us, when I say all of us, social partners, we are all part of that mechanism of setting minimum wage. Government, representative of workers, and representative of employers, plus other stakeholders. They all come together, working together with the guidance of the ILO Convention on Minimum Wage Setting. And that was why we arrived, the issue of 30,000 was arrived at about 4 years ago. Now, also it's very important to understand that it is the minimum below which no employer should pay. It is not fundamental or static that it has to be 30,000, but that is the minimum that nobody should pay. And at the private sector, private sector mechanism is such that wages are increased almost every year during the instrumentality of performance appraisal systems. And for collective bargaining agreement also, wages are increased and negotiations are done on a regular basis. So at the private sector, we don't have much problem. The structure is in place. We have our consistent engagement with the union, and this has been working for us. So the concern of labor will predominantly be what happens in the public sector, where the federal government have to do a lot to address the issues as it relates to workers' welfare.
The private sector also plays a significant role here, as we all know. But either way, we've seen that cases of labor laws being flouted. Now, how do we ensure that Nigerian workers are well protected, both in the private and public sector?
Now, for every law that you always find one or two persons that will flout the law or break the law. And inherent in all laws are penalties and also structures to ensure compliance. And one of the structures we have, or one of the parameters we use in this environment, is the instrumentality of the Ministry of Labor. The Ministry of Labor have inspectors, labor inspectors that are supposed to go to organizations to inspect if they are actually doing what they are supposed to do. That, if that doesn't suffice, then we've also had conversation about labor education, continuous education of workers, so that if your employer is flouting the law and you deem it unnecessary or you don't deem it fit to go and report such employer to the relevant authorities that, look, laws are being flouted, then such employee or such individual, you become a co-conspirator with the person that is flouting the law. That I don't have access to the Ministry of Labor is not an excuse. The Ministry of Labor have offices in the 36 states of the Federation. So a way to curb the issue of law breaking is for all of us collectively to escalate all these issues to the Ministry of Labor, and the Ministry of Labor to play its part in the context of monitoring and issuing necessary penalties. Even for regulations like PENCOM.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, that's how much we can take. I wish we could continue with it. Director General, Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, NECA, thank you very much for your insight. Moving on, the Nigeria Police Force has invited the suspended resident electoral commissioner in Adamawa, Hudu Yunusa Ari, for questioning. The investigation panel set up by Usman Baba, Inspector General of Police, invited Yunusa Ari over his conduct during the April 15 governorship election in Adamawa State. Yunusa Ari had stirred controversy by declaring Aisha Binani Dahiru of the All Progressives Congress APC as the winner when the collation of the results was yet to be completed. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, declared the announcement null and void and summoned the REC to its headquarters in Abuja. Majority Leader of the House of Representatives, Al-Hassan Dogowa, has declared his intention to run for the speakership position of the 10th National Assembly. In a letter of intent addressed to members-elect, the lawmaker representing Dogowa Tondon Wada Federal Constituency in Kano said he is vying for the position because of his passion for nation building. Dogowa's aspiration for speakership is coming despite the legislature's trial over alleged criminal conspiracy, culpable homicide and unlawful possession of a firearm, mischief and public disturbance. The police had said they received a report that he led thugs to set ablaze the secretariat of the New Nigeria People's Party (NNPP) in Kano State, with 2 persons feared dead. Although the legislator denied any wrongdoing, he was arraigned in March at a magistrate court in Kano and was subsequently remanded in prison. We'll take a breather here, but still to come on News Now. Russia launches second pre-dawn missile attack in 3 days. We'll bring you details of this story and more right after this break.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, the highlight of our news bulletin. Egypt has finally opened its border and allowed Nigerian students fleeing the war in neighboring Sudan pass through its country. Abike Dabiri Erawa, the chairperson of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission (NIDCOM), said the border was opened after the intervention of President Muhammadu Buhari. We also told you that President-elect Bola Tinubu has promised to put in place a living wage for Nigerian workers, as he is a co-laborer and ally to workers in the fight for social and economic justice. The President-elect made this known in a solidarity message to mark International Workers' Day. The former governor of Lagos added that he would always fight for workers, adding that they will have more than a minimum wage. Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletins, or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says it is planning to stop tracking the spread of COVID in communities across the U.S. Moving forward, the CDC is expected to rely more heavily on COVID-related hospitalizations, much like it does to track the spread of the flu. The agency is expected to announce the new tracking system within the coming weeks. And Chinese authorities are set to release a man who disappeared 3 years ago after publicizing videos of overcrowded hospitals and bodies during the COVID-19 outbreak. Fang Bin and other members of the public who were dubbed citizen journalists posted details of the pandemic in early 2020 on the internet and social media. Fang's case is part of Beijing's crackdown on criticism of China's early handling of the pandemic, as the ruling Communist Party seeks to control the narrative of the country. We'll take another break here and return with more stories in business. Do stay with us.
Hello? Yeah, I found your wallet in front of a supermarket. Meet me at Apple Junction. Yes, I'll be waiting for you.
Now we find out. Two of us.
Thank you very much, officer. You know, it's surprising that men like you still exist in the police force.
Yes, so... Oh, yes.
This is just a token of my appreciation.
Oh, no, you don't need to do this. We're only doing our job.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
You're welcome.
Now I know police is really my friend.
Yes.
Friend. Hey. Okay, which came up with this one? I don't understand.
You know your problem. You are greedy. I'm a policeman who is doing his job. All forms of corruption in the force. Not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
Welcome back. Mary Kanu joins us now with more stories in business. Over to you now, Mary.
Thank you, Simisola. Welcome to Business News. Dangote Cement has reported its 2023 first quarter results, showing a dip in volumes amidst macroeconomic headwinds in the country. The company reported revenues fell to 280.3 billion naira in the first 3 months of 2023, compared to 321.9 billion naira in the same period, but in 2022. This is the first time in 5 years that the cement giant has posted a lower revenue on a quarter-on-quarter basis. The company also explained the decline in volume was due to a cash crunch and negative sentiments around the elections. And the Central Bank of Nigeria has denied rumors of a plan to phase out the newly redesigned banknotes from circulation. In a statement issued by the Acting Director of Corporate Communications, Issa Abdul-Mumin, the Apex Bank dismissed the speculations as baseless and aimed at creating unnecessary panic among the public. The director said that the new and old currency notes have been circulating side by side, just as the bank has been taking delivery of a good quantity of the redesigned banknotes from the Nigerian Security Printing and Minting Company Limited. He added that the public should disregard any reports suggesting a phase-out of the redesigned currency and continue to transact with both old and new notes as legal tender. And that's all on Business News. Simsala, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mary, for that update. And on the global scene, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has lauded the efforts of the press across the globe, saying that they are the light of the world for bringing out the truth. The UN chief made this known ahead of the commemoration of the World Press Freedom Day on May the 3rd. Guterres explained that while freedom of the press is crucial to any society, attacks on journalists must be stopped.
For 3 decades, on World Press Freedom Day, the international community has celebrated the work of journalists and media workers. This day highlights a basic truth. All our freedom depends on press freedom. Freedom of the press is the foundation of democracy and justice. It gives all of us the facts we need to shape opinions and speak truth to power. And as this year's theme reminds us, press freedom represents the very lifeblood of human rights. But in every corner of the world, freedom of the press is under attack. Truth is threatened by disinformation and hate speech seeking to blur the lines between fact and fiction, between science and conspiracy. The increased concentration of the media industry into the hands of a few, the financial collapse of scores of independent news organizations, and an increase of national laws and regulations that stifle journalists are further expanding censorship and threatening freedom of expression. Meanwhile, journalists and media workers are directly targeted on and offline as they carry out their vital work. They are routinely harassed, intimidated, detained, and imprisoned. At least 67 media workers were killed in 2022. An unbelievable 50% increase over the previous year. Nearly 3/4 of women journalists have experienced violence online, and 1 in 4 have been threatened physically. 10 years ago, the United Nations established a plan of action on the safety of journalists to protect media workers and end the impunity for crimes committed against them. On this and every World Press Freedom Day, the world must speak with one voice. Stop the threats and attacks.
Russia has launched a series of missiles at Ukrainian cities in the second pre-dawn attack in 3 days. The Kremlin claims to have dented Ukraine's imminent counter-offensive, destroying ammunition supplied by the West and hitting key communication links. 1 person died in the Kherson region and 34 people, including 5 children, were injured in Dnipropetrovsk. Meanwhile, a Ukrainian official on Monday said the army had ousted Russian forces from some positions in Bakhmut, an eastern city that has been under siege for months. Well, it's now time for Entertainment Report on News Now.
The acclaimed Nigerian vocalist Tiwa Savage has received an invitation to perform at the upcoming coronation of King Charles, the British monarch. The coronation event marks the official ascension of the monarch, King Charles, and his queen consort Camilla to the throne following the passing of his mother, Queen Elizabeth II. The coronation is scheduled to take place on Saturday, May 6, 2023 at Westminster Abbey in London. Tiwa Savage's invitation to perform at the coronation is a remarkable achievement, and she becomes the first Nigerian musician to receive this honor. Tiwa Savage will be joining a star-studded lineup of entertainers who are set to provide entertainment for guests during the coronation concert and big launch on Sunday, May 7, 2023. Nigerian singer Oyinkansola Sarah Aderibigbe, better known as Aria Star, has been directed to take immediate bed rest due to health issues. The Mavi singer was scheduled to perform at the Industry Night Show in Easton, but had to cancel due to health conditions. Aria Star expressed her regret at not being able to perform at the show and apologized to her fans in a statement posted on her Instagram story. That's it on the entertainment segment of News Now. And in sports, Manchester City is apparently preparing to open talks with star striker Erling Haaland over a new contract. The 22-year-old has broken records since touching down at the Etihad last summer and brought up 50 goals for the season in Sunday's 2-1 Premier League win over Fulham. According to reports, the Premier League champion intends to tie Haaland down for another 2 years until the summer of 2029, by which time he will be 29 years old. Well, that's our bulletin on News Now this evening. Many thanks for watching. I'm Simisola Adigun. Bye for now.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Folashade Ogrinde. We are barely into the second quarter of 2023, but it is clear that all is not well with the country's economic standing. The nation's debt stock of 44.06 trillion naira took the spotlight after the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, disclosed that Nigeria has secured a World Bank facility worth $800 million. She said it's the first tranche of palliatives to be disbursed through cash transfers to about 50 million Nigerians who belong to the most vulnerable category in the society. The World Bank's report paints a grimmer picture as a global lending body disclosed in a report that Nigeria spent 96.3% of its 2022 revenue on debt servicing. So what is the future of Nigeria's economy and why is the government still borrowing? For these answers, Obinaya Urakpa, economic expert, joins me now. Thank you, as always, for your time. Now, does it make economic sense to borrow $800 million in order to fund subsidy palliatives?
Straight up, I don't think so. Reason being that we've had experiences in the past. COVID-19 is a classic example. I am an entrepreneurship advocate and expert. And what do I recommend? I recommend that people need to have their capacity built before you give them money. The question analysts are asking is, who determined the 10 million names in the Nigerian conditional register? Who determined who is poor? And where are these people? Well, the Minister for Finance says that these people have already been determined, identified, and that a subsidy will be given to them. Now, we're talking about $800 million. My argument has been, why don't you give $1 million per local government area? There are 774 local government areas. Why don't you have a committee formed and let the committee determine how the money would be used? Form a cooperative, sink a borehole, find out what is in every community, find a market for it, generate income, and then you can give the profit to the people. Why do we continue to share? And then if we haven't borrowed this money, incidentally I hear we borrowed it, why should we even borrow at all? So that's my submission. I do not think it makes economic sense, especially because a new government is coming. Why the rush to borrow ahead of the new government? Now, all other arguments around the subsidy and the refineries are the other things I would expect we'll have a discussion on this program.
Now, the loan was hinged on concessional financing to be paid in installments for 25 years. What do you make of this?
So we're borrowing for our children to pay back. Now, my submission actually is that we have enough things in Nigeria we've not been very good with, and African economies have not traditionally been very good with borrowing and using the borrowed sums, debt financing for capital how do I put it, accumulation and infrastructure development. So you have a debt trap. I strongly believe that we should not be borrowing for consumption. So you hear that salaries have been paid up to date. What I suspect is that we have garnered so much debts and used the debts for consumption. And then we have a lot of capital flight, illicit cash flows out of the country. We need to investigate it. This government came into being on a tripod: economy, anti-corruption, and security. To what extent have we achieved those objectives? We need to ask those questions. So if you link it to the economy, then you would understand that we've not done very well with debt financing. We need to ask the government to give us a report on the infrastructure that has been built. Yes, East-West Road is being revived. We have the second Niger Bridge. We have a few power infrastructure being built. We've seen Minister Fashola on the road, checking road construction going on, and a few other things. But we still believe that much needs to be desired.
Now, despite criticism, the federal government has repeatedly defended itself. But speaking of solutions now, what other avenue do you think the federal government should have explored in terms of revenue?
I strongly believe that we have not sweated our resources. There's a document I'll call your attention to, Folashade. It's called One Local Government, One Product. That document is a 24-page A4 paper, if we print it out, sitting in the Small Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria, SMEDAN. Right from the time of Dupe Adelaja to the point where you have Wale Fasonya now as Director General. I would submit to you as an entrepreneurship expert playing in that ecosystem that document says that every local government area in Nigeria has at least one commodity she has comparative advantage on. To what extent have we sweated it? So as I sit here, I have tried to experiment on the entrepreneurship I teach. So if you go to Zuba, fruit and vegetable market, you probably see 2 shops that our team owns there. And every day, even if you brought in 100 J5, that pickups load of plantain from Edo State, and you float them in Zuba, fruit and vegetable market, you will sell all of them off. And a J5 of plantain for 5 dozens is 540 heads of plantain. Now imagine that you have 2 million private schools in Nigeria that wear belts and underwear, singlets, and all of that. Have we tried to exploit the cotton market? Now the Central Bank of Nigeria introduced the Anchor Borrowers Program. To what extent have we sweated that particular intervention? The Nassau Microfinance Bank introduced 10 million naira for each MSME that will go through training. My firm, Grand Rising International Limited, is an EDI, Enterprise Development Institution. So we're supposed to train them, build their capacity, they do business plans, get financing, and then they're supposed to take advantage of what is found in their communities. Then if you're talking about access to markets, it's talking about the OLOP document. How many Nigerians consume what is produced in Nigeria? So if you explore all of that, the government really needs to go back to what she has done herself. There was the MSME clinic that was driven and led by the vice president, no mean personality than the vice president himself, leading the Smedan crew and Bank of Industry. And so we saw trader money, market money, and all of those interventions. To what extent have we done M&A? And then we sit back and we hear that some persons are paid 30,000 naira per month. What exactly do they do? Now, to what extent have we built the capacity of these persons to be able to exploit resources found in country? So when you heard the former President Donald Trump of America saying Nigeria, America first, have we also done Nigeria first? And in the face of the African Continental Free Trade Area, have we explored the things that will sell to the other over 50 countries in Africa? So these are questions I need to ask. 208 million Nigerians. How many of us consume made in Nigeria? We closed the border at some point. What came out of that? Then we came up with the Naira redesign. What impact did it have on the economy? Whose idea was it to shut everyone out of cash in a cash-dependent economy? As much as I believe that we should go digital, is there no time frame for implementation? My idea is just asking questions. I don't have too many answers for you, my dear.
Now, this new administration will definitely ease out by May the 29th, and the finance ministers disclosed that the next administration may inherit a total debt stock of about 77 trillion naira. And it's usually a practice when a new administration comes in. It's usually a practice that, they begin to, play back the challenges of the former administration and say, okay, this is the reason why we're not able to implement this. So do you think this would play out when the new administration comes in terms of the economy now?
Now, we've formed a transition committee for Lashade. Why don't you just wait and sit with this transition committee? Now, by the time the budget cycle for 2023 is over, we would have moved up to 77 trillion, and this by the DMO, Debt Management Office. Now we're going to hand over a debt to this new administration. And then we're talking about $800 million extra to be borrowed on top of the 77 trillion. And how did we arrive at the 77 trillion? We continuously, from 2015, kept borrowing and funding a lot of consumption. And then we also did not monitor enough of the anti-corruption. And then we had to deal with insecurity. And then I'm asking the question, how much handshake happened between the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, the private sector, with the government? And then to what extent did we actually do a SWOT to say what are our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats to ensure that we did not pile up this much debt? So we're going to hand over to this new government. But some form of comfort that I have is that the new government that's coming, I believe, would have more technocrats who would sit down and ask the right questions. Like Chinua Achebe said, if you don't know where the rain started beating, you will not know where it stopped. What led us here? In 2015, in case we have forgotten, the dollar was Naira was exchanging to the dollar at 157 Naira to a dollar. What policy led us to 520 Naira to a dollar in few months? We decided to make a policy that stopped people from paying in money into their domiciliary accounts. What was the justification for that? Yes, you can say you are doing anti-corruption, you want to stop people who stockpile monies in their ceilings, in the farms, and so on, from utilizing such monies. But did we ask what the consequences of that policy was going to be? So you're going to have a new government coming to have to battle with all of this. But if you are going to ask me to advise, I would just say, let whatever this present government has done in the past 8 years go away, and let the new government sit down. And what do I recommend? How did the Asian tigers grow? The Asian tigers were the ones that grew Asia. And what did they do? The buttons, the needles, the threads, and all of that used in the fashion industry. These persons had small rooms where they employed 2 to 3 persons, and they were able to employ the federal government of Nigeria, and no government at all, if it's America or whichever government, can employ more than 5% to 10% of our population. So out of 208 million people, you have persons, according to the 2014 figures of National Bureau of Statistics and Smedan report, it says we have over 39.2 MSMEs enumerated in Nigeria. And these MSMEs are in the micro, small, and medium enterprises up to nano levels. So can we engage them and make their lives easy? Create an ease of doing business environment, which this government has had as a mantra, that we have ease of doing business. And we came down from doing business index, came from about 141 down to about 71. And then every attempt is made to ensure that we fall below a particular index. Now, I do not think we achieved all of that. So can we look at what this government tried to do, but was not able to do for some challenges that you can actually cut them some slack? Yes, oil sold at a point at $30 a barrel during this government. Now you have the Russia-Ukraine crisis during this government. This government suffered some economic challenges within its dependency. So we can cut them some slack. But that having been said, and we have had an acrimonious election, so I think this government will, first of all, get the heart of the people before asking for their hands. Engage labor, engage the oil workers, engage the pensioners, sit down with the rest of us in the private sector and ask the right questions. We need to leverage technology to run. We need to understand the African Continental Free Trade Area. We need to understand how to engage our different publics, the stakeholders. 3 things: stakeholders mapping, stakeholders engagement, stakeholders management. If this incoming government wants to make a success of her tenure, that is what I advise.
All right, we'll definitely go back to more details about your recommendations for the new administration. But Dr. Urapa, we'll take a short break here, but the program continues shortly. To stay with us. Welcome back to the program. If you're just joining us, I've been discussing federal government's excess borrowing and its impacts on the economy with Dr. Obinaya Urapa. We're still on standby. Thank you very much for staying with us. Now, the World Bank recently disclosed that Nigeria had spent 96.3% of its 2022 revenue on debt servicing, which is, of course, a very big issue. Give us a broader view now of this matter. I mean, a country spending 96.3% out of 100% of its revenue. How serious is the situation?
It's as serious as the same World Bank recommended that you should not spend more than 25% of your revenue. So our revenue to debt servicing ratio has gone to very dangerous heights. So it's a simple answer I'm giving you. It's a panic. We're in panic mode. You cannot earn 100% and use 96.3 to service debts. Is there no other way? So don't we think we should actually go reschedule these debts and renegotiate? And who are we borrowing from? And who did we discuss with before borrowing? And if we borrowed, what did we use the money for? These are hard questions we need to ask. Yeah, but that having been said, we have less than 6 weeks to the new administration, May 29. So I'd recommend that once the new government comes on board, they should ask to do exactly what Okonjo-Iweala did some time ago during Obasanjo's regime. Find out all the loans we are owing and whoever we're owing. Go into diplomatic shuttle, sit with them, and please try to take us back to below 25% of revenue to debt servicing ratio. It's not healthy to use 96.3% of your revenue. And what are we even talking about? How much revenue have we generated? The budget is about 21.83 trillion. And about 10 trillion is expected income. And about 12 trillion is expected to be borrowed to fund the budget. I'm talking about 2023 budget. And don't forget, you have domestic debts, public debts domestically. And the danger with these debts is it impacts your efficiency to build infrastructure, to grow your economy, and it affects foreign direct investment. If anyone finds out that you are at risk, it's going to affect their confidence. Investors' confidence is whittled down. It's simple logic.
Now let's talk about inflation rates, which according to the National Bureau of Statistics is currently at 22.04%. That's the third consecutive increase in 2023. It's been a long time we've had this rise in inflation rate. And as a matter of fact, inflation has been, seeing a steady increase over the years. For every time the CBN governor speaks about inflation rates, it keeps reassuring Nigerians that, we'll see a deceleration of inflationary pressure. But this is, of course, not what we're experiencing right now. Why do you think the federal government, is assured of a decrease in inflationary rate while the reality of what our economy says is totally different?
Let's call a spade a spade. If you want me to be blunt, I actually suspect that we have printed money. And then some of our policies have not, the timing of some of our policies have been challenging. At most MPC meetings that you see the CBN governor address us, I've had a challenge with the basis points adopted, and then of course all of the parameters for determining what rates that are to be used. Now, as I speak, how many people are actually able to, MSMEs like us, entrepreneurs like us, are able to borrow from commercial banks? Because of the rates of lending that we're experiencing based on what happens at MPC meetings. So let's tell ourselves the truth. The truth of the matter is that inflation is real. I do not think we're producing enough. And it's because of certain basic realities. At a point, the central bank herself intervened in the power sector under Lamido Sanusi and continued by this present governor. So we need to find out how much investment we have made in the power distribution companies. We're talking about the Enugu Distribution Company, the Port Harcourt Electricity Distribution Company, the Kano ones, and the ones in different places. So we need to find out how much we've invested and how well our investments are doing in the power sector. And to the extent that those investments are performing well, we need to see what the result is in the real sector, where manufacturers need power to be able to produce. How many megawatts is Nigeria producing? And have we explored renewable energy? United Arab Emirates that can have the bragging rights to be one of those that are doing well in the crude oil sector has adverted her minds to renewable energy. So let's call a spade a spade. The inflation is real. And then we introduce the Naira redesign. And then we fix a deadline. Yes, central bank has been talking about it for years. But to what extent has central bank had a handshake with National Rotation Agency and all of the different MDAs that should work together in synergy to ensure that the people are enlightened? It was during this Naira redesign that we discovered that many of our people didn't have bank accounts. And CBN has been preaching the message of financial inclusion for years. So you do not actually blame CBN totally for that, because they've been preaching that message for years. So, but I would have thought that would have given some more time to get our people on board the issue of financial inclusion, get more people to open accounts. I'm excited to see that more POS machines came into use, more, how do I put it, more accounts were opened, more microfinance banks, some names that we've never heard before were announced, you know. But if you want to call a spade, how did we arrive at this juncture? Farmers farm are not able to get into their farms to farm in the first place. And even when they finish farming, are not able to harvest what they have farmed in Benue, in Kaduna, in Zamfara, and all of the places where if it's not kidnapping, it is banditry or armed robbery, and so on and so forth. Insecurity, big challenge. The farmers being able to move their items from Sokoto, onions, to Abuja, where it's to be consumed, or from Kebbi, where you have the rice, where the Anchor Borrowers Program was launched in November 2015 by Minister Aldo Obe and President Muhammadu Buhari. On the basis of that, Lagos State government collaborated with Kebbi State to do the collaboration where you had the lake rice, Lagos and Kebbi, and then you have the cows that should move by the rail infrastructure to Lagos, where over 6,000 cows be consumed within a week or even less than that. So we have our opportunities we've not taken advantage of. And what is the implication of that? We now borrow to fund the budget, and of course we put pressure. There's food crisis, which World Bank has warned us on. We have over 13 million people likely to get into poverty within between now and 2025, according to World Bank reports. No, so a lot of issues we're dealing with, corruption issues, inability to plug certain leakages within government, then issues around insecurity, and then we not being able to even consume what we produce, and then we make a policy to close the borders, and then, of course, we don't have enough rice produced at home under the Anchor Borrowers Program to be consumed here. And then, of course, in Nigeria, the design means that some people who need their cash in a cash-dependent economy are not able to fund inputs for production. A lot of challenges. It's a litany of things that we need to actually recount.
Well, indeed, Dr. Obinaya Urakpa, thank you so much for your time and your contribution on the program.
My pleasure. Thank you, Folashade. All the best.
I need to wrap on this week's edition of Money Matters. See you again next time. I am Folashade Ogrinde. Bye for now.
I met a friend on Facebook, a Zambian precisely, so we talked about migration, that's me coming over to Zambia for a good job. So I was into fumigation and clothes selling, mobile sales before I left. So when the thought came of relocating to Zambia, when I checked the economy of both countries, I found out that Zambia, though small, but their currency is quite better than Nigeria. Applied for visa, my visa was granted, I purchased my tickets, and then I left. I flew through Kenya Airline. That was on the 1st of June. I arrived Zambia on the 2nd. And then I called this my friend, and I told him I'm in Zambia. So where I was, he moved me to another lodge, a hotel. And that was where I was assaulted by him. He was even dragging my passport. He wanted to get my passport, my yellow fever vaccine card. But because I hid it very far, he couldn't get access to it. He tore my bag, went away with my BTA. It's $885, and then I didn't see him. He absconded. When he left, he didn't pay the hotel bills. He had gone with my money. I couldn't find my money in my luggage. So when I noticed that things were not what we actually planned, I had to become friends with a gardener boy in that hotel. So that previous night, I was asked to move out of the hotel because he didn't pay the bills. But I noticed that he and the receptionist were in good accordance, you know. So I tried asking the receptionist, did that man tell you he was going to come back? He said no, and he's owing for a night, that I can't stay in that hotel. So they had to seize my luggage, you know, seize my properties. I had to look for where to sleep. So that fateful night, I slept in an abandoned vehicle where I was almost gang raped by 3 guys. You know, I had to start this Nigerian movie. I'm with HIV, I'm with this, I'm with that, you know. So you want to, oh yeah, sleep with me and all that. So they made away with my travel documents, my return tickets and all that. They thought it was an envelope of money. So they went with it after tearing my jean and all that. But they couldn't have access to, because I started shouting. That was around 3 o'clock in the morning. I started shouting, creating sin, so they ran away. When you leave Nigeria, and like I left genuinely, you know, but what I proposed wasn't what I got. So it was while I was in Zambia I discovered I was human trafficked, you know. So it's real, it's real. It's real. When you go, you come back, you're alive, you just say, God, I thank you, and you pick up the pieces of your life and start all over.
And welcome to another episode on Startups. I am Tamilore Akinkolye. Counterfeit drugs are a deadly problem globally, especially in developing nations where the supply chain security is limited. And this undermines the progress of every individual and nation in achieving the progress of the UN's development goals. To fight the flood of fake pills in Nigeria, Samuel Kwada decides to start up an organization to reduce the rate of counterfeit drugs in the country. Why don't you journey along with me as we get to know more about remedial health?
At Remedial Health, we say we are digitizing the pharmaceutical supply chain in Africa, and we do that in a number of ways. So, for example, we provide software to pharmacies and hospitals for their operations. We help them with their supplies, so they can place orders for items that they need and get it to their stores without lifting a finger. I am Samuel Okwada, CEO, co-founder of Remedial Health.
In Nigeria, many people die as a result of counterfeit drugs. This dire situation has taken the lives of more than 500,000 people in the sub-Saharan region every year. According to Nigeria's drug regulatory body NAFDAC, 267,000 of these deaths are linked to anti-malaria medicines, which sadly is one of the most common illnesses in Nigeria. Determined to make a difference, Samuel Okwada developed the Remedial Health application, where pharmacies and hospitals can make direct purchases of drugs from licensed drug manufacturers and suppliers. Deciding to solve the supply problem most pharmacies battled with during the COVID-19 pandemic when restrictions were enforced, Okwada says with the technology Remedial Health provides, supply chain gap in the drug distribution sector has been digitalized.
I would say the light bulb moment for Remedial was during the lockdown, during COVID. There was a catch-22 type situation in Nigeria especially, where the market where we would typically buy medicines wholesale for pharmacies and hospitals were shut down. And it was obvious why they were shut down, because you can't have a market operating during a pandemic. But hospitals and pharmacies were allowed to continue attending to patients and customers. Now, within 2-3 days of the lockdown, pretty much majority of pharmacies had empty shelves. So people were trying to look for stock. They were calling us directly because we were pharmaceutical marketers at the time. They were calling us directly to supply them when typically we would supply through these markets. So when we started doing that delivery directly to the pharmacies, we felt, you know what, this market approach that we have in Nigeria, not just Nigeria alone, it's pretty much across Africa, where you buy medicines from an open air market is not sustainable. There are several challenges with buying medicines from places like that. And so we decided to solve it using technology.
Explaining how the app works, Okwada says Remedial Health app only works with registered pharmaceutical companies and not individuals. While the application only accepts a minimum of 50,000 naira per purchases, notification is also sent to customer tracking each stage of the process.
There are many problems that we are trying to solve at once, right? For either the pharmacies, the hospitals, and then eventually for the end users, so the patients. But I'll pick one just to elaborate on, which is fighting counterfeit medicines, right? So in Nigeria, the figure for counterfeit medicines sold is 40%. So 40% of medicines you buy are likely counterfeit. So if you go and buy 10 packs of medicines, very likely 4 out of those 10 are counterfeit. And these counterfeits are very good, like they're compared to the genuine product, exactly the same. Until you do a test, do you know that one is probably chalk while the other is a genuine product. And you can imagine how many people are affected every year. It's in the hundreds of thousands in Nigeria only from counterfeit medicines. So it's either I have a headache, I take something which should help me, but ends up giving me a different illness. In some cases, sending people to their graves. And again, that is also in the hundreds of thousands of people dying from counterfeit medicines. Last year, 2022, we sold over 100 million individual packs of medicines around Nigeria. If we are to use that in relation to the percentage of counterfeit medicines in the market, we can sort of estimate that we've replaced somewhere around 40 million possible counterfeit medicines in the market. So if by doing that, we've even saved even one life, I think that is a very huge win for us. And I would dare say we have saved thousands of lives by ensuring that medicines go from manufacturer to pharmacy in a efficient, proper supply chain.
Many startups often struggle to source financial support, but for Remedial Health, funding was surprisingly easy. Okwada says the problem-solving ability of the app made the difference.
Like I mentioned, we had a previous company before Remedial, which was doing importation of medicines into Nigeria and selling to wholesalers. So that was one source of funds. But we also got into Y Combinator early last year. Y Combinator is like this, I would say it's the best startup accelerator in the world for technology businesses based in the US and in Silicon Valley. We got into that early last year, and that really helped to catapult our growth. We've also raised funding from some prominent investors. So locally, Ventures platform, quite popular. I think they are based out of Abuja. Ingressive Capital. We've also raised from some international investors. For example, Tencent. Tencent is $100 billion conglomerate in China. And I would say we were able to get some funding because we were able to show that there is a problem that needs solving. we were able to also show that we were making some strides in solving that problem.
With a large prospect in the pharmaceutical industry and with a landmark across 25 states in Nigeria, for Remedial Health, logistics is a recurring challenge. Okwada explains that the company's dependence on logistic companies sometimes exposes the businesses to issues such as late delivery of orders.
So we have problems of our own. I don't think you would meet any business in Nigeria that is not facing one. But I would say none are really unique to us. We do have some challenges that I would say as a result of our growth. So like I said, Remedial is 1 year, pretty much 1 year old this month. We've gone from pretty much about 4 people when we were doing the previous business to about 160 people today. We've gone from being Lagos focused only to 25 plus states. So that comes with its own set of challenges, which I would say we're doing quite well with. But then there are the Nigeria challenges. So for example, how do I move a product from here to Kano in an efficient manner? In developed societies, there are already built logistic companies, right, that can do these things for you. In most cases, what you find here is that even when you have logistics companies, they also have their own set of challenges which are not created by them, which they cannot really solve. E.g., the road is bad. There's no fuel. So you can give a logistic company a product which should get to Kano in 2 days. It ends up getting to Kano in 5 days.
Joda Pharmacy, one of the beneficiaries of Remedial Health, takes pride in patronizing them because of the convenience she has gotten ever since she started purchasing her drugs from them.
I got to know about Remedial through Le Remedy Pharmacy. My brother owns there. He told me about Remedial, and ever since I've been partnering with them for like a year, 6 months now, and it has been very, 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 very good because Remedial has made it very easy for me. We go to Lagos market to buy drugs before, but this time around, Remedial brings the drugs to you. They deliver to you. You don't have to stress to go to the market, select the drugs. You just go online and make your order. They deliver it. So it has made it easy, and they are reliable. When they say this is the date they are bringing it, they will bring it to you at that same date.
Typically, and I would say that's one of the value propositions to our customers, is that when you buy from Remedial, we are basically giving you a 100% guarantee that this product you've bought is genuine. We will not have a counterfeit in our supply chain. And the reason we're able to do that is because we're not working with any middlemen. We go directly to source. And we're sourcing from reputable companies, registered, regulated by the relevant agencies. So we can ensure in that way that whatever it is 100% perfect. Now, we hold that inventory in our warehouse. Again, one of the problems we're trying to solve is if you go into these markets to buy medicines, these medicines are kept in small stores that have no ventilation, no cooling, nothing, right? And medicines are not paper or wood. If you store medicine in a place that is very humid or very hot, it loses efficacy. So what you find is when these medicines pass through the supply chain we have at the moment, which is the markets, you find these medicines losing 5 to 20% of their efficacy just in those markets alone, right? So we hold that inventory in a properly regulated and controlled warehouse, temperature, humidity, right? And then when our customers purchase, we pick and pack. Either we use our own logistics or we use third parties to move those items to the customer's doorstep.
In its first year, Remedial Health has been able to supply more than hundreds of thousands of drugs to various states across the country. It says with more investors, the company can reach every part of Africa and help improve the quality of lives of millions of Africans.
With Africa having one of the largest growing population in the world, an emerging rapidly growing middle class, and expansion of new economies, insurance plays a major role in the financial stability of every African. While Remedial Health is here to help us fight the use of fake drugs in the country, there's another organization that is here to help us ensure our health and every important aspect of our lives. Now let's get to know more about this organization that decides to add insurance to one of the daily lives of Africans.
At Curacao, for us, we like to think about the long-term, vision for what we're doing is to help drive prosperity and, really help drive prosperity for Africans and people in emerging markets. So that's really what we're doing. In terms of what the actual how is for us is, how can we use technology to drive insurance penetration? How can we use technology to make insurance work? Henry Mascot, I'm a co-founder and CEO of Curacao.
Insurance penetration remains very low across Africa, leaving 90% of Africans to little access to the awareness of insurance, with the main goal of helping Africans drive prosperity by using tech to make insurance work. Henry Mascot founded Curacao in 2019 to ensure people don't spend their money over and over again.
For us, we tried a few things. We worked around a few industries, my co-founder and I in the beginning. But we saw insurance as one of those industries where there's a lot of opportunity for leveraging on technology to drive growth. Insurance is also a very key part of the economic stack or the financial stack. The same way you need banking, you need credit, you also need to make sure insurance works, especially for people in Africa, right? People in poor countries. You need to make sure that the money you make, that you're not spending the same money over and over again going to a hospital, you're not spending the same money repairing car or paying for property that could have been protected if anything happens. So we think for our growing economy, a growing country, it's very important that you have a way for people to protect their risks. So whether that's their health, whether that's their life, whether that's their property.
Having branches across 7 countries in Africa, the invention of Curacao was realized from working in the healthcare sector, where the lack of finance in the sector was realized, which brought the birth of Curacao.
I think that was a light bulb moment, really. Our process was very iterative. So I've been working on this for a very long time. So for us, we actually started doing a few things in healthcare, really. And we realized that the most sustainable way to create value or to finance healthcare. So right now, when you're sick, you go to a hospital, and then the hospital treats you. But really, the only way, but it's challenging for again, we're a very poor country right now. Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world, right? So, so it's very challenging when people have to. So for healthcare to work, there has to be healthcare financing, right? So for us, we're playing around in a few industries, just building technology to power those industries, and then we realize even for healthcare to work in a sustainable way, there needs to be some finances. Somebody needs to finance that care that poor people don't have. And then we learned about insurance. So we didn't know about insurance. So growing up, I didn't know anything about insurance. Maybe I knew third-party insurance because I have a car, but I didn't really understand it, right? So until I started getting into the industry 3-4 years ago, I didn't really fully understand it. But for us, there wasn't like a light bulb moment, right? It was iterative. So we were working on something in healthcare. Then we realized that to be able to solve that, you need to have healthcare financing, which is insurance. And then the more we spend time working on problems within the health insurance space, the more we saw the opportunity and the problems across the whole insurance ecosystem.
Incorporating various products for different processes in the software, Henry explains one of the products designed for every business owner in the country.
Cool. So Curacao Go is essentially like an embedded insurance platform, right? So there are two parts in play really with the Curacao Grow product. It's technology, which is a end-to-end technology from like APIs to SDKs to web interfaces and like mobile interfaces that allow both the insurance company to issue products, process claims, process payments on one side, and then on the other side allows any business to add insurance to their product, no matter what type of business you are, whether you're a digital business, an offline business, we're mostly focused on digital businesses. And then digital business like fintechs, banks, logistics companies, e-commerce companies, just any business that has a use case for insurance, whether they are trying to protect their customers or give their customers more sort of like a variety of products that include insurance products, or even just protecting their own business, right? So yeah, so that's the technology part, and then on the other side is the insurance brokerage, right? So because you operate as a broker, right, essentially. And so really those are the components. And in terms of the value that we're creating for some of the businesses we're working with like 100 plus businesses at the moment across, maybe for this particular product, maybe like 4 or 5 countries. And so the biggest value really for some of these businesses, there are 2 key things that make people try to like embed insurance within their ecosystem, right? So number 1 is to increase the value, well, let's say 3 ways, right? So number 1 is to protect their own business, to protect their own operation. So you can have credit companies that are embedding like credit life insurance to like their loans, to make sure that like if there's a default as a result of like critical illness or death, that insurance covers that. So there are use cases like that, and like logistics companies that are every goods moving within their platform that they're embedding it, just so that they make sure that they protect themselves. So there are use cases of that where people are like, this is a core component of what we need to do to make sure our business is viable, is sustainable, keeps growing without any risks, right? And then you have the other 2 segments. Another segment is people who want to generate more revenue. They have a lot of users. So this could be like the banks, the neobanks, like people who have like millions of users, hundreds of thousands of users. They're already offering a core service to those users, but they want to be able to make more money. They know that they can create more value and then they can make more money, right? So that's and then there's a third segment, which is people who, they're not necessarily motivated by money, but they want to offer their customers like more service, more value-added services, more things that can help them have better lives, and so on and so forth.
Working as a back-end organization and getting paid by use of your software, users can only have access to any of your services by going to any organization leveraging on their product.
Right? So again, maybe one thing to also mention, so we're purely infrastructure, we're a B2B company, right? So we're not selling directly to consumers. So if you're an individual, you're not buying from us, right? So you're going to encounter Curacao as part of an ecosystem of somebody else. So let's say, you're using, like, let's say Wema Bank, or you're using Pocket, for instance, on Pocket, let's use Pocket. So let's say you're using Pocket to do your thing, send people money, buy your airtime, and so on and so forth. And you were thinking of, okay, cool, I need to buy insurance for my phone, my Android phone. I want to make sure that if anything happens to it, my screen damages, it gets stolen, right? So you just go to Pocket. You go to any of our partners that is already leveraging on our infrastructure, right? So you go to Pocket, you can go to a bank that's using us, you can go to anybody, and then you buy that policy that you want, or products that you put in. And then, but it's just that we are at the back end powering all those things.
Apart from the declining rate of the Nigerian economy that affects a percent of Curaçao, one of the major challenges the organization seems to face is the establishment in a new market.
They're really hard. So they're like, a plethora of challenges, right? We wake up every day to them, and we go to bed. We try to solve as much as we can. But the challenge is that, the ball pass, if it's right now for us where we're going into newer markets, I would say, off the top of my head right now, one of the key challenges as you're going into a new market, there are licenses you need to get or partner, and then also, certain markets have like their own like nuances. Like some people like foreigners, some people don't. Some people like Nigerians, some people don't, right? So, I would say like obviously going into new markets, navigating all that, like, figuring out, okay, who's the right person to partner with, getting them to trust you. We don't have the best rep as Nigerians as well, right? Like within the continent. So we need to, make sure that these people trust us, and then they believe we're creating the right value for themselves and ourselves as well. So yes, I would say like scaling into new markets is definitely one of the key things that we're solving for. The trust factor, the right partnerships, the right licenses. For every single business, every single startup, obviously talent is still one of it. So we're still solving for making sure that we can find the right talent that has the right values as we do, because we have a very unique set of values, right? We're not we like to think that our values are really unique, right? So there are people who can work with us and there are people who can't, right? People who fit into our culture. So being able to find that, at the right budget, so that's definitely, there are roles we've been trying to fill for like a year or two now, right? We've gone through hundreds of people, and we're still, so talent is definitely like one of them as well. Let's see, again, obviously with every business like ours, funding is always there. Obviously we did a seed round recently, but again, we need to raise another one in the next couple of months as well to make sure the business keeps going. And then there's the industry challenges as well, right? So we're working in an industry that again is based off the fact that they are protecting risk. So when you're protecting risk, it also means you don't adopt innovation as an early adopter. You need to make sure it's safe, you need to make sure it's compliant and so on and so forth. So, but yeah, those would be the key things that come to mind.
Working with new partners in a new market has always been a great achievement for Curaçao, but it validates their effort in making an impact.
I don't know that there is one greatest achievement, really. Again, people would pretty much call the funding because I can see, but for us, I also may see when we sign some really big clients, again, people, we're really excited. Last year when we signed one of the biggest health insurance companies in East Africa, right? It's like Jubilee, because again, it was validating to see a big, again, we have some big partners as well. We have AXA, we have THT, but for us, it was very exciting to go to a new market, and then have a partner there, trust us, and then also validate what we're doing. So for us, yeah, so it would be signing new partners in new markets. Again, off the top of my head, recent is maybe the new partners you sign in maybe Senegal or Egypt. That's really exciting for us, right? Obviously, there are a few key moments within the company, especially maybe when you see people who join the company didn't have a certain skill and they grow, and then they're able to do certain things. But it wouldn't be a spotlight presence, but it's spotlight event or moment, but it's gradual, bit size celebrations within the company.
With the long-term goal of expanding to other parts of the world, Curaçao looks forward to becoming the market leader that provides insurance infrastructures.
Well, you will not only agree with me that health is wealth and one of the most important aspects of our lives. While Samuel and Eric tries to make the world a better place, they not only stand as a blessing to the nation, but to the world at large. That is all we have for you on this episode of Startups. Till we meet again, I am Tamilore Akinkolie.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Hello there. It's great to be back once again on your sports business show. Judy Olano is my name, and thanks for joining us. On today's show, it's going to be quite interesting. Of course, we'll be breaking down some of the stories that we will be reporting at this time as far as sports business is concerned. Also, we'll be looking at Nigerian players abroad and how valuable are some of those players, Nigerian players, okay? My co-anchor will be breaking it down. We'll be looking at this together on the show today. Once again, thanks for joining us, and don't forget that it is Sport Exchange is the program, and you can lock on to us every week for the best of sports business gist globally, locally, and everything that you can think of. We'll bring it out right here. Once again, if you're ready, we're ready, but that will be after this timeout. I will serve you the news.
Fantastically finished.
All right, welcome back. Straight to the sports business news now. Aliko Dangote, the richest man in Africa and the head of a major Nigerian conglomerate, is reportedly close to acquiring the French League Two team Valenciennes. The CEO of the Dangote Group is reportedly planning to purchase a 60% stake in the team, according to French media reports. The largest industrial conglomerate in Africa, the Dangote Group had previously expressed interest in purchasing Premier League team Arsenal, but the deal was not successful. And we move on. Steve Parish, chairman of English top-flight soccer club Crystal Palace, has disclosed that it has become a must for UEFA to change how it hands out Champions League money, with Europe's elite clubs having now become entitled with winning. Parish was in Brussels on the 24th of April alongside officials from 4 other English teams for the launch of the Union of European Clubs, an organization which seeks to give a voice to over 1,000 professional clubs on the continent. The Union of European Clubs General Secretary Denis Gudasic says that of the 22 billion euros in revenue earned from the club competitions over the last 25 years by UEFA, 34% of it had ended up in the hands of just 12 clubs. And over to Spain now. Spanish soccer giants Barcelona have secured a 1.45 £5 billion in financing to cover the Espai-Bassa project, which will lead to the redevelopment of the Camp Nou and surrounding facilities. Barcelona members approved a funding proposal of Espai-Bassa back in 2021, but the club has struggled to secure the financing for the project, which will see the capacity of Camp Nou grow to 105,000. Espai-Bassa is one of the several efforts being made by Barcelona to improve revenues, with the club activating several economic levers since Juan Laporta returned as president in order to remain competitive on the pitch. The United States Major League Soccer, Nashville Soccer Club has struck a 4-year extension with front-of-shirt sponsor Renaissance Bank. Nashville Soccer Club Vice President of Corporate Partnerships, Dan Farrell, says that Renaissance Bank has been Nashville's main shirts partner since the club's first MLS season in 2020, inking a deal in 2019. The bank had already deepened its ties with the franchise after becoming the kit presenting partner of Huntsville City Football Club, Nashville's MLS Next Pro affiliate team. And that's it for the sports business news that we're tracking at this time. Up next will be our dugout segment, and we've got some interesting gist for you when Michael Anchor joins me. Don't go away yet.
Fantastically finished.
Wow, welcome back. It's still Sport Exchange, and joining me in the dugout segment where we look at the 10 most valued Nigerian players in Europe. Today on the show, we're back home concentrating on what we have, the value we have back home. Sydney Okafor joins me again today to look at our players, our diamonds, all over.
You can see that again, our diamond indeed. And Osimhen himself is really doing great and wonderful now in the Serie A. And the way he's playing, the impact he's giving to Nigerian, my brother, is a big top notch. It's a big top notch. It's a big top notch. So as regards that angle now, the most valuable players currently in Europe, as we have it now, we have a Victor Osimhen.
But maybe we should talk about, let's start from Osimhen. Thank you for also starting. Of course, we should start because that is the rave of the moment now.
The man of the moment. The man of the moment.
So let's take us through what is Victor Osimhen. What's so special about Victor Osimhen now?
Well, as regards Osimhen, currently now Osimhen in Serie A, he has been able to score up to 25 goals in Serie A. And in short, he has been phenomenal. If we calculate every goal that he has played so far, and if you're looking at the card, a lot of players collect a lot of card, but Osimhen is not like that. Osimhen has just like 4 yellow card, no red card, and the whole minute he has played so far is about 2,000 minutes. And for a player to have played 2,000 minutes and being able to have about 21 goals, pardon me, I said 25, 21 goals this season in Serie A. Jide, what do you have to say to that? It's a great deal.
I think a great deal. For he's been breaking records anyway.
He's been breaking records.
Of course, I can't remember the last time Napoli won the particular Serie A, but it's like this is the year for Napoli. It's like there is nobody that is giving them that chase. And it all boils down to what Osimhen and the rest of the team have been able to do. And that has really shored up his value.
Exactly.
That is
and
one
the
fantastic
beautiful thing there is that they have about 17 points gap difference to their closest rival. And the last match they played against AC Milan, beating them 1-0. That's just, let me just say, that's the match decider. See the gap, 17. What else do you have to play for? Huh?
Unfortunately, the AC Milan didn't allow them go further in the Champions League.
I guess maybe that was why they have to do the needful in the Serie A.
Exactly.
And if you see in the Coppa Italian, he has played just one and he has no goal so far. In the UCL, with the UEFA Champions League, he has about 6 goals already. And in AFCON, Osimhen I'm talking about now, he has 4 goals to his credit. He has 5 goals rather, 5 goals to his credit, and he has played just 4 match in AFCON. So in total, all matches that he has played both in Serie A, in Coppa Italian, the UCL, and the AFCON. Total, he has played about 36 matches, and his goals in all this competition is 31. That is wonderful for a season. And if you're looking at Osimhen in time of value,
exactly. We'll go there. Before, what was Osimhen like before he joined Napoli? And what amount of what did Napoli have to pay if you compare it with what his value is now?
You know one thing, Chide, when he was still in Lille, what is this French club? Lille. When he was there, his market value was just 40 million.
Okay.
When Napoli came for him, they tabled almost about 70 and the whole deal wrapped to 75. But when you now add the other things included, it was about 104 million in total.
Okay.
Then after that, he's in Napoli. He has been fantastic. In all season, he has been able to score 31 goals. Now, as we speak, Jide, Osimhen market value is 100 million. You can see the difference. 75 million now to 100 million. That is huge money. And if anything is coming to buy him, it's going to be when you start doing the old add-on, it's going to be clocking about 150 million.
Wow.
Rough estimates, that's what I'm saying. Rough estimates, going to be like 150 million.
Of course, maybe I should put you on the spot. Do you think any club is hiring him? Because there are a lot of speculation.
Yeah. Like you said, speculations. I know Manchester United is interested. Manchester City is interested. And there was sometime a rumor was like Chelsea also was interested, but we don't know how really it's going to be. But let's see. Maybe after this season, maybe other team like Manchester United or Man City, people that has the money, or PSG, people that has the money will come for him. Let's hope so.
All right, quickly, let's move on to the next one. We've also, let's quickly talk about the man who has not really enjoyed the best of season now, Wilfred Ndidi is the man.
I'm so sorry for that, my brother. So sorry for that, our brother. Use the word.
So let's break it down. Of course, Ndidi left Genk FC to Leicester City, and he became the pillar or the fulcrum which that team was built at some point. But it appears that things are not working the way it should, to the extent that Leicester City might be going on relegation. But has that affected the value of Wilfred Ndidi?
Well, currently, yes, it has affected his playing pattern right now because of the injury. He has not really featured so much in this season's league, and even in the EFL, the Carabao Cup, the FA Cup, he has not really featured. But in Premiership, he has played about 23 matches so far. And despite that, he still ranked the second best player in Leicester. Second, in spite of his injury. And his market value is now about, currently, is 32 million.
All right.
Regardless of not featuring in most matches. It's 32 million. But before then, his market value before he joined them was, his sign-on fee was around 17.5 38.78 million. That was what the total money that was after add-on and everything was 70 million. But despite not even playing much match, ranked second best player in Leicester City, his market value is around that 32.
Okay.
Right, 32.
So if anybody will come, they will still be paying in that range for 32 million euros for him.
It will still affect because they want to negotiate because in terms of fitness, how fit is he?
Now, presently.
So even in AFCON, in playing for his own country, in his country, he's not really frequently like that because of this injury. So if I'm an agent or a club site, I'll think twice
before you do it. Okay, let's go to number 3 player. I know you will want to talk about Ademola Lookman also. That is one.
That's another hot cake.
Hot cake.
You know, the damage him and Osimhen is doing in Sierra is something else. Osimhen is the highest goal scorer there.
Okay.
He's the third highest goal scorer.
Okay.
And Ademola now is doing brilliantly. He's wonderful. Atlanta is really, the money they paid for him, he's really yearning for it. And you know, he left RB Leipzig to Atlanta. That's far back to last year. And his sign-on fee and everything was around 38.50 million in add-up and everything that sum up his money. But currently now, as we speak, his market value is 30 million.
30 million.
It's 30 million. That's money.
Okay.
That's money.
So whoever is going to be
coming for him
should be prepared. Prepared to pay. All right. Let's look at Alex Iwobi, the man who left Arsenal for Everton, but it appears Everton is struggling too now. And do you think that will affect if you look at the value too? But it seems that the young man is bringing a lot to the table as far as Everton is concerned. But does that justify? Will that be able to justify good money?
It will affect his value.
Okay.
It will affect his value. And when Lampard was there, Lampard gave him a good opportunity to showcase himself.
Okay.
And he did brilliantly. But now the position in the log is not friendly. But one thing I'm very certain is, if they should relegate, clubs will come after him. Because you can see the talent is there, the skills is there. But all he just needs is to play with the right set of team that can complement his playing pattern. So Iwobi is fantastic. Well, in terms of his market value, it's still on, let me say, it's still like on equilibrium. You understand? So he's around 25 million right now. So it's let's just hope maybe a good deal will come for him if Leicester goes to relegation. But I'm not wishing they should go to relegation. You understand?
I don't know, but looking at his stats, just 1 goal and 7 assists.
Yeah.
So far. Does that justify if the big money will come?
Yeah. The start has not been friendly. In Premiership, played 32 games. Just 1 goal, 7 assists, and you spent almost 2,000 plus minutes on the field. Well, in terms of goal, you know his position is not majorly goal scoring. His own is to create goal. Create goals for the top notch, the poachers.
And assist. Those passes. But 7, you know. Well, it's not that. Let's see how it goes. Okay, let's go to why is it that we've got Alex Iwobi struggling Everton, we've got Wilfred Ndidi struggling with Leicester City, and there's Taiwo Awoniyi also, who just came into the Premiership. And, 1 season, and it appears they might be back where they came from.
I think you can say that again. You know, when the season starts, Nottingham Forest spent a lot of money buying new players. But it's not about buying players. How many? What is the length? What is the time frame for them to be able to blend with each other? How can you bring that kind of mentality, the kind of playing pattern, the kind of style you want to see on the pitch among the players? Do you have the time frame? Premier League don't have time. They want quick results. They spent a lot of money bringing new player. And when he was in Germany, you see how he played. It was very fantastic. But now the whole thing of playing with players that you are not really familiar with, it will always tell on player.
I wish we can go on and on. We've got to quickly look at some of those things. I know you've got a lot to say.
Yeah, I do.
And,
I do.
The thing about Taiwo Awuni is that if we have to go by the current work rate in his club, if he was signed on by Forest, he was signed on at 30.65 million pounds. The way it is now, the current value is 20. That shows
it's not
that
going to be enough. I don't think so. It will definitely affect. Yeah. It will definitely. Now, when you say you want to sell, his market value now is 25 million. Abi. If I come now that I want Awoniyi, based on his goal stats, he just only have 4 goals, no assists, and he has played 21 matches. You won't expect me to pull that kind of 25 million on him. Yes, that's his market value. Okay. But definitely I'm going to negotiate with any agent of Nottingham Forest or the management or whoever is in charge. I'm going to negotiate that fee because what I actually want is goals.
All right.
Goals. So you're not giving me the beauty of what I want to pay you for. So why should I pay you that amount of money?
All right. Maybe Sydney will also be negotiating a lot during the end of the season for some of Nigerian players. But let's quickly go on a break, and when we return, the program continues. Don't go away yet.
Fantastically finished.
Welcome back, and we're still on Sport Exchange, and we are looking at 10 most valuable Nigerian players on the show today, the dugout segment. And Sydney Okafor is my co-anchor here, and I doubt if we'll be able to look at all the 10 players because of time, but Sydney, let's quickly check out some other names that are popping up as far as the players, Nigerian valuable players abroad are concerned. We've got Samuel Chukwueze. Samuel Chukwueze, by the way, has been touted to be the next thing, and everybody, we've seen speculations around him. I don't know, I've heard Manchester United at some point, I've heard Arsenal, I've heard, I don't know. The only team I've not heard is maybe he wants to play for Shooting Stars.
You don't expect him to come back there, to come and play for Shooting Stars. This guy came out from an academy, Diamond Academy, all the way from the East. And from there, he went abroad for a trial. And from trial, he is now something else in La Liga. What do we expect? No, we are not. We don't want to.
You should also forget that he is a product of the youth cadet championship. They played at the Golden.
Yes, and the under 20, under 27, under 17, under 17. Yes, and we did wonderfully. And this season now in La Liga, my brother, Chukwueze has done fantastic. He has played 29 matches. Well, his goal might not be that friendly. He has scored 6 goals, 5 assists, and played about 1,008 minutes on the field. But at least he's making contribution. We can see the goals at least is there. And in time of age, he's just 23 years old. There's still time for him to improve and do more. And I'm very sure with his left leg, he's going to do more.
But yeah, the value now, let's look at the value, and maybe you can also give it a shot, make a prediction. Is it likely to still be on the book of Villarreal by next season? And what's he going to cost if he moves to those rumors, if he moves to all those speculated clubs, one of those speculated clubs?
You know the beauty of all this speculation is that in speculation, there is always an outer of truth. It starts from speculation. From speculation, you see they're making move and making move and making move. Because this same speculation was what happened when he was still in Diamond Academy. Then they now went on trial and he was sold for 500,000. And a player that was sold then for 500,000 is now worth about 20 million euro.
Wow.
That's money. That's progress. But with time, he's 23. with time, I'm sure, before he gets to 24-25, he will have done better and in market value will skyrocket. Because presently, he's doing well at Villarreal.
Okay.
So his price tag is okay, he's fine, and I know he's going to do better because he's making Nigerians proud. He's making me and you proud, and that's what we want to be looking at. We want to be talking about them, see the success part of their story, and we hit on it and tell them to do better because we know they can.
All right,
so
okay. Let's quickly also, Joe, let's look at Kelechi Iheanacho.
Ooh, Kelechi Iheanacho.
Senior man.
Kelechi Iheanacho.
Senior man.
Kelechi Iheanacho.
How senior is the money?
You know, the issue I have with that, that's our brother. He started on the right foot under 17. He got an offer to Manchester City. But if I was in his shoe or whoever that is advising him, should have told that guy should start small, just like Osimhen. Should have started little and grow. But see now, he barely played match. He getting goals is an issue. The team now is struggling seriously. The same thing that is affecting me is affecting Ndidi in that squad. And this guy is a guy that is very promising. He's a guy that we know that yes, we know what he can do on the field of play. But his market value now is I'm not pleased with it. You can see it in me. I'm not pleased with it because you can see some skills, you can see some promising future in this guy. But his market value, he's playing the Leicester City, he's in Jide. No. I'm not happy. I'm not happy for that, the caliber of that player to be worth 17 million.
So what happens? What does the future holds for
a
player like Kelechi, especially if Leicester don't make it out of the relegation zone?
Well, if he does not really, if Leicester City should go to relegation, probably maybe let's hope maybe some of these West Ham, Brentford and the likes of them, or Everton maybe. Everton is still on the relegation team. Some of these other English Premier teams will come for him. If you can be under Pep Guardiola, the masterpiece that can craft player into something else, and you are not able to showcase it.
But same thing happened to what's it called? Gabriel Jesus.
Gabriel Jesus. Gabriel Jesus. You know, the competition there was too cumbersome. And if you look at Pep Guardiola, Pep Guardiola is not a coach that centers his attention on strikers.
Okay.
If he should center his attention on strikers, that means you are very, very good. Okay. He likes to work from the middle. He have a lot of creative players. You can see Rodri. That one is deadly. He's just like this guy that left, Fernandinho. Rodri, Gundogan, De Bruyne, this wicked guy, Bernardo Silva. They always dealt with Manchester United anytime they meet together. I've seen it. So that's why I can't really talk much in that aspect. But let's hope maybe if Leicester goes to relegation, a better team will come for him and he's going to do well. Let's be hopeful. But I'm just not pleased with his market value right now.
I wish we can still talk about Umar Sadiq. We've got Calvin Bassey and Paul Onuachu. Those are guys that are really raking in the box, but for today, we won't be able to go further. And before we go, one of the news is the Cherry news, though, because that's I was excited about it. If truly the news actually materializes, that's talking about the richest man in Africa.
Oh, Dangote.
Purchasing in Nigeria and also purchasing a club, Valenciennes in French, a French league club.
It's a very, very, very good news. It's a nice news, a wonderful news. It's something we pray for. But to some extent, I would rather feel that someone like Dangote should have bring this kind of money down home.
Okay.
They say charity start from home. All right. Have you heard where you say you go and do charity from abroad and you bring it home? No, you start from your home before you go out there.
So
he has the money.
Do you want him to start a fresh club or to invest?
He can invest. He can invest.
In one of the local
clubs. He can invest. The club we are talking about is not a fresh club. It's just that their promotion level has not been like as they expected to be in the major league. You getting it? So why can't he, in his influence, in where he belongs and the carcass of friends he has, he can pitch to these people. Let them bring this money, invest in our local league.
All right.
And we do better.
Maybe next,
I'm happy for that investment. I'm not against it.
Exactly.
But I just want him to remember home.
Maybe you will need to pitch to me next edition of the show and what is happening in the Nigerian Football League.
Whoa, yeah, wonderful thing is going on there.
Okay.
But let's leave that to next week.
Oh, okay. All right. That's it for this edition of the show. Thanks for joining us, and don't forget that you can also watch a repeat of the show. You can watch it over again on our YouTube channel and also our social media platforms. There you can go follow us on Twitter, on Facebook, and of course like our Facebook page, follow us on Twitter, and also you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. Till I come your way next time, I'm yours truly today, tomorrow, and of the future in sports business. Jide Olano.
I am Seibawa Linus Yemia. I'm a professional artist. I'm a curator as well. But I'm more of the artist now. I studied painting in school, and I paint, and my works actually talk about the contemporary Lagos life, especially as it relates to transportation and the downfall you find around Lagos. I'm trying to tell the downfall story in a new way, in a better way from what I think people have been saying, and I'm trying to create a new sense of understanding or appreciation for this popular culture we all live with in Lagos. So that's why I paint today, and that is what my works basically talk about, Lagos and Lagos downfall. Like so many artists before me would say, like when I was a child, I loved drawing. I used to draw everywhere, and yes, I'm one of them. I did that. I drew a lot on the floor, on the walls. I did a lot of paintings, and I was very fortunate to have a very wonderful father who was always providing art materials for me. So I had the opportunity to explore as much as I could as a child, and I created a lot. Then just having fun. Basically, children who studied art or didn't, they are all doing the same thing. It's just part of a stage of growth for a lot of us who have that part of creativity very high in us. So that was how maybe it started. I grew for so many years. I lost my dad quite early, so I didn't have all the full encouragement, but I still loved this thing. When I got to SS2 or SS3, yeah, it wasn't clear what I wanted to do. Like, I wasn't sure at all. Was it going to be art? Was it going to be this? I also love history. Like, I love history a lot. and I was thinking I was going to be an historian. I was saying it that day, I would be an historian. But later, I loved art again, so it was revolving around the two, and eventually I felt like, man, this is me, this is what I like doing, this thing gives me joy, let me do it. So I wasn't fortunate to be in a school that was teaching art at that time, so I have to go to a different school to meet the art teacher. So I was going to his place every evening to learn from him. Like, I took classes, and I wrote it in my WAEC, I wrote it in JAM, and I gained admission into art school. But something happened within the period of my SS classes, or the decision-making time. One of the things that happened was I encountered a book that has a collection of a lot of portraits, and I loved the portraits, like beautiful paintings of so many people, and I was like, oh, I would like to do this too. So it reinforced my love for this thing, and I felt like, oh yeah, this is what I would do. And I decided pretty fast about it, and I got myself into art school, and yeah, today I am painting and I'm enjoying doing it because it gives me joy. That's the key thing. I wasn't too sure I was going to be painting today immediately, because when I left school, I did not start like right away. I didn't start painting, I didn't start creating artworks right away, but I was studying art. I was creating some kind of stuff, like I have paintings I did within that period. Like all the time you find yourself painting, or people knew you say, help me do this, I want to do a portrait. I did all of that, but I was not very sure this is the thing I want to do. I wasn't sure because from the system of the schools to what I was seeing in the industry, I was a bit scared if there was a need to practice, because I wanted to do something different from what many people are doing, and I saw so many people doing relatively the same thing, and probably this is what the galleries want, this is what the people want to see, but this is not what I want to do. And since what I want to do is not what everybody's doing, I was a bit reluctant. Like I wasn't painting as such, because then it wasn't going to be what I'm creating now. But I knew I didn't want to do what the majority were doing, so it was a bit difficult to decide if I was going to just be creating the works. I want to tell my story like the cavemen did. They were telling their stories on the walls of the caves like the Egyptians did. So I felt like I want to do my thing, and I really wanted people to see my thing, so I needed to be sure. I dream about some of the concepts I paint, so I really wanted to give myself, if you see my work, it should be telling you something about me. So all of that were the reasons why I was going through a lot of challenges of should I paint, should I not paint. But eventually I saw one young Nigerian man. It's not really young per se, he's older than me, and he was doing something different from what everybody was doing. I was like, this is Nigerian, I love this work. I felt the work was real to him. His name is Bob Nusa. So I was like, I want to be like this person. I sent him a message on Facebook, like, I love your work, like, they're fantastic, this is unique, this is different. I felt this guy was sincere to himself, and eventually we met. I told him I loved what he was doing, and when I saw what he was doing and he spoke with me, I thought he read the same book. He said he didn't read any book, but he has had the conviction in him right from time. So after speaking to him, we became friends, we started talking. I had this encouragement, like the motivation to, yes, you go do your own thing, don't care about the crowd, close your ear from them, do your thing, and they will come. And well, we thank God today we're painting and people are enjoying the works today. One thing was you need to get materials, and you need to have funds to get your materials. So it was whatever I was doing that was giving me money. Like, not whatever. I used to do graphic designs for people, I do printing, I was working with some event people. So all of that, when I get the money, I buy materials. I also had a couple of colors, like a lot. I bought then because I had a project, like a mural project. So we bought close to 15, if not to 20 cups of these colors. So I had plenty of colors. So it helped me to experiment, and I have a lot of works that I did then that eventually they were unable to get to the gallery level, but I had a lot of materials, or I invested into the materials to experiment. So, and nobody needed to tell me paint it like this, paint it like that, but there are a lot of things about the business that I discovered without any formal class. I listen to people a lot, very much. I listen to people, and mostly older colleagues. I read, I'm a lover of YouTube. So I pick from this person, I pick from that person. But the key thing I think most of us never knew in school was that we did not know how to create a brand, because art is basically creating a brand. You can't tell me this today, you tell me that tomorrow. Even if you're telling me this today and telling me that tomorrow, is there a connection between yesterday and today? Are you talking about your time, or you're talking about a time that doesn't concern you? Or even if you're talking about yesterday or maybe 200 years back, are you relating to the people of this time the way they will understand it, or you are relating 200 years ago the way it was represented 200 years ago? In school, you paint it like that. You do a painting of Nefertiti, for instance, you will be depicting it like it's here in the Egyptian era. But I think contemporary art is not that way. It should be something this generation should be able to connect with. If you are remixing, that's what you do in music, you have to sing it like this time. You don't have to sing it like the way it was. You could pick elements from those generations. Like my work has elements from so many artists who have even painted over 100 years ago, but I will represent it, talking about it in this time and in a very different way. Funding and getting your branding right are the key things. Like I know I learned from the whole process of trying to grow up. So I'm a bit different in my practice, very different, and that's maybe the challenge I have. One, I don't carry my works to galleries as such. Like I have been in a gallery where artists came with so many of his works, and the gallery will be saying this one. I don't do that, because most of the galleries, I don't feel they will represent it the way I want to. So I think one of the things that I would have said is the major challenge my work has is that many people have not seen them, and I want many eyes to see them, but I want them to be displayed in the right manner and in the right places where the right people or the many people will see them. So getting enough galleries, like the kind of galleries I want to exhibit with, is practically a challenge, because between last year to this year I exhibited with only one gallery, that's Art 21 in a hotel run by Kalin Shagori. So yeah, it was a superb exhibition. It was a perfect place. I was like, man, because I exhibited in 2019 with some group of people, I wasn't really satisfied with the way my work was. My uncle wanted to see a video of it. I did a video though, but I couldn't send it to him because I felt this is not how I want people to see my work. So I now withdrew, and I like, if I don't get the right representation, I'm not putting out my work anywhere. So the major challenge is getting the right galleries to represent your work. And another thing is, before I discovered that gallery, I went to one or two galleries, but I didn't carry my physical work. I went with photographs in a portfolio. But the reaction I got from those galleries were, they weren't confident to show my work because they weren't sure of the audience that were coming to their gallery, if they were going to be ready to see something different or something new. They wanted things that looks like the things everybody is doing. I didn't want to do this kind of thing. So that was why I started withdrawing. Like, I want to see people interested in what I'm doing, then we can continue. But me chasing them yeah, even if I will have to chase people, then it has to be the right people. So, but we really don't have a lot of galleries who want to try the great things. Yeah, and many at times in history, people keep missing the beautiful works. The works that end up making history, most of the time, they don't end up joining. Like, people don't tend to benefit well enough because they were scared to start with these people. After I exhibited with at 21, I have had 3 other galleries that have approached me. One out of Lagos, one out of Nigeria, then another one in Lagos. So yeah, some of them were waiting to see, like, yeah, people like his work is now showing in that place. But not everybody wants to start you when you want to build the brand. So it's just those who really believe in, yeah, this guy has something unique and this is what we need. If you look at the continuum of artistry or the canon of painting, or I don't know the term to use, yeah, you know, it's not 100% different from what has existed. I did not invent colors, I didn't invent canvas, but minimalism is not new. There is a popular name, like some people when they see my work, they mention Piet Mondrian. You could say Frank Stella, you could talk about Klee, you could even relate it to, like myself, I relate it to the Ndebele traditional motifs in South Africa. So I can't say it is exclusively new or different from what has existed. It falls into a continuum of history that has existed before it. But then, it is talking about Danfo now. And talking about Danfo, you could Google Danfo if you don't mind. You could check the hashtag on Instagram after now, and you hardly find something like this painting you have here. You hardly find something like that painting. I do that, I check Danfo a lot because it's one of the hashtags that I follow. And people don't represent the Danfo story the way I am representing them currently. It's very different. This is me speaking, but I've heard it from people within Nigeria and even outside Nigeria, like, this is a very different way, or this is a new perspective to what we have been seeing. I pretty know it is. But I'm not saying minimalism, like they call it in the academic setting, is a new thing. People have been painting with flat colors, minimal colors, less details, go straight to the point, clean lines. All of that has existed for many years before me, and it will continue even after me. But in each of us who do this kind of painting, we have always tried to create something unique about us. That's the more reason why you said you saw so many yellows on my works. Yeah, because it's more like the me, the real me as a Lagosian. Of course, I'm referring to the yellow Danfo bus you saw on your way coming here and everybody is seen all around. It is that Danfo. The first thing about most people who depict Danfo, they pick out the 2 black lines on the yellow bus. That one is very common and it will continue. Then the second thing is, tell people to paint Danfo, they will paint a bus for you. If you look at my gallery on my phone, you see those 2 lines on the bodies of those Danfo buses. I have a variation of many other designs I have discovered from those buses. It's not just about 2 lines sometimes. There are varieties of them I have discovered, and I pick concepts from those guys and I interpret it in a very different way. You know, when they tell us to write a composition in secondary school, then you know, they will give everybody a topic. But by the time we all write our compositions, they come out in different ways because our thought processes are different. So I get this information. When it goes into me, my brain processes it differently. So in the course of processing those information, I tend to create these kind of works you are seeing today. So that's why it's like different, but it's still the same Lagos story I'm telling. Talking about the process of my work, most of the time it starts from observing and listening to the streets. I listen to people a lot, I observe what's happening a lot, and I pick ideas from there. Before I created this works, okay, let me just explain from the titles of some of the works here now. The first work up there is Okada Man. Everybody in Lagos can relate to Okada Man when you say Okada Man. So it's from the streets, but why can't we paint a beautiful Okada Man that can hang both here and in Los Angeles? It can hang in Helsinki, it can be hung in Pompeii or wherever. The people like, what's this work about? And you say, no, this is Okada Man. In this generation where we have Okada today. I am talking about this time, I'm documenting this time, but I'm representing it in a way that even people outside here would want to know more details about this. If you are new in Lagos and you first encounter my work and I tell you this is Johnny Just Come, and you're like, what is Johnny Just Come? You can Google it, then you'll understand, oh, something like this can happen. Then you will know how to relate to the people, because you could be a victim to people who take advantage of newcomers. So like this other one now, I titled it Owoda. Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry though, but not really sorry as such. The reason why the black line shouldn't even be on the yellow is because it shouldn't just be straight to the point sometimes. It should be like, why did you put the two black lines on the white place? Yeah, because I believe we can purify the concept of, or we can redefine the concept of collecting tax or collecting money from people in Lagos. You see the way I go like, hey, you know, all those kind of stuff. And I feel there can be a better way, even if I have some idea how it can happen. But I want to make people discuss this topic, or it should be part of discussions. So I'm trying to say it can be pretty organized the way my work looks. And I really want people to inquire or to feel interested in the story. So it's more of the story for me. I create a visual representation, and my visual representation oftentimes starts from paper to the system. Sometimes it doesn't get to the system, but sometimes it gets to the system the most simplest way it can come out. So all of that happens before I get my canvas. I get to get colors on the canvas. Then I work with some of the materials you find here. Like I measure a lot so the lines can be straight, so it can be very perfect. Yeah, I measure like all the time. Sometimes I use pencil, ruler, I mark it just to be sure I get it right. You see I have masking tape right here. Sorry I scattered the stuff. Yeah, so I use it to mark the lines so the colors will look neat. So I do that, then I work with acrylic color because it dries very fast. It looks very neat, it looks very brilliant. And I think that's it for now. I apply my colors with brushes. Like you can see, I have my brushes here. So I work with brushes. Don't mind the yellow brushes. I love them because they pretty look like the yellow I paint. So yeah, so that's me and how I work. Well, since I started painting and professionally practicing, I've been very fortunate. Yeah, let me put it this way. I initially said I tried starting with some lower galleries. I didn't succeed, but I am fortunate to exhibit or to be exhibiting with one of the best galleries, if not the best gallery in Lagos. That's at 21 Lagos. So many people dream they want to have their works hung on that wall, but not everybody gets in. Not everybody. Really, before you get the opportunity to have your work in such high class gallery. So me exhibiting or to have exhibited with such a gallery, it's a big one for me, because even people who I feel that this guy has gone high in the industry, I will be like, I really wish I can exhibit in that gallery. But it's not easy to get in there. So yeah, that's pretty one. Then last year, Artex Lagos, I don't know if you know about Artex Lagos, is the biggest arts fair in West Africa. I was one of their finalists during the Artex review. I knew I was the last person that was interviewed. I applied like almost at the end of the whole thing, but within 48 hours, I got a mail from them to send my portfolio, and I got the opportunity to be part of the participants in the review and one of the finalists. I think we were 12 in number, and I think the 3 people that ended with me, the last review, like I'm from Nigeria, one was from Panama, the other one from UK. So it's a big one. I know they had over 500 applicants, like they said, but not everybody got to that height. Not everybody has gotten the opportunity to have their works posted on ArtX page. Like, it's a big one for me, and it is really cool that I have been fortunate to get people from the high class being interested in my work more than those down. Yeah, so it's a good achievement. The value of a work of art is not quantified by monetary value we place on them. A lot of times it's not by that, and the value oftentimes, mostly in the secondary market, is not even determined by the artist himself. Yes, I kind of have some prices I tag my work with when I want to sell them. Like I say, this one is 250,000 naira. Yeah, it's not because of the work is this size or is that size. I value it by what I perceive the creativity I've put into it worth. So that's how I do it for myself. Then a lot of time in the market, in the primary market, like in the galleries, the size of the work contributes to what the work should cost or what it's going to cost. The name of the artist, like how well or how good is that brand being bought. I see my work breaking records in the art market. Like, I can't tell, I wouldn't know how much it's going to go for, but I feel what I am doing would make those headlines in the future, and I really want it to influence the way people think, the way people behave, especially in Lagos. Like, Lagos sometimes gets so chaotic, and I pick inspiration from this chaos and refine it to a very clean canvas painting. And I really want to see this clean canvas painting influencing the people who inspired me again. So I envisage it's going to bring discussion that will make Lagosians look at if these are lifestyles or these old kiosks could make somebody say, I want people to move in straight lines, to move clean, to have a clean environment, to have a more structured way of going about doing things. I really see that happening, because if I have more of this going out and more people getting involved in the discussion, it's really going to influence the characters of people, and it might give us a better Lagos in the future. So I see it influencing lives, influencing thinking, influencing the basic things you find yourself around. Like even the car you drive, maybe someday you'll be picking somewhere from my work to paint your car, and it's going to look pretty unique from all the rest cars on the road. So that's really what I see my work doing in the future. I believe I will be involved in very important exhibitions, hopefully in the next 5 years' time to come, around the world. I want to believe before the next 5 years to come, I would have been able to create more interesting pieces than the ones I have today. Any other thing that comes out of creating those beautiful pieces that is going to make the world a better place is left to the people who are receiving the work. So whatever they do, if they receive it well and if they appreciate it well, it may go beyond what I am expecting. But for now, I can say, yeah, being part of important exhibitions, creating more interesting pieces and all of that is what I can do, which are the things I can control within my own power.
Ema nata mi ro gwe ore pigwe wu. Ema nata mi ro gwe de pe wa wo lele bile ko yin re. You know go mi yan na dran de wuga. Lo wo lo iku do re. We no mi do ohun lo do wa do lo. Ohun lo wa.
We want to beg the government so to talk to Femi Adelaja. When he's coming here, we bring the white boat, that the last one boat, will come with it with many soldiers. Nobody can near the boat. So we are only begging God to help us.
Look at Torubami. Torubami, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we will settle you in another community. Torubami people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
If we are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body, they will kill you so that you will not be able to move front, to come and push them away.
Makoko community is an urban slum, which the Lagos state government considers a dent to its megacity ambition. The government wants to relocate and resettle the people of the community so it can redevelop the place. But the terms of relocation, resettlement and compensation are not clear. For years, the Makoko, Shoguro and Okeagbon communities have made this place their home. But recent efforts to develop the waterfront threaten their very existence. Hospital. So where exactly does the government plan to relocate the locals? What happens to the fishing community? And how does a mega upscale property solve the city's housing deficit? TV360 Nigeria launched an investigation into the redevelopment plan of the Lagos state government and sought to find answers to these questions. Every morning, 55-year-old Godonu Ojo paddles his canoe to the Lagos Lagoon just meters away from his ancestral home in Makoko to fish. Like thousands of other fishermen in the Makoko waterfront community, Kodonu survives on the daily income he gets from selling his daily catch. But the reclamation activities of the Lagos State government, in partnership with the private developer FBT Coral Estates Limited, threatened not only the livelihood of Ojo and other local fishermen here, but also their homes.
I'm a fisherman too. I used to go to fishing, but when that dredging come, there's a time that they put it on the water. That time the water float with it. When somebody pass, that boat with it, there's something that used to bring sand will disturb the person. Even though the big wave is coming, the boat can capsize. So we try to manage until they put it on the ground of water. But that thing drive the whole fish to the sea. So that thing now can drive the whole fish to the sea and drive them moving around. They will not come nearby.
From the fishermen who toil all day on the lagoon, to the women who smoke the fish, and then finally to the fishmonger who trades our wares at the popular Makoko seafood market, the survival of each resident is tied to the Lagos Lagoon. But residents say the sand-filling activities on the community waterfront has made fishing very difficult. According to the Lagos State Commissioner for Agriculture, Abisola Olusonya, the artisanal fisheries subsector of the state's fish supply chain presently contributes 80% of local fish production, which accounts for 40% of the state's total fish demand. She added that it also provides a major source of livelihood for fishermen in the state, and Makoko is one of the sources of the city's fish supply. But despite its economic viability, the Lagos State government would prefer that Makoko, Iwaya waterfront community does not exist. Rather than cars and motorcycles, canoes bump into each other here in Makoko, an informal waterfront settlement in Lagos, Nigeria. It is often called the Venice of Africa, but its floating slum status where thousands live in wooden houses nestled on stilts in deep murky waters tell a different story. The multicultural nature of this riverine community reflects in the language, majorly Egun, Yoruba and French. Despite being a slum, life here is tranquil. Residents engage in routine business activities, offering various forms of services such as grocery shops, door-to-door salesmanship, canoe manufacturing workshops, and even schools that cater for both English and French-speaking people.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Trouble began for the community on July, lost his life, and many others sustained injuries.
Dubai na time do bon oludo to gbo we sin oro lo mo ga time ton ga ri do no ma time don lo ma chen o ko le ton lo ma chen ton yo e mo do yan le yo a do gbe ami amo gbe do mi lo loma ba yi kle ane ganyo mo no ejoru ba no lo yiro ya beto o ya beto ya beto lo he mi do rano nu je ejo yi ba no lo ye je nu sanji do asawe ji wa yi ye je nle sin sanji do ya be me le ron to o me ro wo lo nu e gan le ko mi mo nu gan le gbo ejo ro wo lo nu do ni ijo lo me mo so ya mi gbele gbo do wo lo nu.
Again in 2020, the Lagos State government announced the reclamation of 54.58 hectares of Makoko for redevelopment by developer FBT Coral Estate Limited. But this plan has been widely rejected by residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community.
Tí a fẹ́ kí wọ́n kó wa kúrò nínú omi bí ọkọ̀ tó wà ńbẹ̀ a fẹ́ a like ẹ̀ lálálálá ni mo wí torí bó ṣe wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe fún gbogbo wa àwọn èèyàn wa bó bá ṣe díẹ̀ díẹ̀ nísìn wọ́n wá kó wọn kúrò wọ́n ní níbi kankan fi sùn sí gbogbo wa nìkan wà nínú bùté wà nínú ọkọ̀ bó bá níbi kan wá sùn sí kò dáa àlọ́mọ wẹ́wẹ́wẹ́ ọmọ pọ̀ mo fẹ́ a fẹ́ kó wọn sí a lè kúrò ń bí but bí ìjọba fẹ́ tún àwọn sukùl ṣe fún àwọn ọmọ wa ó dáa.
I'm a graduate of BSP Polytechnic. I graduated there, and it's from this fishing money that I was sent to school. We have many students here. We have more than 200 students, more than 300 to 1,000 students that are schooling here. We are all trained, all sent to school with this fishing money. If there's something in that place, how are we going to survive? How are these people going to survive? Fine, they are talking about development. I know it's not good for we to be staying like this, like wasted. There's no way, there's no place to put waste, dustbin, you understand? No good health center, no government school here. But we ourselves, we support their motion that said they want to develop, but it shouldn't be that way. If truly they would develop the community, they should come. We, the youth, the community, everybody will discuss in a democratic way. They can't just go there and impose dredging or impose any forced eviction on us.
There's no place that can be free to them other than fishing ports. I don't know where you want to take them to. I don't know where you want to develop for them. The only place they can live peacefully is at the fishing ports. So, no to the land grabbing. You know, we have experienced a lot of things, and now we have come to say no to the land grabbing, and let us not be chased from our homes.
The locals, made up of 3 fishing communities, Makoko, Okwagbon and Sogoro, have organized themselves on different occasions to protest the government's relocation and redevelopment plans. They say rather than build the much-needed infrastructure the community needs, the government is employing subtle means to steal their land and redevelop it for the benefit of the city's rich. In 2017, thousands of people in Otodogbame, an informal fishing community, were left homeless when officials of the Lagos State government and armed policemen conducted a forceful eviction. The raid led to the destruction of homes of about 5,000 people and the death of a man who, according to the Justice and Empowerment Initiative (JEI), was shot in the neck.
Look at Torobami. Torobami, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that, don't worry, we'll settle you in another community. Torobami people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now, everybody now in Makoko community, all the people you have chased away, you have promised to relocate them in another community, which you didn't even do. And you now chase them to, they run into Makoko community. Now, the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
These particular people are the people that spoil Otodogbame. They went to Otodogbame. They sound-feed the waterfront. They make it impossible for the people, the fishing people, to move outside. Since they can't move outside, they use the sand to block the waterfront and then wage war on them, calling the touts, the police, without informing the governor. So when they started this thing, they killed more than 5 people were killed during the Otodogbame forced eviction that took place in 2017.
In an apparent move to avoid public backlash, the state government chose to adopt a new approach of dialogue with the representatives of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. But things quickly turned sour when the locals felt sold out by their leaders, or bales, as they are called in the local language. Residents showed us an MOU where the bales signed an agreement with a private developer, FBT Coral Estates Limited, giving consent to the state government's proposed redevelopment and regeneration plans. The residents, however, argued that the MOU was signed without the general consensus of the community.
When they came, they proposed the plan. The youth, everyone in the community doesn't support their motion. So we said no. Suddenly they went to meet with the developer Femi of FBT Cora Limited. So when they met with Femi without our consent, we heard that they signed an MOU. They signed a MOU. When they signed the MOU, we heard about it. We are not happy because we didn't meet together to discuss this. So we were angry. We asked them that we are not in support with this MOU they signed. So they were like, we are the leaders. Anything we want is that. Anything we want is what you will take.
What I've learned so far, speaking with members of this community, is that while they are open to development in terms of better schools, healthcare and other infrastructure, they want all of this on their own terms. Now, their fear is that these developers could take advantage of them and steal their land. Now, they say that fishing is their primary source of income and any form of relocation is not welcome.
It is important to understand that the MOU speaks of several redevelopment projects that the community will benefit from, such as jobs and other social amenities. But a part which speaks of a displacement and resettlement at a later date worries the residents. The Lagos State government, on one hand, promises to redevelop the area and turn it into an upscale estate in line with the themes agenda of the state. But in the same breath, the MOU speaks of a relocation and resettlement of the locals. This contradiction raises three major questions. Since the MOU did not mention the construction of low-cost housing for the residents, how will the construction of an upscale mega estate be of benefit to the fishing community? Where does the government plan to move the fishing community to? And how would they be compensated? These are the questions TV360 Nigeria put forward in these letters to the Office of the Public-Private Partnership, whose special advisor is Okpe George. The Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development, headed by Ahmed Kabiru, and the Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, which was headed by Salako Idris at the time of this report. Sadly, all attempts to get a response from these three agencies, who play vital roles in the redevelopment plan of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community, have been futile. After an initial cancellation of a scheduled interview by the Special Advisor to the Office of Public-Private Partnership, Okpe George, we finally got a response months into this investigation. In a signed letter, the Special Advisor gave vague assurances of the state government's resolve to work in partnership with the locals. His responses did not give clear and direct answers to the questions and demands of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. We have also tried to get answers from Felix Moka, who is named as a legal representative of the Makoko Iwaya fishing community in a memorandum of understanding. All calls to his numbers were unanswered and he did not respond to his text messages.
Despite several protests, reclamation activities on the Makoko waterfront continues. As you can see behind me, that's a dredging machine set up by FBT Coral Estate Limited to reclaim more than 50 hectares of land off the Makoko waterfront. Now, fishermen say the dredging activities, as they call it, has made fishing quite difficult.
While the questions of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community remains unanswered, the sorry state of housing deficit in Lagos is better explained in these numbers. An estimated population size of 23 million residents, a housing stock of 1.49 million units, and a household size of 4.9 people puts the housing deficit of the state at 3.2 million housing units. The Lagos State government is not unaware of this problem and says it has delivered 14 housing schemes in the past 2 years, contributing 7,000 affordable housing units. While this number of homes can barely solve the city's housing problems, these houses do not come cheap, as houses range between 4 million naira and 20 million naira. With Lagos having a poverty rate estimated at 8.5% and the vast majority living below extreme poverty levels, the construction of mega estates and even the low-cost housing estate is unaffordable for an average Makoko resident. This will further worsen the housing crisis and push more of the state's population into slums and, worse still, homelessness. To better understand the state's housing situation, I paid a visit to Lukman Oshodi, an infrastructure and development expert who led a research team in 2016 on the Lagos State government's past and present policies and projects that border on urban regeneration, housing and infrastructure development in the state, especially mega projects. Oshodi tells me some of his research outcomes.
If you look at the city of Lagos and the development orientation, all this resettlement, relocation, they are yet to be fully adopted as a culture of development processes in Lagos. If you look at development trajectory of Lagos, there is no way you can have a new development without some level of demolition and all that. But the process of going about that demolition so that it doesn't really expose the dignity of the people who reside in those places into danger, into ridicule. Those are the key points that need to come into play.
Sadly, the problem runs deeper than mere numbers suggest. When evacuations are carried out, families are torn apart and may never be properly compensated or resettled decades after. This was the case of some residents of Old Morocco who were lucky to be resettled in this substandard housing in Ikota area of the state. Now 70 years old, Roselyn Odimoko was a young mother and wife in 1990 when she and her husband lost their homes when the then military governor of the state, Raji Razaki, ordered the forceful eviction of more than 3,000 residents of Morocco.
When they give us notice 7 days that they're going to let everybody pack away, we think say that is a joke. Before the 7 days, they bring bulldozers, soldiers, surround all the whole Morocco. That day of 7 days, they start demolishing all the whole places. That's during Razaki regime. That 1990. Like I myself, I sleep for main road for good 2 weeks because nowhere to go. I have children. My husband is there. Many people, we don't know where to go. 7 days notice to go out is how Morocco. Some people are sleeping under bridge everywhere. The government still call us when we are reporting. Where are we going? Where are we going? Then give us say that we come and take our allocation paper for this 8 years a year. We went there. Then give them. Like we have 2 houses. They not even give us 1. Some people have 3. Then give them 1. It's by luck. The house at Morocco is 10,000 houses. But the people they locate for this place, both Jakonde and this, it's not all to 6,000 or 5,000. You see, when this thing happen, then give us allocation paper. Everybody comes to find the zone house here, and when we get, some people get the place, they enter. When that time there is no window, it's uncompleted building. Yeah, there no window, no door, no nothing. Like this bridge now, many people die because nowhere to hide themselves. Before we use zinc and everything, putting for the doors and this thing. After then call us again for roofers. Even they give us paper for the roofers. doors and the roofers, and we take it and come and fix it by ourselves.
While the eviction has been described as one of the largest forced evictions in Nigerian history, the people still face the threat of losing everything as land grabbers and encroachers threaten them daily.
February this month, this year, we just say caterpillar just coming. They bring sand, fill all these places. When they break, they will continue fill. When they break, they fill. When they break, they fill. We go and meet them and say, who send you this work? Because we know because they have gone and this OPC people. And then we cannot go and meet them. We send people go and meet them. Where are you coming from? Who send you? They say they want to develop care. If you want to develop, not be develop. If you never see us, why you say you want to develop this place? Nobody against developer. The only thing, if you want to develop, you have to come to our community and ask us, say, what happened? This is our landlord or this is the landlord. Well, we don't discuss with you, just continue to break our house. We just begin the drag. After when we drag, they don't give us any results. We have to go back. We go to, during that time, there's one court when they go for Yaba. We went to the court, we complained, they said we should bring our allocation paper for court. We submit all our allocation paper. Still, we tell the court, say, they are breaking the house. Let's give us stop those people for us, Joshua. They say no, they cannot stop.
This is how they normally treat us in this community like this. You see these people you are seeing there, so he's accusing the landlord association. They are the land grabber and they are the agent of the land grabber. They are working for Manuel Eberu and they are working for Yemi Idowu, which is the Aircom owner. So that is the way they threaten our in 2017-2018. They kill like 4 or 5 men. When they come again this 2022 again now, there's an old woman, slum. So also a pregnancy woman also die in these cases like this. Even though around 2:30, they also tormenting. If you are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body. They will kill you so that you will not be able to move front. So come and push them away.
We're just about running up our interviews with the residents of Ikota Estate when a security operative who did not identify himself came to us and ordered us to pack up our cameras. He also accosted some of the residents. He said they encroached on the area, and he also threatened to identify them and deal with them if they do not leave that area. He was also seen filming some of us and the residents to leave. Now, in response, the residents have told him that this is their land, and they also tell me that this is the way these unknown security operatives come around to harass them.
Makoko isn't the only community in the threat of an eventual displacement, and Old Maroko is just one of several communities that have ceased to exist.
Believe it or not, this part of Lekki in Etiosa local government area used to be a thriving town of Maroko, which more than 300,000 residents called home. Maroko was adjacent to Ikoyi and east of Victoria Island. While all traces of old Maroko has been destroyed to make way for this affluent neighborhood, the original residents make do with substandard housing given by the Lagos State government as compensation.
The human and psychological effects of their eventual eviction and the apprehension of what the future holds reflect in the dynamics of human dignity, protection of aquatic life, and preservation of indigenous communities in Lagos State. Folashade Ogrinde, TV360 News.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Yes.
I was expecting the noise.
Noise?
The siren and everything.
Can't I have a break even for a few hours from this sirens and so on?
Now I see why you want to come back here now.
Yes. You can see this place is more friendly, isn't it, than Abuja?
Wow. So how much do you miss it when you're not here?
Well, very much so. That's why when I come, I keep my eyes very wide open, as if it was the first time I'm coming. This fruits bearing trees are growing very fast. Yes.
So you're counting the days now?
I am counting the days, not even the months.
What amazes me is that if you know him now, to me is the same Buhari I knew, 1953. He's a good listener. He will accommodate you, listen to you, and he will never fight back.
If you are not hardworking, if you are not honest, if you are not dedicated to your duty, don't come near Mr. President Buhari. He has a very long face, but you have to catch up. He looks after the welfare of his staff, especially his close aides. He makes sure everything is well or is fine at home front, because he asks questions. That's how is everything going on? And whenever there's anything, he takes your problem as his own problem.
The ordinary people are his friends. And then Kaduna, you come and see them in his sitting room. They are not only in the sitting room, but they are on his dining table, eating with him.
There wasn't any day you go to Sultan Road #1 that you will not see people queuing, and that he will not attend to you.
When he goes to his farm, the only thing you will know that he is not with them is because of his white dress and height. He mingles with them. When we're going to the mosque, we enter the normal place where other people are and join the queue from where we find it. We don't overstay our queue. And normally, during Christmas or Salah, the father buys a dress for his children. And from 1996, when I started working with him, up to this year, he will buy me Salah dress. Every Salah. So along with his children. So I'll have my own children, my own Salah dress.
When my mom passed away, we were going to hold a commendation service for my mother in Lagos, and I just sent her some cards. I sent one to his house in Kaduna. Lo and behold, on the day an SUV just drove into the premises of the hall, and I went to welcome whoever was in it. When they opened the door and I saw him, I was shocked. So you could make it? He laughed. And he stayed with us throughout that service, a Christian service. A man they used to call a Muslim bigot. He stayed throughout that Christian service. It was one of the things that convinced me that the man was not who people were saying he was.
I first met him in 2007 because they were trying to meet pastors who could also, and not only pray along with them, but who could identify with him to remove the toga of Islamic fundamentalism, which he has been labeled with for too long a time. I saw him as a forthright person, an incorruptible leader, and one that was ready to bring about discipline to our society.
He's a very self-effacing person, also very witty and humorous when he's comfortable in the environment he is. He can be surprisingly shy when he's not comfortable, he's amongst people who he's not accustomed to being around, and he can live in his own skin and say very little. But when he's comfortable, he can be a pot of good humor.
I got to know him from about 1976 when he was the Minister for Petroleum. And I was working in the presidency. You know, he has this expectation of people to take their responsibility seriously. He gives you an assignment, he expects you to carry it out.
Mr. President.
President Buhari, you go into his office, see him reading, let's say, a memo. You not even notice you are there. He puts in his 100% on that memo until after he reaches the end of what he's reading. He does not even know somebody is there standing.
We first met January 1953. Buhari, as a child, was quiet, humble, and reserved.
There's one thing I also learned, that you lost your father very early. How was that growing up?
Yes, well, it was a difficult time. I didn't know my father, so I was an orphan, which means I didn't enjoy the protection of a father. I didn't know my father. And I went into a boarding school for 9 years. 3 of the primary school and 6 secondary school. Yes, I miss my parents, but I was lucky. We were a generation of lucky people.
His father passed away when he was 4 years old. His father had 3 wives. Muhammad was the youngest of 23. He had sort of surrogate fathers throughout his career, including within the military and including within the school system.
He was brought up by his senior brother, who was a teacher. He is one of our teachers. So he had a good home training under the care of his senior brother.
President Buhari is my uncle. I'm his nephew. My name is Amandaura. His mother, Hajia Zulehat Musa, is my grandmother. Her first child was my father. Her last child was Muhammad Buhari. My father was his guardian, but it was tough for him, but tough for us also. Life was very tough in those days. You went to school in the morning, you came back and you go to the bush, collect firewood for the night reading. We had no lamps in those days. We used firewood to light, and we had slates, which we wrote chapters of the Quran and read. And so you have one chapter, you read it during the session, and then tomorrow morning you wash it, and another chapter or a piece thereof is written, and you learn it by heart.
So when I was away from home, I think I was constrained to behave myself because there was nobody to rescue me. So I was behaving myself. As I said, I became a class monitor, I became a junior prefect, I became senior prefect, I became a head boy.
You know, boys will be boys. You will transgress on occasions. You will be late for school, refuse to attend lessons sometime, go out to play, and that will be severely punished. Whoever did that will be punished. And the teachers were, I wouldn't say harsh, but they were disciplined. They taught us discipline. If you transgress, they lash you.
There was discipline in schools then. There's corporal punishment. And I think to a certain extent, it molded the minds of the children and so on and so forth.
Our generation was very lucky. Our teachers were absolutely committed and dedicated. And they treated us like their own children. If you do well, you are praised. You are brought before the classroom, your work is shown and you are praised. If you don't perform, you are again brought before the classroom, stripped and flogged on the buttocks. And there is no way I can forget school because what we call the teacher I see there, called Malam Abdul, is a very strict person. And he doesn't spare the rod. We call it Bulala. Really. We don't like the rainy season approaching because we have to go to school farm. You wouldn't be late there, just like a classroom. And if you are late from 6 to 2, bulalas on your buttocks. And you have to remove your shorts so that you get to the message proper. Among the teachers, I could only again remember our Arabic teacher. No matter how hot it is, he comes in with a turban. And every week we are given to recite part of the Quran. Every week. And the only thing we can do to avoid it is to report sick if we haven't recited the part given that week. So we report sick. But even if you report sick, then you are stopped from going to a breakfast break until you recite the verse you are given in the class.
You didn't get too much Bilala because you are always like a leader in class.
You will be very surprised. I got a lot because I try to avoid going to the school farm. And if you miss it, you are not allowed to go on breakfast break. So you will have no break until the school is closed. But what I do between the first whistle and the last one, I go over the wall of the school, rush to home, and sometimes I'm eating up to the time I go into the classroom. And no way one could forget those days. Trying to be clever by half.
How did a boy from Daura end up in Liverpool, straight out of secondary school?
I was picked from here, and then the whole of the north, again, I was the only person picked to go to UK, recommended to go to UK, Elder Dempster. Elder Dempster line. Were given some slots for children from each region, from the north, from the west, from the east then, and from Lagos. 4 of us were taken. And that's how I managed. You can see the system then. Here in Kaduna province, we are the junior part. In Daura here, but I was picked, from the whole of the north to go to UK for holidays. That's when my father visited to the UK. And what struck me when we arrived at Liverpool, we went to the center of the Liverpool. Some of the cities in London, then there was a central roundabout in the town. From there, you can go to other places. And when we went down about break time, I saw people coming out. Everybody well dressed up, just the way you are, but almost three-piece, handsome, healthy. And then I reflected a street back here in Kaduna on my school days. When I'm going to the mosque on Fridays, blind men, cripples, leopards, people in rags begging for what to eat. So I say, God, how can we understand? That impression is still there in me. You look at people coming out as if they made it up themselves. Very well dressed, handsome. Underdevelopment is terrible. The only thing I can say.
He was interested in science at the time. He was thinking of becoming a doctor. He was born in 1942, sort of the end of colonial era in Nigeria. They didn't really have a medical school yet at ABU. It turned out not to be a career path for him, although it was an interest. When he was finishing up secondary school, the Emir of Katsina, who was the neighboring Emir to Daura, was encouraging young men from the north with leadership potential to go into the officers' training.
The Emir of Katsina then, he sent Hassan. It was no longer a profession for the poor. My height was a disadvantage to me. Then there were cadets only in government colleges. Zaria, Kepi in the north, I don't know how many in the south. The provincial secondary school, which was my school, they were not given army cadets. But the Emir of Katsina wanted to make a case to late Sardauna that he wanted a cadet school, a cadet in his secondary school in the state. So the Sardauna told the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister told the Minister of Defense. And then Katsina had a cadet. And then a retired ex-World War II veteran from Katsina was made to be in charge of the training. Just because of my height or something, I was picked to be the sergeant. So from there, I was impressed by the military discipline and so on. So when I left, I just went straight to the army.
And he was very attracted with the idea of uniform, discipline, and extracurricular activities like night exercise and drills that attracted him very much, and he was eventually, plus he had a few friends like Sheikh Eradua, may God have mercy on him, and Jega, Emir of Gwandu, and Magoro. They were his classmates, and they all started, so that the hard instinct also had an influence in his decision to join the army. And he has never regretted it since.
It must have been something for him. I mean, he went into the army to be a soldier. Then there was a political crisis, the coup and the counter-coup, then the Civil War.
This is where the value of fighting for country comes in, because at every point of his military training, he was taught, you fight for your country, you die for your country, and you do it with honor. And so the idea of splitting the country just sent shockwaves through these people. Even though they knew some of these counterpart officers on the other side, they never saw it as Buhari never saw it as an Igbo thing, as an ethnic thing. He always saw it as the rebels and the attempt to split the country.
His battalion, the 2nd Battalion Nigerian Army, he was number 2 in the battalion. They were the first to fire shots. A battle in which they were advancing and the opponents, the rebels, shot at them, and the fellow on his right was killed, the fellow on his left was killed. But he was unscathed. It was dreadful, dreadful. I was so afraid reading the dispatches to see the casualties, and I always pored over the casualties to see if his name was involved.
The Biafran Civil War was one where you didn't know you were going to survive. They were hacking their way through the rainforest, which was very different than the dry savanna in the north. And his men had to be sure to take health precautions, change their socks, not get fungus in their feet and things. So he was always concerned with the welfare of his men. I think even his critics would say this, that this was a young officer who took his leadership seriously.
And if I tell you that I walked across Nigeria from Benue State virtually up to the sea when we were fighting the Civil War, the 30 months in the Civil War, I was always in the front within the small arms range for the 30 months. I was never relieved. But when I was sent to India and the United States subsequently to do my training, people were saying, why always Buhari? But when I was being sentenced to the front, nobody asked, why didn't they bring me back to their headquarters where they have time to drink and dance? This is Nigeria.
There was a bloodless coup today in Nigeria, which is Black Africa's biggest and richest nation and the world's 8th largest oil producer. The overthrow of strongman Major General Yakubu Gowon.
Fellow Nigerians, events of the past few years have indicated that despite our great human and material resources,
so I heard you met the then Colin Buhari when he was governor of the Northeast.
Way back in the early 70s or mid 70s, I was a young student, aged about 18, 19, and he was then governor of the Northeast. He was military governor of the Northeast, and I was a young student activist as the Secretary General of the Students' Union in the then Northeast College of Arts and Sciences. And when Murtala was killed, I led the delegation of students to protest the killing of Murtala, demanding that the coup plotters be brought to book and be tried. Well, he was quite a very serious-looking military officer, and my impression of him was that he was somebody that was destined for the future to become an effective leader in this country.
General Shehu Yaradua, may God bless him, may Allah have mercy on him, told me how Buhari was made Minister of Petroleum in Obasanjo's government. They set the group who were naming ministers and governors and so on, and they said, who is the most honest and the most serious among the officers of the Nigerian army? The one with the most integrity, and they honed in on Buhari. So they appointed him Minister of Petroleum, and they all thought he would not get his hands dirty with oil money.
fraud, indiscipline, corruption, squandermania, misuse and abuse of public office for self or group aggrandizement, which had assumed debilitating proportions in the last few years, will be dealt with ruthlessly, no matter whoever may be involved.
It wasn't easy in the sense that I noticed a lot of things were going wrong, personally. People were looking for office just to be materially endowed or empowered. I thought it was wrong. I think leadership is a sacrifice.
It was clear to the senior officers, including Buhari, that the junior officers were going to do something if they didn't. And the junior officers were taking their cue from next door in Ghana, where Jerry Rawlings had just taken over, a young flight lieutenant in the Air Force, and lined up and shot the previous senior military people who had been ruling the country. So the senior military people in Nigeria thought we'd better stabilize the situation. We don't want another, Jerry Rawlings situation here.
Buhari was not terribly keen. He wasn't terribly keen about it, but there was nobody to lead the change of government, nobody with the credibility and the integrity to, to convince the country that a change was necessary. It wasn't his choice.
We need to emphasize self-discipline and leadership by good example. Begin by drawing public attention to little but important everyday manifestations of indiscipline, such as
try to impose discipline on the country. So it was a kind of a culture clash between military culture and the Nigerian grassroots culture, if I may say.
The night of the coup, you were with him, right?
I was in Lagos and we had dinner and then we talked until about 11 p.m. Then I went back to my digs. We had no idea, no inkling whatever, something was afoot. In the morning, one staff came and told me, look, there has been a change of government. Your uncle has been deposed. The coups in Nigeria have a history of being very violent and very bloody. So I pray to God that they don't kill him or injure him or something of that nature.
The people who know him well said he was aware, but the only way he could have prevented it was to execute, 6 or 8 of the senior officers, and he wasn't willing to do this. I think he prevented a more serious situation, because when you start killing officers, who knows where it's going to lead. Now he's down in Benin. He's under house arrest. He's living in a cottage with guards. He figured that if Babangida wanted to kill him, he would be dead by now. So it was really a question of just marking time and using it to realize, well, this is the end of his military career, and it was possible for people to visit him, but only with the permission of General Babangida, who is now in charge.
He was detained for 3.5 years. I went to see him regularly every month in Akure and in Benin. Very restrictive, and it's very boring, and he didn't know what eventually the government would do with him, and he was only released on the death of his mother. But throughout, I think his spirit never for a moment broke, because So many people gave me messages to tell him to say, please write to Babangida and tell him, since he has taken over, let him go. He said, no, I'll never write to him. I'll never talk to him. His spirit never broke throughout the 3.5 years.
Even though Jonathan Abacha was part of the military elite that toppled his government, out of patriotism, to save the government, he accepted to serve as the chairman against the advice of many of his close associations. He said, no, it is not about Abacha, it is not about toppling of the government, it is about the country. We need to save this country. We need the infrastructure has decayed. So he accepted the chairman, and quickly he assembled some professionals, largely young men, and we went into work.
If you go down even to our hospitals to check, we see, if you see linens that are curtains, shielding the beds, besides the few procurements, you will see PTF inscribed. If you see the roads today and you go through from north to south, there hasn't been any corner you will go through without seeing the project of the PTF. If you see hospitals with equipments, basically even in the theaters today, you will see that you will have the little, inscription of the PTF.
Nearly every week, some delegation from different parts of Nigeria were coming to see us in Kaduna, saying, look, you have to come and take care of have to come and lead this government. We're drifting. We're going back to the 1983 period. And he resisted this for a long time until both political parties sent emissaries to tell him that if he wanted, they will give him the ticket to run for the presidency. He succumbed to the pressure.
On Thursday, 26th of April, 2002, we went to Daura, where he registered as a card-carrying member of the then APP, which is the second largest party after PDP at that time. I think it was 1,145,359. Yeah, that was his number in the APP.
I received a phone call, and they said I should help them look for a vice presidential candidate. That's Christians from the South. We couldn't make any headway, and we decided to lay down. Until January 15 at 12 noon, I received a phone call from the general. He said, I'd prayed my own way, and I want you to pray. I would like you to be my running mate. My first response was, thanks, but no thanks, sir, because I'm heading a group, and I'd given them my word that I will neither join partisan politics or seek an elective office. But even within the group, they said, you have been positioning us for this. We are now saying you must take this. Long story short, by the time I called, Pastor Adeboye called everyone, contacted this and that, the rest is history. I had to team up with him to become his running mate. And it was such an experience that I cannot forget.
Character, credibility, competence, integrity, those are the issues. And by the grace of God, 2011, we will have a new president.
all the three elections were rigged, massively rigged. Let me give you an example. 2007, after our lawyer made his submission to the Supreme Court, I went to his office and I asked for the results of just one of the states. He gave me results of Imo States. I went over carefully over the results, and then they just say, PDP, that's Umar Yar'Adua, 25,000. Buhari, 5,000. Round figures throughout, round figures. The winner of the election, Umar Yar'Adua, himself said the elections were faulty, if you recall. After you know you won in 2003, rigged. You know you won in 2007, rigged. You know you won in 2011, changed, rigged. What will you do?
In is the third and last one for me. Since after it, I will not present myself again for election into the office of the president.
So he didn't break down in tears. He just broke down in pity for the system, for the country, and he said, I'll never do it again, never do it again.
So when this thing happened in 2011, it was worse than what had happened in 2007. It was worse than what had happened in 2003. So it is this thing, it is not the bitterness that he lost that worried him. And then he said, well, it will appear now nothing is going to change this thing. It's like, well, it's a country of over 150 million. I have tried my best. I have made my own contribution. My contribution is not recognized, and surely it's better to keep off from this.
This is his eldest daughter, Magajia. She suffered all her life with sickle cell disease, and then a confluence of events, a few days with the announcement, she also died. So that shook him very much. But I would say that the death of his daughter shook him more than the loss of the election.
There is what they call sickle cell anemia. There are people who are SA, there are people who are SS. So I think when the developed countries found about this sickle cell disease, they tried to stop marriage between AS or SS so that they don't have this sickle cell anemia. My first wife, my late first wife, unfortunately, I think she is SA or AS and I'm AS. So my two children, my first daughter and my first son, happened to be SS and they died of it. It was hard, but when I gave to my second wife, I asked who introduced her to me that she must be AA, so that if my child picked the S from me, he could only pick S from her, A from her. So AS is not normally susceptible to the anemia.
So in 2013-2014, you decided to team up with the other opposition parties. How did that come about?
the PDP. We are so confident that nobody could remove them. And I think they just ignored even being careful. So we persuaded the other parties, the CPC, Congress for Progressive Change, which I was leading, the ACN from Southwest mostly, ABGA from Southeast geopolitical zones. I said, until we came together, there was no way we could remove PDP. I persuaded them. They agreed. Aswaju, Tinubu, from the north, from CPC, this was myself, and then from the southeast, Abga, Rochas Okorocha. So we got people from various parties to come together.
Now you had a strong opposition party, but you almost got killed before the election.
I think Kwankwaso was very generous. He gave me an armored vehicle, a Land Rover. He said I should be using it because he believes that the competition I am about to, I am going on, I think there are people who really wouldn't like to compete with me. They would like to eliminate me. I said, okay. So I had to go to Kano, and I was using that Jeep. And a vehicle near the secretariat, federal secretariat in Kaduna, wanted to overtake us. My escort stopped them. But before we go on that overhead bridge, which was parallel to our filling station on the right as you are leaving Kaduna for Zaria, they just below the thing. And when I looked, I saw the pieces of human beings. People who are being blasted by the bomb. The chap we were traveling with in the car on my left was thrown on my left because the bag, you know, the crash bag, which is the vehicle have, some of them, the one on my side was blown. The one on his side, I think, was not blown, so he was thrown on my left. And when I looked, I saw blood on my trousers and on my gown. But none of us, the two people in the vehicle and two of us behind, four of us, none of us were injured. But somehow I saw blood because of the number of people killed outside and by the blood of the bomb. And I came out. I was concerned with the dead people, but some people stopped our vehicle, pushed me inside and drove me home. And that was the end of it. That's how efficient the Nigerian security agents are up to today.
It is now my pleasure to hand over the certificate of return as prepared by the National Convention Planning Committee to the winner of the All Progressives Congress presidential primary, General Muhammadu Buhari, retired.
Throughout the campaigns, and we went around in buses a lot, you know. We traveled from state to state, you know. And I recall in particular
We were at I think it was in Zamfara, where we saw these young people, and this always happened, of course, pressing themselves against the window of the bus that were driving, shouting, say Baba, Baba or yo, and all of that. And he said, look at the faces of these young people. He says, the expectations are high, very, very high. He says, and they expect us to do magic the moment we get into office, Look at all of that.
Here in Kaduna, we voted for General Muhammadu Buhari, not because he's a northerner or a Muslim, but because we believe he's going to bring change. He's going to stop the insecurity, the corruption, and the callousness and the impunity.
That Muhammadu Buhari of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law and scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
I, Muhammad Buhari, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve...
Well, don't forget that I tried 3 times. 2003, I think 2007, and 2011. And I ended up in Supreme Court 3 times. The first time, I went to address the pressmen and some Nigerians that were very curious. I was expecting sympathy, but the group laughed at me. So I said, okay, God day. And God sent technology. With permanent voters card, PVC, it's very difficult, to do what politicians used to do in Nigeria.
Well, some of us will claim credit to the fact that we are popular, but key is the character of our candidate. First, his character was essential to salvage the country. The country was in so much crisis, financially, security-wise, in every ramification.
This is the victory that is completely due to the support of the people. The normal elites, those who normally decide things, were all against this movement, and it came to victory. And I knew the country needed Buhari, and it has got it now. It is one of the best moments in my life. I didn't know I was going to be part of the government, but the fact that Buhari has won was just enough for me as a cause for happiness for this nation.
I remember that very, very day when the announcement was made. He from his office in Lobito upstairs, he came down to my office, and I look at him, he was looking in the ceiling in very pensive mood. After some 1 or 2 minutes, I said, "Sir, I would not like to congratulate you. I would rather pity you." He said, "Thank you. Thank you." So we went out, back to his office.
He is a man of inflexible integrity. He is also a very simple man, a very religious man, and also dedicated to Nigeria. If he has political views, is that Nigeria together is the best for all the peoples.
He's a man of his words. He's a man of honor. He's a man of courage. He's a man of uprightness. He's a no-nonsense man. He has never, for once that I know him, done anything that will advance his selfish interests, either for himself as a person, for friends, for family.
He believes in the ultimate goodness of each and every Nigerian. including those of us who work with him. Yes, he will discuss challenges with you, but ultimately he always believes that you will do the right thing.
Muhammad Buhari, he listens a lot. He's not too much in a hurry to take decisions, and he is also very considerate. So Nigeria is a very complex place. You need to take measured decisions because every decision you take will impact on the lives of people. So, but he is a very, very thorough leader. There are so many adjectives you can use to describe Buhari, but truly, he is a leader whose time has come, and he has led this country very, very well.
Under no circumstances, the leader will probably be sending his people or be asking you to do this for him. Buhari has never sent anybody to me in the last 7 years to do anything for him or for the person.
I've had the privilege of serving 7 Nigerian presidents in my public career. The styles of leaderships are different, the circumstances are different, but as a boss, he gives you the resources to do your work. You can say anything about him or his policies, but nobody doubts his integrity and his commitment to ensure that public resources are very well managed and that he cares about all parts of the country, including those that may not have voted for him, conspicuously not voted for him in several elections that he has undergone in this country.
His driver took me from his house to go to Governor El-Rufai's house. And when we got to El-Rufai's house in Kaduna, his driver said, "Daddy," he was referring to me, "I'd like you to pray with me." I said, "I beg your pardon." He said, "I call you Daddy." I said, "I do not pray the Muslim prayer. I can only pray for you as a Christian." He said, "I'm a Christian. I'm a member of Ekwa Church and I'm born again. I've been driving him for 10 years. This is the 3rd or so electoral process that I've driven him." I said, "You are a Christian?" He said, "Yes." I prayed with him. That was very shocking to me. Second thing that I received as a shocker, a serious shock, we did the first flag off in Kaduna. It was such a mammoth crowd. And if anyone we pushed that day, there would be a serious stampede. And then after the flag off, we got to his home, and he staggered. And he said, "Jesus Christ of Nazareth." I said, "Excuse me, sir?" Because I would have said, "Is that a swear word?" And he looked at me and said, "Pastor, you don't have monopoly of Jesus Christ." I said, "Okay." I calmed down, I left it. Then we were in Abuja. And early morning I was going to his hotel apartment, Presidential Suite at Transcorp Hilton, and I met his bodyguards at the door. And one of them said, "Good morning, sir." "Good morning, Daddy." I said, "Why do you call me Daddy?" He said, "You are our grandfather, actually, because our pastor is your son in the faith. We go to Lighthouse." And I said, what kind of a man is this? Never at once tried to hinder my faith or to try to be irritated by me. And all around him, a cook and this and that were Christians.
So how do you cope with Abuja if Daura is noisy sometimes?
No, Abuja, I'm effectively protected by security and COVID-19. You see, security wouldn't allow people to be seeing me, they said, because of COVID. So I am thanking the security and COVID.
Where do you find the energy? You'll be 80 in December.
Yes.
You walked from the mosque today. You walked almost an hour now. So where do you find this energy? I mean, I'm younger and I'm tired.
Yes. If you are a village man like me, I think you would have been stronger.
There's a crazy one that was going around at one time that you are not Buhari. Did you hear about that one?
Yes, people said I'm somebody from Sudan. They even mentioned the name. I didn't bother. Nigerians, when they don't understand things, they create their own mysterious way of explaining themselves.
Does it help that you have your sense of humor to find those things funny?
No, it's not funny because those who are advocating or who are making those statements, they just want to be cheeky. They want to distract attention from the main issue. Our main issue is do the infrastructure, make people aware that they need to work hard to live well. They just can't, enjoy life without earning the respect of their communities and so on.
After you leave the presidency,
yes,
what are you going to miss the most about the presidency?
I wonder if I'm going to miss much. I think I'm being harassed. I believe myself that I'm trying my best, but still my best is not good enough because there are people around that think that they can intimidate authorities to get what they want instead of going through established systems, and earn whatever they want to earn. There are still people who behave, who are clever by half, let me put it that way. When I left secondary school, I came back here. This is my base. Coup, counter-coup, civil war, coup, counter-coup, detention. I have gone through it all. I have tried hard enough. I think I have tried hard enough. The results are obvious, and I'm praying very hard that I will end up well.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grants for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
On the news, after days of delay, Egyptian authorities open border for Nigerian students fleeing Sudan. President-elect Bola Tinubu commemorates International Workers' Day, says tough decisions imminent. And police panel invites suspended Adama Rek over conduct during governorship poll. Hello and welcome to News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I am Simisola Adigun. Egypt has finally opened its border and allowed Nigerian students fleeing the war in neighboring Sudan pass through its country. Abike Dabere, chairperson of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission NIDCOM, said the border was opened after the intervention of President Muhammadu Buhari. NIDCOM chairperson further disclosed that the borders had been opened with stringent conditions as the Egyptian authorities were insisting on visas, adding that the Nigerian mission in Egypt had been working tirelessly to rectify the issue. The students, alongside other nationals, had been stranded at the Egyptian border since Thursday evening. President-elect Bola Tinubu has promised to put in place a living wage for Nigerian workers, as he is a co-laborer and ally to workers in the fight for social and economic justice. The president-elect made this known in a solidarity message to mark International Workers' Day. The former governor of Lagos added that he would always fight for workers, adding that they will have more than minimum wage. Tinubu, however, demanded a better understanding and cooperation from all sides ahead of the tough and hard decisions that may be taken while at the helm of affairs of the country. President Muhammadu Buhari has affirmed that decent work is an essential condition for the reduction of poverty and achievement of an equitable, inclusive and sustainable development. The president said this during the May Day celebration at the Eagle Square in Abuja with the theme Workers' Rights and Socio-Economic Justice. The president was represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa. Our correspondent Emeka Amako files in this report from Abuja.
At the Eagle Square in Abuja, thousands of Nigerian workers gathered to celebrate this year's International Workers' Day, with representatives of various labor unions displaying their organization's flags and emblem. Despite the excitement, the day calls for sober reflection on the state of workers' welfare in Nigeria. The president of the Nigeria Labour Congress advocated an upward review of the retirement age for all public servants. He also urged the federal government to review the current minimum wage of 30,000 naira on to rising inflation rates.
In our celebration this year, we seek to re-establish the mutuality of positive relationship between nature and quality of the way workers are treated and the depth of socio-economic justice that exists within our societies, especially in Nigeria. This relationship is mutually reinforcing as has a wide, complex implication of our society. Deeper protection of rights and privileges of workers ensures greater socio-economic justice, which leads in building a nation that is more cohesive and is able to withstand the vicious and powers of centrifuge that seeks its disintegration. It is therefore not charity or dash when workers' salaries are improved. It is not a giveaway when we insist on better deal for workers who are these that lay the golden egg.
Responding to the demands of the Nigeria Labour Congress, President Muhammadu Buhari, who was represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, enjoined the incoming administration to prioritize the need for decent work as an essential element for progress and development.
The Federal Executive Council has, in consonance with deepening our support for the workers' right, passed the national rights. Nigeria, as a viable member state of the ILO and a cornerstone of workers' rights, had ratified the conventions of the ILO guarding the promotion of rights at work.
On his part, the Minister of Labour and Productivity, Chris Ngige, urged the NLC to seek dialogue in settling disputes rather than outright protest and confrontation of authorities.
I implore all of you to consolidate on the mileage already covered by the federal government in the last 8 years. Issue acrimony, factionalization, selfishness, and develop a spirit of cooperation rather than confrontation, and engage in social dialogue rather than aggression or unnecessary industrial action with your employers.
The 2023 May Day celebration has a semblance of uniqueness as it marks the last attendance at the nation's May Day celebration for the President Buhari-led administration.
Still on International Workers' Day, Nigerian workers have lamented that rising inflation has put a dent to the 30,000 naira minimum wage of workers in the country. Speaking at the 2023 International Workers' Day celebration in Lagos, First Deputy President of the National Union of Textile, Garment and Tailoring Workers of Nigeria, Michael Nkwama, urged the government to review the minimum wage to fit current economic reality. He also urged the new administration to improve other pressing issues such as pension, workers' welfare, as well as brain drain.
The NLC, Nigeria Labour Congress, just had their conference, February 13th, to elect a new leadership that will, by God's grace, address the yearning of the entire Nigerian workers when it comes to infrastructures, all their demands, when it comes to demands from the government. Pension is there, better remuneration for Nigerian workers. If you note, you will see that majority of our workers in Nigeria are leaving the country to outside country. What's the problem? We ask yourself, what's the problem? The problem is that Nigeria as a country needs some ways, many places. The economy is becoming more difficult than before. The hardship is becoming more harder, more intense than what it used to be. So Nigerians that have alternative of leaving the country are leaving. Those that can't leave are those. If you find out today in Nigeria, we have the lower class, middle class, the upper class. Those that are the middle class are the ones that are leaving Nigeria. They are seen, there's no opportunity of them climbing to be to the upper class. The lower class cannot leave because they don't have afford the opportunity to leave. The first duty of every good government is the duty of care. If the Nigerian government can care and listen to the Nigerian workers, it's easy. We're not asking for too much. All we're asking for is good remuneration. Today in Nigeria, the minimum wage is 30,000. 30,000 is minimum wage. Can that take you home? 30,000 is minimum wage. Can that afford you buying just one bag of rice? And if you buy a bag of rice at 30,000, won't you buy ingredient to cook it? What about your clothing? What about children's school fees? What about your housing? So I am calling on the entire government of Nigeria to look at the minimum wage of Nigeria that we're paying as minimum wage. Increase that minimum wage. Make it a minimum wage, indeed a minimum wage. Because it's minimum wage now, it's not a minimum wage. It's not a wage. It's not a take-home wage.
For more deliberation on the plight of Nigerian workers, Adewale Oyerinde, the Director General at the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, NECA, joins me now. Thank you very much for making out time to be with us. Now, organized labor across all platforms have scored the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari in terms of workers' welfare. Now, what do you make of this?
Well, thank you very much for having us. And once again, let's congratulate organized labor for this wonderful occasion. But first, I think it will be very important to contextualize this conversation about minimum wage. One, minimum wage, it's set. There is a mechanism for setting minimum wage. And all of us, when I say all of us, social partners, we are all part of that mechanism of setting minimum wage. Government, representative of workers, and representative of employers, plus other stakeholders. They all come together, working together with the guidance of the ILO Convention on Minimum Wage Setting. And that was why we arrived, the issue of 30,000 was arrived at about 4 years ago. Now, also it's very important to understand that it is the minimum below which no employer should pay. It is not fundamental or static that it has to be 30,000, but that is the minimum that nobody should pay. And at the private sector, private sector mechanism is such that wages are increased almost every year during the instrumentality of performance appraisal systems. And for collective bargaining agreement also, wages are increased and negotiations are done on a regular basis. So at the private sector, we don't have much problem. The structure is in place. We have our consistent engagement with the union, and this has been working for us. So the concern of labor will predominantly be what happens in the public sector, where the federal government have to do a lot to address the issues as it relates to workers' welfare.
The private sector also plays a significant role here, as we want to know. But either way, we've seen that cases of labor laws being flouted. Now, how do we ensure that Nigerian workers are well protected, both in the private and public sector?
Now, for every law that you always find one or two persons that will flout the law or break the law. And inherent in all laws are penalties and also structures to ensure compliance. And one of the structures we have, or one of the parameters we use in this environment, is the instrumentality of the Ministry of Labor. The Ministry of Labor have inspectors, labor inspectors that are supposed to go to organizations to inspect if they are actually doing what they are supposed to do. That, if that doesn't suffice, then we've also had conversation about labor education, continuous education of workers, so that if your employer is flouting the law and you deem it unnecessary or you don't deem it fit to go and report such employer to the relevant authorities that, look, laws are being flouted, then such employee or such individual, you become a co-conspirator with the person that is flouting the law. That I don't have access to the Ministry of Labor is not an excuse. The Ministry of Labor have offices in the 36 states of the Federation. So a way to curb the issue of law breaking is for all of us collectively to escalate all these issues to the Ministry of Labor, and the Ministry of Labor to play its part in the context of monitoring and issuing necessary penalties. Even for regulations like PENCOM.
Well, I'm sorry, that's how much we can take. I wish we could continue, but then Director General, Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, NECA, thank you very much for your insight. Moving on, the Nigeria Police Force has invited the suspended resident electoral commissioner in Adamawa, Hudu Yunusa Ari, for questioning. The investigation panel set up by Usman Baba, Inspector General of Police, invited Yunusa Ari over his conduct during the April 15 governorship election in Adamawa State. Yunusa Ari had stirred controversy by declaring Aisha Binani Dahiru of the All Progressives Congress APC as the winner when the collation of the results was yet to be completed. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, declared the announcement null and void and summoned the REC to its headquarters in Abuja. Majority Leader of the House of Representatives, Al-Hassan Dogowa, has declared his intention to run for the speakership position of the 10th National Assembly. In a letter of intent addressed to members-elect, the lawmaker representing Dogowa Tundun Wada Federal Constituency in Kano said he is vying for the position because of his passion for nation building. Dogowa's aspiration for speakership is coming despite the legislature's trial over alleged criminal conspiracy, culpable homicide and unlawful possession of a firearm, mischief and public disturbance. The police had said they received a report that he led thugs to set ablaze the secretariat of the New Nigeria People's Party (NNPP) in Kano State, with 2 persons feared dead. Although the legislator denied any wrongdoing, he was arraigned in March at a magistrate court in Kano and was subsequently remanded in prison. We'll take a breather here, but still to come on News Now. Russia launches second pre-dawn missile attack in 3 days. We'll bring you details of this story and more right after this break.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, the highlights of our news bulletin. Egypt has finally opened its border and allowed Nigerian students fleeing the war in neighboring Sudan pass through its country. Abike Dabiri Erawa, the chairperson of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission (NIDCOM), said the border was opened after the intervention of President Muhammadu Buhari. He also told you that President-elect Bola Tinubu has promised to put in place a living wage for Nigerian workers, as he is a co-laborer and ally to workers in the fight for social and economic justice. The President-elect made this known in a solidarity message to mark International Workers' Day. The former governor of Lagos added that he would always fight for workers, adding that they will have more than a minimum wage. In case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says it is planning to stop tracking the spread of COVID in communities across the U.S. Moving forward, the CDC is expected to rely more heavily on COVID-related hospitalizations, much like it does to track the spread of the flu. The agency is expected to announce the new tracking system within the coming weeks. And Chinese authorities are set to release a man who disappeared 3 years ago after publicizing videos of overcrowded hospitals and bodies during the COVID-19 outbreak. Fang Bin and other members of the public who were dubbed citizen journalists posted details of the pandemic in early 2020 on the internet and social media. Fang's case is part of Beijing's crackdown on criticism of China's early handling of the pandemic as the ruling Communist Party seeks to control the narrative of the country. We'll take another break here and return with more stories in business. Do stay with us.
Hello? Yeah, I found your wallet in front of a supermarket. Meet me at Apple Junction. Yes, I'll be waiting for you.
Now we find out. 2 of us.
Thank you very much, officer. You know, it's surprising that men like you still exist in the police force.
Yes, so... Oh, yes.
This is just a token of my appreciation.
Oh, no, you don't need to do this. We are only doing our job.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
You're welcome.
Now I know police is really my friend.
Yes.
Hey. Okay, which came up with this one? I don't understand.
You know your problem. You are greedy. I'm a policeman who is doing his job. All forms of corruption in the force. Not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
Welcome back. Mary Kanu joins us now with more stories in business. Over to you now, Mary.
Thank you, Simisola. Welcome to Business News. Dangote Cement has reported its 2023 first quarter results, showing a dip in volumes amid macroeconomic headwinds in the country. The company reported revenues fell to 280.3 billion naira in the first 3 months of 2023, compared to 321.9 billion naira in the same period, but in 2022. This is the first time in 5 years that the cement giant has posted a lower revenue on a quarter-on-quarter basis. The company also explained the decline in volume was due to a cash crunch and negative sentiment around the elections. And the Central Bank of Nigeria has denied rumors of a plan to phase out the newly redesigned banknotes from circulation. In a statement issued by the Acting Director of Corporate Communications, Issa Abdul-Mumin, the Apex Bank dismissed the speculations as baseless and aimed at creating unnecessary panic among the public. The director said that the new and old currency notes have been circulating side by side, just as the bank has been taking delivery of a good quantity of the redesigned banknotes from the Nigerian Security Printing and Minting Company Limited. He added that the public should disregard any reports suggesting a phase-out of the redesigned currency and continue to transact with both old and new notes as legal tender. And that's all on Business News. Simsala, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mary, for that update. And on the global scene, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has lauded the efforts of the press across the globe, saying that they are the light of the world for bringing out the truth. The UN chief made this known ahead of the commemoration of the World Press Freedom Day on May the 3rd. Guterres explained that while freedom of the press is crucial to any society, attacks on journalists must be stopped.
For 3 decades, on World Press Freedom Day, the international community has celebrated the work of journalists and media workers. This day highlights a basic truth. All our freedom depends on press freedom. Freedom of the press is the foundation of democracy and justice. It gives all of us the facts we need to shape opinions and speak truth to power. And as this year's theme reminds us, press freedom represents the very lifeblood of human rights. But in every corner of the world, freedom of the press is under attack. Truth is threatened by disinformation and hate speech seeking to blur the lines between fact and fiction, between science and conspiracy. The increased concentration of the media industry into the hands of a few, the financial collapse of scores of independent news organizations, and an increase of national laws and regulations that stifle journalists are further expanding censorship and threatening freedom of expression. Meanwhile, journalists and media workers are directly targeted on and offline as they carry out their vital work. They are routinely harassed, intimidated, detained, and imprisoned. At least 67 media workers were killed in 2022. An unbelievable 50% increase over the previous year. Nearly 3/4 of women journalists have experienced violence online, and 1 in 4 have been threatened physically. 10 years ago, the United Nations established a plan of action on the safety of journalists to protect media workers and then the impunity for crimes committed against them. On this and every World Press Freedom Day, the world must speak with one voice. Stop the threats and attacks.
Russia has launched a series of missiles at Ukrainian cities in the second pre-dawn attack in 3 days. The Kremlin claims to have dented Ukraine's imminent counter-offensive, destroying ammunition supplied by the West and hitting key communication links. 1 person died in the Kherson region and 34 people, including 5 children, were injured in Dnipropetrovsk. Meanwhile, a Ukrainian official on Monday said the army had ousted Russian forces from some positions in Bakhmut, an eastern city that has been under siege for months. Well, it's now time for Entertainment Report on News Now.
The acclaimed Nigerian vocalist Tiwa Savage has received an invitation to perform at the upcoming coronation of King Charles, the British monarch. The coronation event marks the official ascension of the monarch, King Charles, and his queen consort Camilla to the throne following the passing of his mother, Queen Elizabeth II. The coronation is scheduled to take place on Saturday, May 6, 2023 at Westminster Abbey in London. Tiwa Savage's invitation to perform at the coronation is a remarkable achievement, and she becomes the first Nigerian musician to receive this honor. Tiwa Savage will be joining a star-studded lineup of entertainers who are set to provide entertainment for guests during the coronation concert and big lunch on Sunday, May 7, 2023. Nigerian singer Oyinkansola Sarah Aderibigbe, better known as Aria Star, has been directed to take immediate bed rest due to health issues. The Mavi singer was scheduled to perform at the Industry Night Show in Easton but had to cancel due to health conditions. Aria Star expressed her regret at not being able to perform at the show and apologized to her fans in a statement posted on her Instagram story. That's it on the entertainment segment of News Now.
And in sports, Manchester City is apparently preparing to open talks with star striker Erling Haaland over a new contract. The 22-year-old has broken records since touching down at the Etihad last summer and brought up 50 goals for the season in Sunday's 2-1 Premier League win over Fulham. According to reports, the Premier League champion intends to tie Haaland down for another 2 years until the summer of 2029, by which time he will be 29 years old. Well, that's our bulletin on News Now this evening. Many thanks for watching. I'm Simisola Adigun. Bye for now.
And welcome to another episode on Startups. I am Tamilore Akinkolie. Counterfeit drugs are a deadly problem globally, especially in developing nations where the supply chain security is limited. And this undermines the progress of every individual and nation in achieving the progress of the UN's development goals. To fight the flood of fake pills in Nigeria, Samuel Kwada decides to start up an organization to reduce the rate of counterfeit drugs in the country. Why don't you journey along with me as you get to know more about remedial health?
As for Remedial Health, we say we are digitizing the pharmaceutical supply chain in Africa, and we do that in a number of ways. So, for example, we provide software to pharmacies and hospitals for their operations. We help them with their supplies, so they can place orders for items that they need and get it to their stores without lifting a finger. I am Samuel Okwada, CEO, co-founder of Remedial Health.
In Nigeria, many people die as a result of counterfeit drugs. This dire situation has taken the lives of more than 500,000 people in the sub-Saharan region every year. According to Nigeria's drug regulatory body NAFDAC, 267,000 of these deaths are linked to anti-malaria medicines, which sadly is one of the most common illnesses in Nigeria. Determined to make a difference, Samuel Okwada developed the Remedial Health application, where pharmacies and hospitals can make direct purchases of drugs from licensed drug manufacturers and suppliers. Deciding to solve the supply problem most pharmacies battled with during the COVID-19 pandemic when restrictions were enforced, Okwada says with the technology Remedial Health provides, supply chain gap in the drug distribution sector has been digitalized.
I would say the light bulb moment for Remedial was during the lockdown, during COVID. There was a catch-22 type situation in Nigeria especially, where the market where we would typically buy medicines wholesale for pharmacies and hospitals were shut down. And it was obvious why they were shut down, because you can't have a market operating during a pandemic. But hospitals and pharmacies were allowed to continue attending to patients and customers. Now, within 2-3 days of the lockdown, pretty much majority of pharmacies had empty shelves. So people were trying to look for stock. They were calling us directly because we were pharmaceutical marketers at the time. They were calling us directly to supply them when typically we would supply through these markets. So when we started doing that delivery directly to the pharmacies, we felt, you know what, this market approach that we have in Nigeria, not just Nigeria alone, it's pretty much across Africa, where you buy medicines from an open air market is not sustainable. There are several challenges with buying medicines from places like that. And so we decided to solve it using technology.
Explaining how the app works, Okwada says Remedial Health app only works with registered pharmaceutical companies and not individuals. While the application only accepts a minimum of 50,000 naira per purchases, notification is also sent to customer tracking each stage of the process.
There are many problems that we are trying to solve at once, right? For either the pharmacies, the hospitals, and then eventually for the end users, so the patients. But I'll pick one just to elaborate on, which is fighting counterfeit medicines, right? So in Nigeria, the figure for counterfeit medicines sold is 40%. So 40% of medicines you buy are likely counterfeit. So if you go and buy 10 packs of medicines, very likely 4 out of those 10 are counterfeit. And these counterfeits are very good, like they're compared to the genuine product, exactly the same. Until you do a test, do you know that one is probably chalk while the other is a genuine product. And you can imagine how many people are affected every year. It's in the hundreds of thousands in Nigeria only from counterfeit medicines. So it's either I have a headache, I take something which should help me, but ends up giving me a different illness. In some cases, sending people to their graves. And again, that is also in the hundreds of thousands of people dying from counterfeit medicines. Last year, 2022, we sold over 100 million individual packs of medicines around Nigeria. If we are to use that in relation to the percentage of counterfeit medicines in the market, we can sort of estimate that we've replaced somewhere around 40 million possible counterfeit medicines in the market. So if by doing that, we've even saved even one life, I think that is a very huge win for us. And I would dare say we have saved thousands of lives by ensuring that medicines go from manufacturer to pharmacy in a efficient, proper supply chain.
Many startups often struggle to source financial support, but for Remedial Health, funding was surprisingly easy. Okwada says the problem-solving ability of the app made the difference.
Like I mentioned, we had a previous company before Remedial, which was doing importation of medicines into Nigeria and selling to wholesalers. So that was one source of funds. But we also got into Y Combinator early last year. Y Combinator is like this, I would say it's the best startup accelerator in the world for technology businesses based in the US and in Silicon Valley. We got into that early last year, and that really helped to catapult like our growth. We've also raised funding from some prominent investors. So locally, Ventures Platform, quite popular. I think they are based out of Abuja. Ingressive Capital. We've also raised from some international investors. For example, Tencent. Tencent is $100 billion conglomerate in China. And I would say we were able to get some funding because we were able to show that there is a problem that needs solving. We were able to also show that we were making some strides in solving that problem.
With a large prospect in the pharmaceutical industry and with a landmark across 25 states in Nigeria, for Remedial Health, logistics is a recurring challenge. Okwada explains that the company's dependence on logistic companies sometimes exposes the businesses to issues such as late delivery of orders.
So we have problems of our own. I don't think you would meet any business in Nigeria that is not facing one. But I would say none are really unique to us. We do have some challenges that I would say as a result of our growth. So like I said, Remedial is 1 year, pretty much 1 year old this month. We've gone from pretty much about 4 people when we were doing the previous business to about 160 people today. We've gone from being Lagos focused only to 25 plus states. So that comes with its own set of challenges, which I would say we're doing quite well with. But then there are the Nigeria challenges. So for example, how do I move a product from here to Kano in an efficient manner? In developed societies, there are already built logistic companies, right, that can do these things for you. In most cases, what you find here is that even when you have logistics companies, they also have their own set of challenges which are not created by them, which they cannot really solve. E.g., the road is bad. There's no fuel. So you can give a logistic company a product which should get to Kano in 2 days. It ends up getting to Kano in 5 days.
Joda Pharmacy, one of the beneficiaries of Remedial Health, takes pride in patronizing them because of the convenience she has gotten ever since she started purchasing her drugs from them.
I got to know about Remedial through Le Remedy Pharmacy. My brother owns there. He told me about Remedial, and ever since I've been partnering with them for like a year, 6 months now, and it has been very, 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 very good because Remedial has made it very easy for me. We go to Lagos market to buy drugs before, but this time around, Remedial brings the drugs to you. They deliver to you. You don't have to stress to go to the market, select the drugs. You just go online and make your order. They deliver it. So it has made it easy, and they are reliable. When they say this is the date they are bringing it, they will bring it to you at that same date.
Typically, and I would say that's one of the value propositions to our customers, is that when you buy from Remedial, we are basically giving you a 100% guarantee that this product you've bought is genuine. We will not have a counterfeit in our supply chain. And the reason we're able to do that is because we're not working with any middlemen. We go directly to source. And we are sourcing from reputable companies, registered, regulated by the relevant agencies. So we can ensure in that way that whatever it is 100% perfect. Now, we hold that inventory in our warehouse. Again, one of the problems we're trying to solve is if you go into these markets to buy medicines, these medicines are kept in small stores that have no ventilation, no cooling, nothing, right? And medicines are not paper or wood. If you store medicine in a place that is very humid or very hot, it loses efficacy. So what you find is when these medicines pass through the supply chain we have at the moment, which is the market, you find these medicines losing 5 to 20% of their efficacy just in those markets alone, right? So we hold that inventory in a properly regulated and controlled warehouse, temperature, humidity, right? And then when our customers purchase, we pick and pack. Either we use our own logistics or we use third parties to move those items to the customer's doorstep.
In its first year, Remedial Health has been able to supply more than hundreds of thousands of drugs to various states across the country. It says with more investors, the company can reach every part of Africa and help improve the quality of lives of millions of Africans.
With Africa having one of the largest growing population in the world, an emerging rapidly growing middle class, and expansion of new economies, insurance plays a major role in the financial stability of every African. While Remedial Health is here to help us fight the use of fake drugs in the country, there's another organization that is here to help us insure our health and every important aspect of our lives. Now let's get to know more about this organization that decides to add insurance to one of the daily lives of Africans.
At Curacao, for us, we like to think about the long-term, vision for what we're doing is to help drive prosperity and, really help drive prosperity for Africans and people in emerging markets. So that's really what we're doing. In terms of what the actual how is for us is, how can we use technology to drive insurance penetration? How can we use technology to make insurance work? Henry Mascot, I'm a co-founder and CEO of Curacao.
Insurance penetration remains very low across Africa, leaving 90% of Africans to little access to the awareness of insurance. With the main goal of helping Africans drive prosperity by using tech to make insurance work, Henry Mascot founded Curacao in 2019 to ensure people don't spend their money over and over again.
For us, we tried a few things. We worked around a few industries, my co-founder and I in the beginning. But we saw insurance as one of those industries where there's a lot of opportunity for leveraging on technology to drive growth. Insurance is also a very key part of the economic stack or the financial stack. The same way you need banking, you need credit, you also need to make sure insurance works, especially for people in Africa, right? People in poor countries. You need to make sure that the money you make, that you're not spending the same money over and over again going to a hospital, you're not spending the same money repairing car or paying for property that could have been protected if anything happens. So we think for our growing economy, a growing country, it's very important that you have a way for people to protect their risks. So whether that's their health, whether that's their life, whether that's their property.
Having branches across 7 countries in Africa, the invention of Curacao was realized from working in the healthcare sector, where the lack of finance in the sector was realized, which brought the birth of Curacao.
I think that was a light bulb moment, really. Our process was very iterative. So I've been working on this for a very long time. I've been working on. So for us, we actually started doing a few things in healthcare, really, and we realized that the most sustainable way to create value or to finance healthcare. So right now, when you're sick, you go to a hospital, and then the hospital treats you. But really, the only way, but it's challenging for, like, again, we're a very poor country right now. Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world, right? So, so it's very challenging when people have to. So for healthcare to work, there has to be healthcare financing, right? So for us, we're playing around in a few industries, just building technology to power those industries, and then we realize even for healthcare to work in a sustainable way, there needs to be some financing. Somebody needs to finance that care that poor people don't have. And then we learned about insurance. So we didn't know about insurance. So growing up, I didn't know anything about insurance. Maybe I knew third-party insurance because I have a car, but like I didn't really understand it, right? So until I started getting into the industry like 3-4 years ago, like I didn't really fully understand it. But for us, there wasn't like a light bulb moment, right? It was iterative. So we were working on something in healthcare. Then we realized that to be able to solve that, you need to have healthcare financing, which is insurance. And then the more we spend time working on problems within the health insurance space, the more we saw the opportunity and the problems across the whole insurance ecosystem.
Incorporating various products for different processes in the software, Henry explains one of the products designed for every business owner in the country.
So Curacao Go is essentially like an embedded insurance platform, right? So there are two parts in play really with the Curacao Grow product. It's technology, which is a end-to-end technology from like APIs to SDKs to web interfaces and like mobile interfaces that allow both the insurance company to issue products, process claims, process payments on one side, and then on the other side allows any business to add insurance to their product, no matter what type of business you are, whether you're a digital business, an offline business. We're mostly focused on digital businesses, and then digital business like fintechs, banks, logistics companies, e-commerce companies, just any business that has a use case for insurance, whether they're trying to protect their customers or give their customers more sort of like a variety of products that include insurance products, or even just protecting their own business, right? So yeah, so that's the technology part, and then on the other side is the insurance brokerage, right? So because you operate as a broker, right, essentially, and so really those are the components. And in terms of the value that we're creating for some of the businesses we're working with like 100+ businesses at the moment across, maybe for this particular product, maybe like 4 or 5 countries. And so the biggest value really for some of these businesses, there are 2 key things that make people try to like embed insurance within their ecosystem, right? So number 1 is to increase the value, well, let's say 3 ways, right? So number 1 is to protect their own business, to protect their own operation. So you can have credit companies that are embedding like credit life insurance to like their loans, to make sure that like if there's a default as a result of like critical illness or death, that insurance covers that. So there are use cases like that, and like logistics companies that are every goods moving within their platform that they're embedding it, just so that they make sure that they protect themselves. So there are use cases of that where people are like, this is a core component of what we need to do to make sure our business is viable, is sustainable, keeps growing without any risks, right? And then you have the other 2 segments. Another segment is people who want to generate more revenue. They have a lot of users. So this could be like the banks, the neobanks, like people who have like millions of users, hundreds of thousands of users. They're already offering a core service to those users, but they want to be able to make more money. They know that they can create more value and then they can make more money, right? So that's and then there's a third segment, which is people who, they're not necessarily motivated by money, but they want to offer their customers like more service, more value-added services, more things that can help them have better lives, and so on and so forth.
Working as a back-end organization and getting paid by use of your software, users can only have access to any of your services by going to any organization leveraging on their product.
Right? So again, maybe one thing to also mention, so we're purely infrastructure, we're a B2B company, right? So we're not selling directly to consumers. So if you're an individual, you're not buying from us, right? So you're going to encounter Curacao as part of an ecosystem of somebody else. So let's say, you're using, like, let's say Wema Bank, or you're using Pocket, for instance, on Pocket. Let's use Pocket. So let's say you're using Pocket to do your thing, send people money, buy your airtime, and so on and so forth. And you were thinking of, okay, cool, I need to buy, insurance for my phone, my Android phone. I want to make sure that if anything happens to it, my screen damages, it gets stolen, right? So you just go to Pocket. You go to any of our partners that is already leveraging on our infrastructure, right? So you go to Pocket, you can go to a bank that's using us, you can go to anybody, and then you buy that policy that you want, or products that you put in. And then, but it's just that we are at the back end powering all those things.
Apart from the declining rate of the Nigerian economy that affects a percent of Curaçao, one of the major challenges the organization seems to face is the establishment in a new market.
They're really hard. So they're like, a plethora of challenges, right? We wake up every day to them, and we go to bed. We try to solve as much as we can. But the challenge is that, the ballpark, if it's right now for us where we're going into newer markets, I would say, off the top of my head right now, one of the key challenges as you're going into a new market, there are licenses you need to get or partner, and then also, certain markets have like their own like nuances. Like some people like foreigners, some people don't. Some people like Nigerians, some people don't, right? So, I would say like obviously going into new markets, navigating all that, like, figuring out, okay, who's the right person to partner with, getting them to trust you. We don't have the best rep as Nigerians as well, right? Like within the continent. So we need to, make sure that these people trust us, and then they believe we're creating the right value for themselves and ourselves as well. So yes, I would say that scaling into new markets is definitely one of the key things that we're solving for. The trust factor, the right partnerships, the right licenses. For every single business, every single startup, obviously talent is still one of it. So we're still solving for making sure that we can find the right talent that has the right values as we do, because we have a very unique set of values, right? We're not we like to think that our values are really unique, right? So there are people who can work with us and there are people who can't, right? People who fit into our culture. So being able to find that, at the right budget, so that's definitely, there are roles we've been trying to fill for a year or two now, right? We've gone through hundreds of people, and we're still, so talent is definitely one of them as well. Let's see, again, obviously with every business like ours, funding is always there. Obviously we did a seed round recently, but again, we need to raise another one in the next couple of months as well to make sure the business keeps going. And then there's the industry challenges as well, right? So we're working in an industry that again is based off the fact that they are protecting risk. So when you're protecting risk, it also means you don't adopt innovation as an early adopter. You need to make sure it's safe, you need to make sure it's compliant, and so on and so forth. So those would be the key things that come to mind.
Working with new partners in a new market has always been a great achievement for Curaçao, but it validates their effort in making an impact.
I don't know that there is one greatest achievement, really. Again, people would pretty much call the funding because I see, but for us, I also may see when we sign some really big clients, again, people, we're really excited. Last year when we signed one of the biggest health insurance companies in East Africa, right? It's Jubilee, because again, it was validating to see a big, again, we have some big partners as well. We have AXA, we have THT, but for us, it was very exciting to go to a new market, and then have a partner there, trust us, and then also validate what we're doing. So for us, so it would be signing new partners in new markets. Again, off the top of my head, recent is maybe the new partners we've signed in maybe Senegal, Egypt. That's really exciting for us, right? Obviously, there are a few key moments within the company, especially maybe when you see people who join the company didn't have a certain skill and they grow. and then they're able to do certain things. But it wouldn't be like a spotlight presence, but it's spotlight event or moment, but it's like gradual, bit-size celebrations within the company.
With the long-term goal of expanding to other parts of the world, Curacao looks forward to becoming the market leader that provides insurance infrastructures. Well, you will not only agree with me that health is wealth and one of the most important aspects of our lives. While Samuel and Eric tries to make the world a better place, they not only stand as a blessing to the nation, but to the world at large. That is all we have for you on this episode of Startups. Till we meet again, I am Tamilore Akinkolie.
Welcome to the program. I am Deji Badimasi. President Muhammadu Buhari came into office in 2015 on the promise that he would fix the pervasive security challenge his predecessor, Goodluck Jonathan, left behind. Insurgency had been ravaging the northeast of the country back then, and the military had a serious challenge containing it. Almost 8 years later, the insurgency has not completely disappeared, but the military has largely contained it. However, new security challenges have also sprung up. Banditry and kidnappings, which have spread to virtually every part of the north of the country. Of course, in the south, kidnappings and cultism are the biggest security issues. And in the southeast, to be specific, separatist groups continue to unleash attacks on innocent citizens. Now, as his administration winds down, President Buhari had the opportunity to speak on his government's performance on security during the recent trooping and presentations of colors of the Nigerian army in Abuja. The president admitted that the fight against insecurity now is in his 8 years in office was challenging, but that the situation has improved greatly, also saying the Nigerian military has recorded significant improvements under his watch. He added that government interventions in the yearly budget allocation of the military between 2020 and 2022 have been able to procure equipment and resources for the fight against insurgency. But then, citizens are still divided on how well the Buhari administration has handled the security situation in the country. Joining me now to discuss this is Group Captain Siddiq Garba Shehu. He's a retired senior Air Force officer and also a private security and defense consultant. He's also an adjunct professor at the George C. Marshall European Center for Security in Germany. Group Captain, thank you very much for joining us. I'm sure you listened to President Muhammadu Buhari's speech at that trooping and presentation of colors parade of the Nigerian Army now in Abuja. He did use the opportunity to reel out his achievements in the area of security. Now, he said he's been able to take the Nigerian military from 7th position in terms of ranking to 4th in Africa. How would you assess his overall performance on security in the past almost 8 years?
Thank you very much. Now, in assessing the outgoing Buhari administration in security, we have to look at different aspects. First, let me start about what you said. You know, you have to look at operational successes. That is one area you have to look at. And then secondly, you have to look at capacity building. What did he meet? Where is he leaving the armed forces? And also you have to look at the general administration and handling and supervision of these armed forces, because all these are the roles that the president and commander-in-chief is expected to fulfill. So let me start with operational successes. When you talk of operational successes, you know, it is, I can say, a mixed picture that you are having. Why? Because we have different security challenges in different parts of the country. The one that comes most to the mind is the Northeast insurgency operation against Boko Haram and ISWAP. If you confine yourself to that, and you look at indices, where you have an operation which is a war, the indices that you look at, the number of people being killed in that operation, has it gone up or has it gone down? The answer is it has gone down. The number of attacks that the adversaries, in this case Boko Haram and ISWAP, have been able to carry out over the years, have they gone up or have they gone down? The answer is they have gone down. The number of armed troops that are fleeing from Boko Haram or are being killed, has it gone up or gone down? The answer, it has gone down. So when you confine yourself to those indices, and all these are verifiable, when I'm talking in my research, I look at independent figures. I may look at the figures released by the Nigerian military or the government, but that does not necessarily mean I have to use those figures. I look for my own figures, where they align, I take them. So the point is that whatever figures you look in these indices that I said, with respect to the Northeast, and even when you look at the number of the terrorists that are surrendering is a function of you are losing the battle, you are no longer able to survive. So in that aspect, we will score the Buhari administration high if we look at what they inherited in 2015 and what is doing in 2023. However, well, that is just one aspect of our security. Now, when you move to the North Central, you move to the Northwest, where we're having banditry, kidnapping, and other issues. Unfortunately, the picture is not as good as what we have in the Northeast. Despite all the efforts, even now as I'm talking to you on this date and at this time, we can say there are areas that bandits are operating with abandon. So definitely that is an area that the Konkome regime, while maintaining, you know, the momentum in the Northeast, because even that one is not over, but we agree there is success. But in the Northwest and the North Central, where we're having, you know, the problem of bandits and other kidnappers and other groups, unfortunately, that is an area that remains very so in our political terrain. The bandits are still operating. The troops are not able to counter the bandits to the level that they will make them inoperative or stop them from kidnapping people and holding ground. So this is one area that we cannot say there is success. If you move to the south of the country, where we have the secessionist tendencies, whether you say IPOB, whether you say ESN, and all the other armed groups there, again there we can say the government has tried, even though again the situation is still volatile and the incoming government, has to look into it. So these are the issues as far as operations are concerned. I move to the next aspect. The next aspect is in terms of capacity building. Capacity building is in terms of equipment. I will put equipment, I will put manpower increase and the rest. Let me start with manpower. Everybody, people who know about security or who don't know about security agree on one thing. They are unanimous about one thing. We need more security forces, whether it is military, whether it is police. Unfortunately, again, since the Buhari administration, tentative steps have been taken to increase the number. But the increase in number is not commensurate with what is needed on the ground.
Now, the president did talk about the issue of numbers of military personnel the country now has, that in the almost 8 years that he's been president, he's recruited, for instance, in the Nigerian Army, 60,000 personnel from the Army Depot and thousands of officers from the Nigeria Defense Academy. And if you do the breakdown, we're looking at close to 10,000 recruitments every year over the past 8 years into the Nigerian Army. We also know there's been similar recruitments now in the police as well. So you're saying these are still not enough?
It's not enough. It's not enough. Given Nigeria's size, given Nigerian size in the territory, given our population, given internal security challenges, given external factors. What do I mean by external factors? Whether we like it or not, that's saying that Nigeria is a giant of Africa and is expected to play a role in West Africa, in the world in terms of peacekeeping. When you look at the requirements that you need to fight both internal threats and also to contribute to international security, definitely the numbers is not enough. And the numbers, I acknowledge, that's why I said tentative steps. I acknowledge the increase in recruitment, but we are nowhere near where we need to be. There was an interview with the Minister of Defense, I think no more than 2-3 months back. He gave the number of Nigerian Armed Forces personnel at 223,000, if I remember. He gave 223,000. When you look at Nigeria's territorial size, our population, the role we want to play in Africa, in West Africa, definitely that number is not enough. The police, we have a UN standard of what proportion of policemen to population is supposed to be. We are not there yet. So I acknowledge, and I must acknowledge, that effort has been, but I call them tentative steps. The next regime that is coming must work. And I'm happy, during the presidential campaign, both the winners and the losers all spoke about one thing. I am going to increase security personnel. So there is unanimity on that. But what we didn't do and what we need to do now is to find out where are we now. That is, how many do we really have? And what is the optimal size of the armed forces of Nigeria? What is the optimal size of the Nigerian police that we should be aiming at? I didn't hear anybody saying that, but like I said, so many factors will come into it. Economy, geography, geopolitics, and everything. I emphasize economy, because even if a president wants to increase the number of soldiers, the number of military personnel or soldiers, we know that the work of government is not only security. He will have to look money for health. He has to look for money for education and other sectors. So definitely it's a balancing act. What do I need? It is called the guns versus butter debate. How much do I spend on the military before I don't have money for education or I don't have money for health? And again, this is why I raise the problem. Again, I am among the first to say, when you look at the past civilian regimes, probably naira for naira, dollar for dollar, there is no regime that spent as much money as the Buhari administration on security. But having said that, I have a problem. Sometimes in defense, even like in family budget, it is not actually the amount of money that you spend that is important. What is important is on what did you spend the money. So in that aspect, honest, I think we need an improvement. In terms of equipment, yes, again, the Buhari administration has purchased a lot of equipment for the Army, for the Air Force, for the Navy. However, as an expert, when I look at what has been purchased, I first identify what is the gap. The truth is that, and I'm not blaming the Buhari administration, I think from the records I have since 1999, there has been a huge gap in equipment for the Nigerian armed forces that has been building. Huge gaps over the years which has not been filled. So much so that if you say you buy 15 aircraft or 30 aircraft, yes, that is good. But because of the nature of the gap that exists, it may not amount to much. If you say the Navy you have bought 25 or 20 fleets for them, yes, you have done well, but compare with the gap. So what I want Nigerians, and I want the incoming government to understand is that despite the efforts of the Buhari administration, the gap in equipment in the armed forces is very huge. And you don't need to be a soothsayer to be told now. Let me give an example. Currently, we are having people trapped in Sudan, students. Many armed forces of Nigeria in other countries, they have sent their aircraft, they have sent their ships to go up this thing. What can Nigeria do? That should tell you, even if you are a layman, whether we are doing well in equipment or we are not doing well. So I acknowledge the advanced build, but I don't want us to go with the idea that the Nigerian armed forces is well equipped. The truth is that they are not. If you check the naval units, if you check the air force units, if you check the army units of what they are supposed to, locally, the military profession is a very precise profession. I'll give you an example. When you say you have a motorized battalion, you are looking for a battalion that has about 200 and something armored personnel carriers. I will not be indiscreet, but I can tell you, you can hardly get a battalion of the Nigerian Army today with half that number. That is the reality. When you talk about the Navy, it is still the same thing. When you talk about the Air Force, it's still the same thing. People say that America has moved and carried citizens from UK has carried. It's a function of the mobility equipment that you have. When we come to fighting the bandits, we understand and everybody knows that there are areas that once the bandits enter, our armed forces cannot reach there. Why? Because they do not have helicopters. Why? Because they do not have capacity to para-drop troops exactly where those bandits are. So while we have to look at where the Buhari administration started and where they are, at the same time, please, I want Nigerians, whether ordinary citizens, whether legislators, because we all have a role, or commentators like us, don't go with the idea that the Nigerian armed forces have enough numbers. Don't go with the idea that they have enough capacity in terms of equipment. We are not yet there. That is just what I want to say.
Let's talk about the incoming administration now and the security challenges that it will be confronted with. What do you think should be the priority of the incoming government in terms of security?
Okay. Thank you very much. As somebody who has served on the APC presidential campaign team on the security, I have studied the New Hope agenda of the incoming administration, and I see what they say on security. First, when you read that document, you will see boosting our security forces. There was that effect, even though we do not put details of what does boosting mean. But I want to add my own opinion on what we mean by boosting. I started with numbers. Numbers, we have to agree on what numbers do we have and where we are going. But one thing we cannot doubt, like I said earlier, is that the numbers are not enough. That is boosting. Another area of boosting is equipment. I want the incoming government to do an equipment survey or equipment audit of when you say you have a battalion. What does that battalion have? We have what we call table of equipment and organization in the military. When you say a section, when you say a company, when you say a battalion, when you say a brigade, there's a table that shows you how many officers, how many soldiers, how many armored personnel carriers, how many even water tankers. It is all detailed there. I want them to do an equipment audit to find out what they are there. What do you want the Navy to have? What do you want the Air Force to have? Because with due respect, there is a big misconception about what our armed forces have. People have an exaggerated, idea of how well equipped we are. I am here to say we are not yet well equipped. So you have to do that. And when I come back to numbers, here we are talking frankly because it is our country, Nigeria is our country, we don't have any other country. One thing I see as a retired officer that is coming, apart from numbers, even if you have enough numbers, there's what is called right sizing. Right sizing of the military. What do I mean by right sizing of the military? Right-sizing of the military is that military is supposed to be shaped like a pyramid. Pyramid, that is the lowest rank, is the bottom of the pyramid. That's why the highest numbers. What does it mean? A military that is well planned should have more recruits, more privates than any other number. On top of the privates, you have the lance corporal. The lance corporal should be fewer than the privates that are down. Up to corporal, up to sergeant, up to staff sergeant, up to lieutenant, up to major, up to colonel, up to general. That means at the tip of the pyramid, that's have the generals. The generals should be fewer. One unfortunate thing that has been happening is over the years, our pyramid structure of our armed forces is becoming upside down. What do I mean? We're having too many generals in the Nigerian armed forces. Too many generals. When you compare with what a modern armed forces is, what do too many generals do? What too many generals do is that it removes the efficiency of the armed forces. You find a general doing the work of a colonel or lieutenant colonel. You find that between the general, the commander, and the man on the troops, you have to pass like 15 people before your orders get through. So you have slowing of this thing. So this is one thing apart from numbers which this government must do. We must return that pyramid structure of any professional armed forces, which right now it is over bloated at the top. So we have to actually do something about it. So this is one of the areas. And again, for the incoming government, luckily, again, with due respect, I was able to serve on some of the committees that this administration said on the reform of the armed forces. All these areas, numbers, structures, promotion, welfare, all these areas are covered in the report. And one area, again, I want the government to do is that in looking for somebody, with due respect, in looking for somebody who's going to serve as the chief superintendent of the armed forces, in this case, I'm talking of the Minister of Defense, you have to look for somebody who's very fair. The work of the president and commander-in-chief is too large for him to involve himself with the minute, monitoring of the armed forces. And unfortunately, this is what we are having. We have a Minister of Defense, but with due respect, he does not do his work, or he's not allowed to do his work. So the president turns out to be the Minister of Defense. What does that mean? With due respect, the table of the president is already full. He is in charge of agri. He is in charge of education. He is in charge of energy. He is in charge of the military. So please, what I want the incoming regime, find the president can choose anybody to be his Minister of Defense. But when you choose Minister of Defense, please give him the powers to superintend the military for you. Another issue I want us to look at in the form of the form is that right now we have this problem of tenure of service chiefs. Experience has shown what does tenure, not only in the military, in any organization, retirement and replacement has an advantage. If we don't look at it as selling people, what does it do? It brings new ideas. It brings new ideas. It also raises morale. So what I want this administration to do, there is this issue of how long should a service chief, serve before he is retired, before he is told, before we agree that he's out of idea, let somebody come and try his luck. Right now, there is no clarity about that. And it has left room for abuse. It has left room for disgruntlement. Towards ending of, I think, 2021, 2022, the military has to retire 50 major generals in one go. I don't think there's any armed forces in the world that retires 50 major generals. But then the question to ask, how did you arrive at having 50 surplus major generals that you want to retire? It means you do not have a proper human resource planning. If you have a human resource planning, I cannot see any armed forces that will retire 50. And what was that? Is part of this stagnation, part of this of how we do promotions. With respect, when you talk of all these kind of things, you still have to, despite people say we are not America, you still have to go back to America. Yes, we are not America, but if they have something that is good for them, there's nothing wrong with us copying it. Of course, they are a different organization, but there are things that we can mimic. Somebody should be in charge of how many generals do the Nigerian armed forces need. How many, it should not just happen by accident. Where you need men is lower down the pyramid. Where you need men is the corporals, the privates, the sergeants. That is why you need men. It is not generals that fight war for you. I don't need too many generals. I need too many soldiers. And in addition, all these politicians that were just for this, they say they want to increase. Like I said, if you want to increase the number of soldiers, you need money for that. So cutting the top to the actual number you need, you will even give you money to do this recruitment that we are talking about. So these are some of the issues that I think the incoming government, they will definitely inherit the security problems which have not ended, but they have to face the issue of reforming the armed forces. They have to look at the issue of controlling and supervising the armed forces, which in my opinion has been very lax. It has been very lax. I just have to bring that out.
So what approach should the incoming government adopt now in tackling the current security challenges confronting Nigeria?
One approach I would like the incoming president and commander-in-chief do is to set, as soon as he comes in, with due respect, as soon as he comes in, when he selects his Minister of Defense and eventually select his service chiefs, I think he should choose a Riot Act. If I were the president, to be honest with you, what I will do in appointing my service chiefs, I'm giving all of them acting appointment. I'm giving them acting appointment for the first 1 year. I will not even follow this tradition of when you have a service chief, you immediately raise his rank. No, they are going to do that acting appointment with the rank that they have. What does that tell you? I'm giving you 1 year. I want to see results. If I don't see results, I'm going to remove you. I think this would be a very good approach, and honest, I will advise it to be done. Demand accountability, both on monies given and operational success. There are so many generals. We have produced so many of them. So changing a service, no service chief should be allowed, to have the confidence that I've been appointed for at least 3 years. After that 1 year, whoever performs, you confirm him. If possible, you raise his this thing. And I do not want to see a regime that will retain service chiefs for 6 years or for 5 years or for 8 years. It's not good for morale. It's not good for career progression. And in fact, generally, it's not good for anybody except the person that we left in the office. So this is part of, and again, the approaches is that I think the service chiefs, when they come in, the kind of challenges we have in Nigeria now, like this banditry, they require small units that are very mobile and nimble. There are operations that you need to have well-equipped, well-mobilized, company strength, units. What I mean company strength? People like 300 maximum. That's what you need. It's not a battle for large forces. And what also approach is that let's look at our mobility. Our mobility is what makes our officers or our troops can only operate under certain weather positions. That's only when they can operate. They cannot operate in the night. They cannot operate during rainy season. They cannot enter terrains. All these, there are solutions to these issues. And that is the area where we are going to. But most importantly, anybody that's appointed service chief, please put him on acting appointment for 1 year. Demand accountability. With the help of a Minister of Defense who knows what he's doing, he can draw key performance indicators for all those service chiefs for the next 1 year. Anybody that performs, he retains his appointment. We're looking for performers. But this idea of, especially in the military where we have security, where anybody appointed thinks that he has 3 years, it should be removed from people's head. There are people who are saying that during operation, you don't change security commanders. I don't think that is true. Military history has not shown us that. Whether World War I, whether World War II, whether all the battles that are fought, a commander is not performing, a commander is given an objective, let him leave. There are other people that are equally, in any case, there is no one general in the Nigerian Armed Forces that you can say if you remove him, then the Armed Forces is finished. There's no such general. You have plenty of them.
Retired Group Captain Sadiq Garba Shehu, thank you so very much for your deep insights there, and thanks a lot for your time. Now coming up, is the federal government backtracking on the removal of petrol subsidy? We'll find out from an economic expert when we come back after the break.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
The president must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Let's talk petrol subsidy now. After scheduling the removal of the subsidy for the second half of this year, the outgoing government in Nigeria has now beaten a retreat. It's decided to suspend the removal of the controversial subsidy and has instead pushed the responsibility to the incoming government. It's something we have seen in the past with previous governments. On Thursday, April 27th, the National Economic Council presided over by Vice President Yemi Osinbajo announced that the planned removal of petrol subsidy will be suspended temporarily. Now, here is how the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning explained the decision.
Is that it is not going to be removed now, which means it will not be removed before the transition is completed. That's what it means. But then we have two laws that have inadvertently made the provision that we should exit by June. So if the committee's work, which will include the representatives of the incoming administration, determine that the removal can be done by June, then the work plan will be designed to exit as of June. But if the determination is that the period needs to be extended, it will mean that we will have, as a country, will have to revisit the Appropriation Act, for example, because the 2023 budget only made provision up to June. So if we are extending beyond June, it means we have to revisit the Appropriation Act and do a supplementary or amend the bill and also the PIA. These are the reasons why we had to do this consultation with NEC to get inputs from the governors. They are going to provide to us their representatives to work together with us to have a defined process that will take us towards the removal. But one thing that is clear is everybody agreed that the subsidy should be removed very quickly because the cost is only not efficient, but it's also not sustainable. And that when the time comes for removal, the removal will be done once and for all.
Well, joining me to discuss this new but unsurprising development is Dr. Muda Yusuf, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise. Dr. Yusuf, thank you very much for joining us on the program. Isn't this a clear case of buck passing here?
Well, not exactly, but let me make one point. What the minister said does not amount to a suspension of the removal of the fuel subsidy proposal. Because what we had on ground before now was that the fuel subsidy will cease to exist by the end of June. Budgetary provision has been made for that. The PIA has been amended to that effect. So the responsibility of determining whether this will go by end of June or not is for the next administration to determine. This administration is ending its tenure by May 29. So I don't know why NEC will have to go into this conversation and begin to steer on an unnecessary controversy. You cannot decide for the next administration. The next administration will come up with its own strategy. If the next administration feels that the 30th June is not realistic, then you have to put something on the table and engage the stakeholders.
But then this administration too has, not quite long ago, received about $800 million from from the World Bank, yes, from the World Bank as some kind of support now for the subsidy removal. So isn't that a clear indication that this administration was actually planning to remove the subsidy before it leaves office?
No. What is on the table as a policy matter and even as a legislative matter is that this subsidy will remain until end of June. So whatever has to do with the issue of this subsidy removal is the responsibility of the next administration. Even the so-called palliative, the so-called $800 million, This administration has no responsibility managing that kind of fund. All of these things have to be left for the next administration to handle. And I know that the incoming administration also know that one of the major policy challenges that it will have to face is this subsidy thing. So I expect them to come to the table or to come to the administration with a plan, with a strategy. I even expect that by now some informal engagements will have started, because it's one of the major issues that they will have to confront. It's one of the heavy liftings that have to be done in terms of policy. So even the 800 million, this administration has no right or has no responsibility to manage it, because subsidy removal is going to effect from July. It's ending in June, by which time this administration and all the members of NEC will have left office. You can't determine what the next administration will do. You can't determine their own strategy. You can't think for them. So it's not right to say that it has been suspended. And from what the minister said, it doesn't amount to a suspension. What the minister said was that the subsidy removal cannot take place until after the transition. And that has been the position.
Yeah, but
so
then
nothing has changed. I don't know where all this is coming
from the position of the minister, I mean, you also get the impression that, look, this administration was planning to remove it, and so they decided that at the NEC meeting, that's one of the reasons why they even discussed it in the first place, because if it was not scheduled for removal before this administration leaves office, why would they be discussing it anyway?
You see, my view is that it was not necessary for this matter to be discussed in the first place, because the program of removing the subsidy is going to be effective after this administration had left office. So whatever will happen to subsidy is the responsibility of the incoming administration. Where would they have to discuss it? Where would the minister didn't need to come and be making any announcement to that effect, because the position is very clear that the PIA has been amended, budgetary position has been made for subsidy to exist up until the end of June. I mean, their responsibility stops at that point. Whatever will happen after May 29, up till end of June, as to whether it will go, whether there will be a phase removal, whether it will be rescheduled, whether there will be engagement, is the responsibility of the incoming administration. So the NEC dabbling into this matter at this time, for me, is completely unnecessary.
But it must be very tough for the incoming administration to begin on this note. And I'm just wondering, has it not been left with a fait accompli, if you like? I mean, considering the fact that the budget provision for subsidy ends in June. So if anything at all, it's either the incoming government says, okay, it's going to continue that way, and that if it decides to retain it, then we'll be looking at a supplementary budget, because it means there will have to be another budget now for subsidy for the remaining half of the year.
That is left for them to decide. That is the point I'm making. It is left for the incoming administration to decide. I agree with your point that it's not likely to be that easy. A new administration cannot come and immediately slam this removal of subsidy on the citizens. Politically, that may be very difficult, particularly given the context in which all this election had gone and all the issues that were raised around the election and issues of legitimacy and so many issues. So it may not be politically strategic to come and announce a complete removal of subsidy.
But it has never been politically strategic anyway. There was never a time it was politically strategic.
No. Yes, I know, but it is more so because of the prevailing circumstances. All the challenges around the elections and issues, you know what I mean?
Yes, yes,
absolutely. Have multiple, the fragmentation in the political space and all of that. All of those things have contributed to issues of legitimacy. And for a new government to come, you don't want to create a situation where people who have issues with the administration or the new administration, they have an opportunity to begin to disrupt things. This is what I mean by, being strategic as to how to deal with this issue politically. But whatever it is, the strategy, the framework will have to be determined by the new administration. The National Economic Council cannot be thinking for the new administration because we already have a position in place. And the position is that this subsidy will end by end of June. So if the new administration comes and it feels that this is no longer feasible, then we have to put a new timetable on the table and engage the stakeholders as appropriate.
Give me your own position on this issue of subsidy removal, especially for the next administration. When you look at the current budget for subsidy as we speak for the first half of the year, 3.36 trillion naira. that would, if the incoming government now decides to continue with it, so we're likely going to see a doubling of that. So we'll probably be looking at subsidy spending at the end of the year of somewhere close to 9 or possibly between 8 and 9 trillion. Who knows? It could even go beyond that, depending on what the price of oil is at the international market. I'm just wondering, if you were to advise the government, the incoming government now, how do you think it should approach this issue?
Well, it's a very difficult one, I must admit. But what I think should happen, a whole lot of issues should happen simultaneously. First, there should be a timetable or a work plan to do a phased removal of the subsidy. Secondly, there has to be a combination or a mix of policies, fiscal and monetary policy, to ensure that there is, a cushioning of the effect, of the subsidy removal. Third, there has to be a mix of policies to ensure a transition or to reduce the demand for PMS and reduce the demand for diesel. And this we can do by quickly accelerating a process of, encouraging the citizens to move from the use of PMS or diesel to the use of gas. Some vehicles are now converting to CNG. We have institutions now who are using, they no longer use the diesel generator. They are using CNG. We have a lot more gas in terms of reserve than even crude oil. So this is an opportunity to optimize the use of gas. So whatever policies we can put in place to ensure that there is this gradual shift from the use of PMS, diesel, to the use of gas through the CNG, that is also a possibility. Then we have to also accelerate whatever we can do to improve the power supply. Because the power supply improves, the need for this PMS and diesel, the demand for them will reduce. Thirdly, we need to expand the scope of supply. Currently, that should be, the quick wins. Right now, what we have is a monopoly situation where only NNPC is the one importing.
And maybe we need to get our refineries to work.
We should get more players, give them better access to foreign exchange, so that more players can be able to import the petroleum products and sell in short run.
But for as long as we continue to import, do you think we can ever exit this subsidy?
No, you see, you need to liberalize the space before you can invite investors. We cannot rely on government-run refineries. It's not sustainable. So when we talk about subsidy removal, it's not just about encouraging importation. More importantly, it's about plugging the loopholes. It's about saving revenue. But more importantly, it's about opening up the space to unlock investment. Investment into refineries, investment in pipelines, investment in petrochemicals. There's a whole lot that can happen in the downstream. And that will, create the opportunity for more private investors, which can grow the refining capacity. You cannot continue to rely on government-run refineries. Do you know how much we have spent in the last 10 years maintaining these refineries? What have you got out of it? So when people say that unless the refineries work, there should be no deregulation, the subsidy should not be removed. The refineries cannot work well that is managed by government. Current refineries are being managed by bureaucrats and politicians. That cannot lead us anywhere. So if you really wish this country well economically, we should find a way to push back the role of government in this downstream and create an environment for more private investors to be there. And not just private investors, in a competitive environment. Because if you have it and there's no competition, you'll be back to square one. That is what is happening to the issue of current prices with diesel, with aviation fuel, and to some extent with PMS. We have a monopoly situation. It's only NNPC that is important. And if you don't have competition, opportunities for exploitation will increase. So that is the challenge that we have to face.
It's a very tough one, no doubt, for the incoming government. We'll just wait and see how it handles it. But no doubt, it's not the best position to start out as a government. All the same, Dr. Muda Yusuf, Chief Executive Officer of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, thank you very much for your time and thank you for coming on the show. All right, we'll take a short break now, but when we come back, just why did almost all the pollsters get it wrong in calling the right results now in the last presidential election? Stay with us, don't go away. That's what we'll be talking about next.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, the outcome of Nigeria's 2023 presidential election has prompted many to begin to question the validity of polling. In the weeks leading up to the February 25th presidential election, most of the popular polls predicted that Labour Party candidate Peter Obi was going to win it, and even by some very good margin. In fact, no fewer than 9 polls projected Obi to succeed President Muhammadu Buhari in May. But all of that failed all of them actually failed in their forecast. Bola Tinubu, the candidate of the ruling party, that's the All Progressives Congress, eventually won the election in what was obviously a very tight race. He scored 8,794,726 votes to defeat Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party, who came second with 6,984,520 votes. Peter Obi of the Labour Party, who all the pollsters now, I should say, had projected was going to win, came third with a total of 6,101,533 votes. Of course, both Abubakar and Obi dispute the outcome of the election and have actually headed to court to challenge it. But then the big question is, how come the major pollsters got it wrong this time around? What happened, and what exactly is the implication of all of this now for the future of polling in Nigeria? To speak more on this, and now being joined on the program by Theo Akatuba, who is a political affairs analyst, and Richard Adeyinka, who of course is a pollster and of course has conducted several polls across the country. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. Let me start with you, Yinka. You're the pollster here. What exactly went wrong? How bad is this, the outcome of this election now? How bad is it for polling in this country? Because all the major polls got it wrong.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It is unexpected. The polls and then the outcome, that the two will work at variance. If you look at it, I think we've sometimes in preparatory to this election, we were in the studio and we talked about some of them that have been conducted. And you see, like I said, it's unexpected. We know that what SBM, ANAP Foundation and co were parading was nothing but a joke that is not going to be possible. Let's take chi-square statistical analysis to describe what has happened.
Okay.
18 candidates contested in this election.
That's the presidential election.
The presidential election. So each one, expected result is 5.5%. Everybody is starting on a clean slate, 5.5%. But if you look at the popularity of the candidates, the pedigree of the party, the popularity of the party, and the reality of our elections, the trends over time, you discover that there is no way somebody coming from a Labour Party will defeat. Labour Party was just hurriedly put together. We defeat two parties, PDP and APC, that have been on ground with what we call structure. Whether they like it or not, those on the other side, whether they like it or not, if you don't have structure, you can only get votes. It's only structure that will win you elections.
Are you talking politics or you're talking the science of polling?
The science of polling, if we go into it, is that the polls were wrongly conducted and wrongly reported. Wrongly conducted because they rely, perhaps the one I was involved in, which was face-to-face data collection, data analysis, was accurate. We even published the one we had in Oyo State. It's online. You know, very accurate. But if you rely on online poll, it is never reliable in Nigeria, considering our situation. There is no way you will sit on Twitter or you will make calls to. We've done that. There is no type of polls that I've not been involved in.
So what is wrong with that?
What is wrong with that is that you don't know who's on the other side. You don't know who's on the other side. One person can answer for two. Even if you select, let us assume that you sample from phone numbers. The phone numbers, you don't know who is answering on the other side. The person answering may not be truthful to you, may not even have PVC to vote. So when you come out to, and if you look at the figures, some we allocate 60% to Peter Obi. 78, I saw one, maybe SBM or so, allocating close to 70% to Peter Obi. In Nigeria, it is absolutely impossible. So what they did in preparatory to our election was just a joke. They could have good intention, fantastic, but you have to do the right thing before you come on here and tell the world that this is what you have found. So the science of it was wrong, the reporting of it was wrong, and then the outcome was going to go contrary to expectations.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you. Let me go to Theo. Theo, could we say the reason this the polling results now turned out the way they did, could we say it's because maybe in this case the pollsters allowed their personal judgment now to override what should have been pure science?
Thank you very much for this interesting review and a look back at the pollsters and the polling that took place before the election. When those polls were coming out, I observed them and I took a lot of them with a pinch of salt. Why? Because when I looked at the methodology, I looked at the sample size, they were laughable. And then again, I also know that polls have been failing in the last 10 years. It's not only in Nigeria. Even in the US, the polls completely failed to predict the victory of Donald Trump.
That is true.
In his first election. And in the second election, they overrated Donald Trump in comparison with Biden's popularity. And so you can see that polls have not really been doing well in the last 10 years. And in the Nigerian situation, they relied very much on the social media popularity of Peter Obi, and they used their statistics and they did what you call multiplications to arrive at what they had, because using the algorithms and the Twitter norms has been predicted to fail, because at the end of the day, social media do not give you a clear representation of the entire spread of the country. For example, despite the large amount of literature that's available, there's a debate about whether Twitter or other social media outlets can be used to infer political opinion, because the social media, they are filled with falsehoods, so much falsehood that if you rely on them, your post or your survey is likely to be wrong. You know, it's erroneous data through trolls, the bots, and then disinformation campaign to a level that you are unable to distinguish between what is genuine from what is true. So these polls that failed, they failed because they relied on social media popularity. And they forgot that a majority of the Nigerian voter is not yet on the social media channel. They are not yet, a lot of them are not there, especially from the northern part of Nigeria. So this is why I thought, or I think, that they were carried away by their emotions, just the way you have put the question. They did not rely on the exact and a lot of the scientific evidence that they should have. And their sample size was very small.
But another question I want to ask is, you would expect that those organizing such polls would understand the dynamics of our politics, would understand human behavior in our society, would understand the way things are with our politics, and know, for instance, the place of different dynamics. Now, when you talk about religion, you talk about ethnicity, you talk about region and all of that. I'm just wondering why they didn't take all of that into consideration in conducting these polls. And when you look at some of the results they released, in most cases, those who did not respond, the number of those who did not respond are quite high, but then they still went ahead to make projections.
Yes, that's the thing you must understand. If they were not emotional or excited by the outcome of their preliminary results, they should have interrogated their method more carefully. If they were dispassionate, if they were not so involved to the extent that they were interested in a certain direction of the outcome, or the outcome should go in a certain direction, they will not rush to town with what they brought to the nation. Because the credibility with which they were even given the space has been completely lost. How now can they use their name in the future as a credible pollster? Because they should have done a better job. The outcome is far, far away from their prediction. And that is enough to discredit the entire organization. And it beats me why they will put at stake all that reputation of the past. Probably whatever you saw in the past was as a result of what you call by coincidence or accident that those polls in the past were successful. But this time has shown that they did not do a thorough scientific work. For example, in polling all over the world, there is an increasing evidence that non-response and misrepresentation bias might be the reason that polls are not producing accurately matched election results. They know it. So for them to still come to town with this, knowing that in the last 10 years, non-response and misrepresentation has always been one of the reasons why many polls fail.
Richard, how bad is this for pollsters? I mean, for the majority of these pollsters who are quite popular in this country, for them to just get it completely wrong and make very wrong forecast. I mean, this must rub off on virtually every pollster in this country because, you know, before now, there had always been a challenge with polling in this country. Quite a lot of people don't believe in polling. They don't believe in the outcome. But do you think this has made things worse for pollsters in this country?
No, I don't think so. It's just a matter of if you need an organization to do a poll for you, know which one you will approach. What we have had is a situation whereby the pollsters, they had their own biases. It's a PR all over. Poll, opinion poll, is a PR tool. You know, that if you come out and say Peter Obi will win, that may sway some people to say, this is a popular candidate, let's follow him. So it's a PR tool which politicians use a lot. But in reality, they know. Those who came out to say Peter Obi will win by 50%, even when you have more than half, in the case of ANAP, more than half of its own sample said they will not tell him or they've not decided. You can't come out and say, when you have that this person will win. It's impossible. But because the organization, the foundation, has its own bias, the owner has his own bias, perhaps wanted to do a PR for Peter Obi, that is why he was so confident to come out and share what we have. But in reality, it is not. Those who did opinion poll, the real one, they had the result and they digested the result and they used the result to strategize. My colleague mentioned non-response and we call it missing system in data analysis. When you analyze your data, it will give you the overall result and say, this is the result you will have. However, because we have this number of missing response, we cannot say this is the outcome. So it will produce two results for you. For anybody who understands data analysis and has used SPSS a lot, when you run your first analysis, it will give you percentage and give you valid percentage. It will underline it, percentage and then valid percentage. So it is telling you that this is the result. However, this is the valid one. It will have taken care of the missing response and then those who refuse to say. So in this case, you see that if you use Google Form to conduct for a national election as big as the one we just had, and you use Google Form, Google will give you the result. Google has no business with what you have with missing response. It will just give you overall, and then you can go to town. So it doesn't work like that. Those who came out and reported, they did the wrong thing. Their methodology was wrong, doing online poll. And then the reportage was also wrong. Where you have over 50% of your sample say, we don't know or we can't say now, you cannot go to town. Anybody can have that 50% and we win. So that is not where 21%. I saw one where Peter Obi was given 21% of the total vote, where over 50% did not state who they will vote for. So that 21% is not where you should report from. It is from those who did not answer, those who did not tell you they will vote for. Something is missing. So if you are truthful to yourself, if you don't want to just do PR for your candidate, I assume that those who reported wrongly, they worked for Peter Obi. If they did not work for Peter Obi, that is where they will report from. That even though he has this, majority of voters still don't want to mention him. So something is amiss. So you want to galvanize people using your wrong data, and you want to move them thinking that if you report him as the number one, that means people will now vote. No, it doesn't work like that.
And the danger is when you produce a report that is not accurate,
Yes.
it sends it certainly misleads the candidate himself, and so he thinks he's very much liked across the country. He thinks he has the people behind him, and so when the results eventually come out and he doesn't win, it creates room for dispute like what we are having now.
That is why we are having what we are having. Not only that people are disputing the results, people are afraid. They hold on to the fact that Peter Obi won the election, putting the judiciary under pressure, putting the the INEC under pressure and its chairman under pressure, all the rec under pressure, because of expectation, false expectation created by false opinion poll.
Okay, let me bring in Theo here. Theo, it's a danger. The danger in wrong forecast, wrong projection, is that, as we've had it now in Nigeria, is that when results are eventually declared and the projected doesn't go ahead to win, it begins to create doubts in the minds of those who had believed these projections, who had believed these polls. Is that what we're having in the country today? Because for some of the candidates too, it becomes difficult to accept that they didn't win, for instance.
Yeah, the problem we have in the country is not totally because of polls that have failed to predict correctly the outcome, but more to do with the position of the candidate disputing the elections directly. The polls should have predicted or shown to the candidate that they are not likely to win the election, especially.
But the polls didn't do that. The polls didn't do that. But the polls didn't do that.
The polls are not to be blamed totally, because the citizens, a lot of the voters did not see the polls, did not hear of the polls. They only hear more from the candidate's attitude towards the result and the political structure's reaction to the result. If the candidate have accepted the result, knowing that truthfully the polls were only conducted to show up their popularity or to sway people's interest in their direction, they should know better that they don't have the ground. For example, the percentage of response in that poll is very poor, and that is the trend all over the world. The percentage of response to traditionally conducted surveys has increased, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to get people's true opinion. Very difficult. People are not truthful about what they are going to do at election, especially when you have majority of people whose vote could be bought. They are just going to tell you anything you like to hear. And so the poll stars and the...
Well, we've lost him there. We'll try to reestablish connection. Richard, we just have to end this. What do you think? What lessons do you think pollsters need to take from the just concluded election?
Well, if assuming they are truthful in the beginning, we will say, okay, this is what you should do. They themselves are not truthful. So that's the problem. Now, going forward, if they still want to be relevant, if they still want to be taken seriously in the subsequent elections that we will have, is to be truthful and do the right thing. See, in this country, there is no way. Even those who will sell their votes, they know it is not on that day they will sell it. Those who will buy would have assembled them, would have contacted them, would have put them on notice. They would have established a kind of relationship. So if you conduct your opinion in the right manner, using the right methodology and right analysis, you will get the right response. We went to, in Oyo State alone, the poll I was involved in over 40 villages, that we went to. You know, so even if people will buy, it is not on the day of election. They would have bargained far before that day.
So it's not as if people go to the polling booths now to start hawking their
No,
votes.
they already know. See, the people, if this is from my own mother, when she visited me, she said, this election will conduct, that the man they will vote for bought 4 different clothing materials for them for celebration. Since 2019, every year it will buy, it will send money, it will send rice, it will send this and that. So those who will sell and those who will buy, it is on the day of election they will begin to transact. Only few people will do that. But the real people that will vote and will sell, they already know far before that day. So if you meet them, it is persuasion. Well, that is why we always favor face-to-face opinion polling. Select your respondents in a scientific manner and then meet them. Sometimes they will say, buy this for us, give me malts to replenish my blood before I answer you. That is normal. You are not influencing the opinion, but you are getting his or her buy-in to answer your responses. Now, the person will tell you, this is where I'm going. This is where I'm going. So it is not that they don't know. They know. ANAP, SBM and all that, they knew what they did at the beginning. So if they want people to take them seriously, is to engage. Online is easy. It is cheap. You won't spend money. If you want to do it, proper opinion polling costs money, millions. So if you think that you will sit somewhere, use Google or use this to tell people to, you will get falsehood is what you will get. So I will tell them going forward that if they must continue to be relevant, they have to do the right thing. Conduct the proper opinion polling with scientific process using right methodology. You can, there is no, see, it is not so much. Opinion polling is not so much about sample size, how big your sample size is. In America, with their population, is about Gallup and Co. use just 1,000. So in Nigeria, even 1,000, 2,000 scientifically selected respondents can give you the true picture of what to expect. However, if you sit online and you think you will talk to those that are doing Twitter, that are doing Facebook, you will not get accurate results.
All right. Let me quickly go to Tio Akatugba before we wrap up. Tio, unfortunately, I lost you along the way, but give me your final word. What lessons do you think pollsters should take from the outcome of this election?
Okay, the first lesson they must take is that no matter how you tweet, you distort the outcome of your survey, no matter how you try to use a survey for PR to sway votes, the reality, the biggest polling in any election is on the election day. So they should be circumspect. They should do better job. They should not discredit themselves with this repetitive failure of the polling results. That's the biggest lesson they must learn.
Gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for coming on the program. Thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, I'm afraid that's how much we can take on the program this week. We thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
TV360
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
In terms of settling down, does age affect the chances of choosing the partner you want? In terms of settling down, does age affect the chances of choosing the partner you want?
It should be the choice. I think it should be the choice.
In which way? Me as female, I date a younger person.
I feel
like
as a female, like, as in is age a factor in you
deciding
getting what you want?
To, who you want to.
Who you want to get married
Meaning, can I get married to a younger man?
No. Like, for example, as you grow older, for example, now, your chances of getting who you really want becomes slim.
Okay.
I don't think it plays like that for a man.
For a man, yeah, it doesn't.
It's for a man.
But it's for a lady.
For ladies, I just feel like you don't. For ladies, you can say that yes, we have the, how do they say it? Like, like let me just look for one and just settle down or something. You get.
I don't think like
you just settle for anybody they say.
No,
not like they settle.
No, I'm just saying
they
that
don't.
for them.
It's just
I'm
that.
not saying that
It's just that.
Like, older women settle now. They settle at the end of the day.
They don't. I don't think they're going to settle now. There is easy.
I was about to say like
you can freeze
modernization,
your
like.
You freeze your eggs. Yes.
It's quite easier now.
It's quite easier now.
And again, people like have a liberal mind now.
Liberal mind. And in fact now, more people are more, maybe because people are now more open, and then civilization and everything. People are now seeing that you don't need to rush to anywhere. Do you understand? Actually. Okay, so and then because of what is even happening right now, like people considering marriages where people, you rush in and then you rush out. People are like, no, I'm going to take my time. I'm going to wait to get married to the right person. You understand? I'm not negating the fact that some people are still rushing.
Yes, you are still taking your time.
Yeah, that's why.
As a woman.
That's why I say.
I'm not saying that maybe she's trying to be picky, but like maybe I'm not saying maybe at that stage. That maybe she's saying, oh, I don't like this song. Oh, maybe for petty reason. I'm saying maybe at that stage, maybe she has not gotten anybody. She's not going to go and meet any random person and just go and.
But anybody that approaches her, she would agree.
Wrong.
No, that's what I'm saying. She's not just going to, just because any random person comes to.
Yes.
So you think that
she could. That's what I'm saying. Medicine has made things easier and science.
Easier. You can freeze your egg. She could freeze her
egg and she's not worried about her age to give birth.
Is that the only thing women worry about?
It's part of the thing. That's one of the major things in Nigeria.
Yeah, that's one of the major things that people worry about. Is their biological.
It's the truth.
Unless you don't want kids.
It's the main thing. Because in-laws, your in-laws will say, why won't marry this babe? She don't she don't feel give you picking, she don't give us grandchildren. So that's just
the only reason why you don't feel married.
Major thing for Nigeria.
But what of you?
Me, for an older woman. If I like the older woman, I'll get married to her. There are ways we could
So
look
if
for
she's
a
like
child.
50, can you get married?
No, 50 is too much. There's a considerate age. I
This
can't.
considerate age.
What
What
is the truth now?
What of
Considerate
45?
age, huh?
45.
No, I'm going to be 34. Let's say a lady 40. Yes, I could.
6 years.
Yes, I could. But above that, that's.
What of 41?
No, I
42?
say I'm telling you the age.
41, she
within
just
mine
left now.
It's the same thing. Man.
Even that 40 self.
You get
Almost 6 years difference.
So that's
Shay, what about you?
Almost a no. Forget that thing.
Which age? Like what of a year older?
Maybe. My max now 3 years. Max. 3 years older. Max.
Well, see, everybody does his own this thing. So
Max.
But you should at least consider 41. Should still.
How you go consider that
the 40 I don't consider.
The 47 we go still talk am well. You know if you consider 40.
No, but 40 is cool for you.
It's 6
but
years.
I just feel like the
great.
most important for
Actually,
men,
yeah.
the worry for them,
actually-
for women, is the fact that one thing they're scared about is their biological clock.
Yeah.
Menopause and all those kind of things. Do you understand? We all know that is aside. If you're not worried about it, that means maybe you don't want to have kids.
Exactly.
Or you
Maybe you just
frozen
want to
your
adopt
eggs, or you want to adopt, or you want to do surrogacy. If you've frozen your eggs, you understand. So that's just the thing.
But you
I
know
feel
another
like
funny thing in Africa that we made it look like as if it's a woman thing. It also affects men. Getting married at a very
It doesn't affect
old
men
age.
as
I
much
want to
as
explain to you what I mean by it affects.
Do men,
Wait,
are you saying men
I'm not
drop-
saying
they
men
drop their
oppose.
standards?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying this. You imagine you getting married as a guy. You're wasting time. You're getting married at 40, 45. So let's say by the time
Sorry,
your
wasting
child
time.
will be. Wait,
Doesn't
now,
mean that
wait.
it was wasting
I'm not saying you're
time.
wasting time. I'm
Just
saying
they
you're
are not
taking
met the right
time. Wait.
person.
That is it's still the same thing. We're only just talking about
So just
ladies
say
at this
taking
thing.
time.
Just to take it.
At that, okay, you're taking
time
time,
to be the
and
right
then
person.
you finally get married or get settled at 40 or 45. So by the time your first child will be like 10 years, you're 55 years. So when would you stay to enjoy your kid?
As in,
You still enjoy him now.
Like
enjoy your
how?
kid now.
As in you're already old. Is it at your old age you want to enjoy your kid, or at a younger
Enjoy
age?
her like a
So people get married
See,
as
let me tell
early
you,
as
what
25
exactly
and
they
they
don't
don't
have,
give
they
birth
don't have
until
any
45,
child.
50.
What would they do?
That's it. That one is a
Different
different case.
Boy,
That one is
just
a
saying
different
that.
case.
I'm just saying that.
And
what
even
about
at that
they go
part
married
is because maybe they've
Ready?
not explored other options to get kids, or maybe they don't have the means to get kids. Yes,
So you
there's
want to tell me that-
IVF.
And people have tried IVF how many times?
Even if you don't work, then you adopt.
We all know how adoption
Yeah.
is in Nigeria. Adoption is very, very, as in, the process is long.
Tedious.
And which is one of the things that people are really speaking out about. That
The process long. You see
which is one of the things that they're
for road,
talking
you
about.
don't get anybody.
It's
Carry
not
am go
difficult.
house.
People are saying it's
It's
very,
in the day.
and that's why people are saying that's why people go for that baby factory
Yeah.
thing. That because of the
Because
they
yes,
need to-
doing it the
that's
legal
why
way is stressful.
doing
Yes.
it the legal way is very it will
It's
take
very
you
stressful.
years before
In
they
Nigeria.
Yes.
Wow.
Why do you think baby factory
Papers
is
upon
moving?
papers. That's why baby factory
That's
is
why baby
easier.
factory
You
is
just go and
moving.
get the thing
You just
easily
go and
with
get
your
it.
money.
Under 1 year, you're done.
Now, this
But
one,
adoption,
even with
you'll
your
be on
money.
it.
Yeah.
For years, 5 years, they've not given you child.
One,
As in,
no.
you still be on, and it doesn't mean that you even get it though. Do you understand? And that is why baby factory is moving.
It's moving.
And people are really speaking
Black
up now.
market,
I don't
yeah.
know. People are really speaking up that Nigeria, the government should do something about adoption.
To regulate
they
it,
should
yeah.
make sure the process is easy.
Easy.
Do you understand?
They just
so
have
that
so
you
many
can,
children
you
there
can
and
so
it's
that you can get rid of all this baby factory
Yeah.
springing up everywhere and there. Do you understand?
But I
Because
don't think a man's standard drops. So even no matter how old he gets at the end of the day, because you see, a man is, especially if he's not rich, but let me say well-to-do. If the guy is well-to-do, his standard will not
I
drop.
think he settles.
I still want a slim babe. I still want a fair
I
babe.
think he
it's a
settles.
lie, settles.
I think he
Men
settles.
Men don't
He
settle.
settles. Do
It's
you know
a lie.
why?
Men
Wait,
settles.
Men don't
they settle.
Men settles. Even when
They
they're not even
settle.
old.
Men don't
Yes,
When
settle.
they're
they
not, they will
settle.
settle.
Yes.
What are
Even
you
when they're
saying?
not old.
Yes.
Yes, they
Let me
settle.
tell you. Let me tell
They
you. Let me
settle.
tell you. Let me tell you how it works.
Speak
Like
for
when
yourself.
they're
People
serious,
settle.
when they're serious and
Men,
they're active,
they settle.
when
Men
they're
don't
serious,
settle.
Especially when their
They
parents
do.
are on their neck.
Yes,
like,
they
this-
settle.
Before you know, they say,
Men
I didn't like
settle.
her. She got
See,
pregnant for me.
Corey, like when they're
Men
when they're
settle. No,
when they're
women.
still when they're still
Gone
very
are those
young,
days that
when they're still very
guys
young,
get-
and-
guys-
when they're still very
okay.
young and playful and they're still in the field and all they do with this girl. That's when they even have spec. when it's time to settle and they be doing that thing, they settle.
When it's time to settle down.
Settle down.
Yes.
They settle.
They
They
settle.
settle for anything.
Oh, they don't settle. They pick who pays them the
No,
most.
no.
No, it's not settled.
That's when they
I don't think that I buy with what they're saying.
No, I don't buy what they're
You know why? Because no, see, let me explain to you. Wait, let me explain to you
How
something.
can you say guys?
I've had guys. Let me explain something to you. I've had guys that
You won't be like this one ended up with this one.
when they were dating, they were like, oh boy, if I want to marry, see this kind of babe now, this kind of babe, this. And then finally, you know, while they were dating, they had those kind of girls, those classic girls. And then when they're finally ready to settle, you just see the girl and they're like, God, I don't see why.
Guy.
How far now? But no be this kind person.
Yes.
Like what's
Waiting the guy go reply you.
You tell you say na person way I just won't deal with. Now like that person will make me happy.
Bam!
You don't drop the standard.
No, not drop standard. No.
You drop the standard.
You drop the standard.
You drop am.
No.
Because before you tell say my standard.
Yeah, waiting you talk.
He
say na person. Yeah, waiting you talk now. He say na person where I like.
Now he drop the
He
standard.
don't drop his standard.
He drop in standard because
it just be like say wait. It just be like say everybody knows say I like beans. I like beans. Person can't give me ewa going. I can't dey chop ewa going. You can't say but you talk say na normal beans. Like why can't they eat ewa going? I still say I like this one. Oh, pass this one. It don't mean say I said to. It means I prefer this one to even this one. No, you don't said to. It was his choice.
Because before he talk say what I want. Okay, let me use physical attributes.
Exactly.
I want babe wey get big butt, babe wey get
Settle.
then he won't come marry slim babe.
Maybe the sleep.
Maybe we're black.
Yes.
And before now, fair girls we get big
He
boobs.
settled.
But
He
Iman,
settled.
calm down.
He drop standard.
If he be say he see something for that slim babe, when you know
But
say
the makes him say he compromise standard.
No, he not compromise. He upgrade himself. He not be compromise.
You know what? You
Not be compromise.
know.
No think am like that. He not compromise anything.
Okay, so why is he chasing? Why is he flirting with that his spec outside?
They will not be like,
why is he flirting with his spec?
His spec outside.
Yes.
They will not be
No, I
like,
don't
look at
understand what you're
it.
Like you get,
Like,
like
after
when
you
you
don't come
finally
marry that
marry
one,
that
you still
one,
flirt.
you not be flirting with his spec outside.
You see that one?
Why?
That's a different topic that we cannot delve into now.
Okay, good.
Men naturally, no matter what,
They like
are
variety.
promiscuous by nature.
How? Who
We
made
have discussed this issue.
We don't
Seyi.
discuss them before. Now why I say more not delve into this thing
Which nature?
More not delve into them deeply.
Who nature?
Let's not go into it.
There
Like
is
you
a
said.
there is a very high probability
There's no
for a
problem. We're not
man,
going
even a
to go
married
into
man,
it.
to still look outside at the
We're
end
not
of the
going
day.
to it.
Because men, our
A
eye know
loose
they stay
man.
one place.
A loose
Now
man.
so he the be. No, not a loose man. Now so he the be. It takes the grace of God, serious grace of
Eh?
God,
Now
I
serious grace
see,
of God
if not because
for
of,
a
if not
man.
because of
serious
religious
grace of
belief.
I did
Like
tell you,
serious
not
grace
because
of
If not
God.
because of religious belief, if not because of religious belief, and then some form of morality, no be lie. Virtually all men.
Oh, that's
going
like
to do it.
inbuilt, like
It's-
inbuilt,
It's going
involved.
to, no, I'm not saying it's
No,
not
so
God.
why is it there now?
It's
So why is it there? Why is it there?
It's no.
I
That's
agree.
what I'm
It
telling
is
you.
inbuilt.
Seyi?
It just
For me,
depends
built
on
you.
the man's character and the way
I
he's
know,
willing
all
to
this one that
discipline
you're saying,
That's where I
himself.
want to come
Wrong.
from.
And
the
the percentage of men who are willing to discipline themselves that way is very, 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 very low.
So you're trying
Now,
to tell
I'm
me
not saying
that it's a
there aren't
natural
such men
thing.
that exist.
No, like
though.
you're trying to say it's a
That's-
natural thing. So it now
It's a
takes a
natural
man
thing.
with extra effort to actually overcome that
My
natural
own-
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
It's true.
Very, very
No.
true.
Very true.
What
Very
me-
true, Korode.
What me I want to say is that all this one that you're saying men,
Well, let's not
human,
leave the main topic.
That's the
human,
thing.
as a woman too, as a
That-
man,
that
it's
thing is
human
there.
nature to want to I don't
So
know
it's
how
the
to
both
say.
of you.
Explore,
right?
It's
Thank
like
you.
to
Oh, yeah.
explore.
So let's come back
But
to the main
you
topic.
as a personal, it's just like, do you not think of bad things?
Yes, we all do.
We all do.
Good.
Do you do them?
No.
So it's not gender based.
So it's not gender
No,
based.
no,
It's
Korede,
it's
what's the
just
ratio
an
of
individual.
what's the ratio of married women who cheat?
No, that's
Like no, wait. Like to you, like how many percentage of
I
married
don't
women?
know.
cheat? No, like
Women
based
are-
based
women
based
are more
no,
disciplined
no,
than
truthful,
men.
based on the
To men.
experiences the little
men.
experience you have
To
men.
from what
To
you've
men.
seen so far.
To men.
Yes, ratio of women to
What
men.
me I've
not
been
kids.
hearing, I think is even 50-50 or 60-40.
No, right now, yes. Because
Right
right
now,
now,
maybe
before.
50-50.
Let's use before.
Before,
Yes.
because people are like, oh, this thing, oh, you know, as a married woman, maybe it was like maybe 30 to, or
70.
40 to
60.
60, you understand? But now with
Now
what
it's
is going on,
50-50.
with
Yeah.
what we are hearing
Yeah.
out there.
Whoa,
True.
we are
you
not-
just
we are
wake
not-
up and all your
Do you
kids are not even your
understand?
own, and you think
Do you
you're being cheated.
understand?
Yeah.
So that's why I said that it's not gender based. That cheating thing is not gender based.
It's just
not
that-
like this thing. But you as an individual,
Exactly.
you're going to make the decision and no, I don't want to cheat. And that was why I gave the example. We all think of bad things in our, by ourselves. Do you understand? But do we all do we do that?
Man, I know what I'm
no.
saying. It doesn't mean that me I will
because
cheat
we
if I
have
get married.
it's an inbuilt. We
I
have the morality that corrects that no, you cannot do this.
No, not really.
Okay, so let's come back to the main topic.
Not really.
We need to discuss.
Let's come back to the main
topic.
topic.
Discuss that but not really. No.
To the main topic.
To the main topic. I don't agree with you.
No, we're coming back to the main topic.
The main topic. Back to the main topic. I was saying that men don't drop their standards no matter how old they get.
They do.
If men drop their standards, you won't see 60-year-old men getting married to 20-something-year-old babes.
Wrong.
They do.
You won't see 40-something-year-old.
Wait, do you think he's getting married to 20-year-old girl because
that's the say you get money like that too, but you go say I go marry better 26, 27-year-old babe. Where you go look and say, guy, how you think get this babe?
No.
Are you trying to say the guy? Men don't settle.
Men settle.
Men settle.
Men settle a lot. Men settle a lot.
What I will say is
now, like,
the preference for men change. So not that they settle.
Why are we using the prediction? Why are we changing? Why are we changing? Why are we like settle and preference?
No.
Why are we saying settle and preference?
Settling
what influences preference?
When it comes to men, it's preference. When it comes to women, it's settling. Yes.
Why is the diction changing for men and women?
No.
Men settle, women settle.
Why is the language changing?
Men don't settle.
Men settle more than women.
Hey! Stop it!
I don't even know that one. But I know that men settle.
Men.
Kai, Erica, stop it. Kai! Stop that one. Stop that.
Men settle.
That's the
men settle.
Me, I feel men.
Do you know that it's appalling? It's appalling how they settle.
Now our taste.
It's appalling. It's appalling how they settle.
Turning towards what you said. I think
it's appalling how men settle. Like to the last. No boxes are ticked. They just settle.
Okay, wait. John. Let me ask you a question now. You know a guy now, for example, that he's always carrying fine babes every time. He date fine babes. He punch fine babes. Then he can't talk say he won't marry. You can't say the wife he won't marry ugly. To you, he settled, Abi? Yes or no?
He settled now.
Because he don't carry fine babes. But when he won't come marry, now ugly baby carry.
He settled because he's not going to be cheating on her. He settled.
He will not go and be cheating on
So what's the use of him settling? When he still has those fine babes at his beck and call, doesn't that tell you he didn't settle?
That tells me that he's confused.
When we are talking of settling, no, it's not confused. See, when we are talking of settling, we are saying this guy does not have a choice again. He just has to make do with what he has. That's my own understanding of settling. That he not get any choice. No other person there for him except this person. But these other people still there. That is not settling. He made his choice. He decided, I've seen all this fine babes.
Really?
Now this ugly one I won't pick.
That's not what. That's not settling.
They be like, at time don't they go.
Like, guys, she don't disturb me. And now this girl agree. Like, no time.
That's not settling.
It's settling.
That's not settling. That's not settling. Because the guy, he no go carry person where he no like put for house now.
Still set.
So
you go carry person where you know like put for house, even if they pressure you.
Plenty guys don't do them now.
When they know like for anything.
Like a kind of like let's say like let me use one. Wait, let me use one. Or I know it was a royal family. And the rule of the royal family. Wait, now the same thing. Wait, and the rule of the royal family is any girl when you give belle outside. Yes, you have to marry her by force. That's still settling.
No, that was different. I'm talking of an instance where a guy has a choice.
What about guys?
No family obligation.
What about guys that they had
no cultural obligation.
And then the girl ended up getting pregnant, and then they were like, "Oh, there's nothing you can do. You have to marry our daughter."
Who says so? And they will not force the guy to marry her.
Doesn't happen. Say it doesn't happen.
No, I know it happens.
So what were you trying to say?
I know it happens, but that one you can't. Maybe you can say it's settled, based on what happened. Based on what happened. It is based on what happened that it's settled.
However you want to spin it.
You're trying to streamline. You're trying to box this conversation. Like you're trying to streamline. You're talking choices. You're talking settling side by side choices. These are certain actions that they have carried out that influence their choice to settle.
Wait, John, let me ask you this question now. When someone is settling, when you say someone settles, does that person have a choice or not? Does he have a pool to pick from?
In some cases, yes.
Yes.
And he settles?
Yes, and he settles.
Yes.
No, that's not true.
Yes.
That is true.
When someone settles, it means you don't have a choice. You just have to pick that person.
No.
You talk say this person give person belle. He no get choice.
They
don't tell him, say, you must marry him, you must marry him. He no get choice.
He had a girlfriend, but he just had a one-night stand.
And the girl now got pregnant.
Yes,
he doesn't have a choice. Because
he
he himself, I'm sure,
his
family members, all of them would have already told him that, Ogbeni, you don't give this girl Bele. You must marry her. He doesn't have a choice.
No,
as far as he is concerned. But what I'm saying is, you can't compare it with a guy now where we say, the example I gave earlier, you have fine babes. He now went to carry an ugly babe.
It happens.
He made his choice that, okay, I don't want any of this fine babe.
Why?
I want this one.
Why? Meanwhile, those
Probably
girls
he saw that this one will be a good wife. She'll give me peace of mind. She'll be able to cook for me. She will answer to my beck and call.
So,
unlike all these other ones. And he decided to choose her.
That
is not settling.
Okay, so what's okay?
He made his choice.
So what's happening? What is going on in marriages whereby the men, they were like, I didn't like, I just married her because of she was just available.
Yes.
What's going on there?
Because she was available.
Yes.
I've not heard that one before.
You have not heard because she was available.
You will not hear
like I just married the girl.
I married the girl because she was available.
I've even seen a scenario like that.
I know you will say you've not heard it before.
No, I'm not honest. I've not heard it. That she was just available. I don't understand.
Available to be married.
Available to be married. That's why I not married her.
There's no certainty that because you have a particular spec or something, it doesn't mean that you are going to eventually find somebody to get married to.
Men settle.
Women settle. I agree that women settle.
Men settle.
Because to a certain extent, they don't have that luxury of a choice to pick and say,
why?
How? You
as they age,
like fine wine.
Most times, let me tell you something. Shut up. Yes.
You heard me.
Yes, they do.
Yes.
Let me tell you something.
I'm not talking to
some of those girls, do you think that, maybe they don't have any girl that is asking them out? It's because they probably just not seen their choice.
Aging.
Yes.
At 36.
Yes.
Because they've not seen their choice.
Yes. 45.
Why is it impossible?
What are you talking about?
Are you kidding me?
It's not as if maybe there's nobody asking. It's just somewhere it's saying.
Don't let these girls come on. We already won comfort. Don't let them win you, please. No.
I've seen it play out. I've seen it play out.
Make any sense. So what you're trying to say that when you're 45, you cannot get married again?
Who? As a woman.
35, 36,
you don't have the luxury.
You do. You have a choice.
You do.
You don't.
You can make a choice.
You
can reject proposals.
It's a lie.
You reject proposals.
Yes.
You go dead there at 45. You go dead there. You go old.
See, let me tell you something.
You go old. At 45, any man will come meet that woman. She go marry.
At 45, there are some men you can't get married to. Even at 45.
I'm saying, but at that point, you don't see.
You know what?
Emmanuel,
I think the image of the lady you are painting is maybe 13th century or something.
Yeah,
if you're thinking of modern women these days,
they
cannot be talking like this.
They would not care.
In Africa.
They would rather remain
in Africa, Nigeria.
Yes.
Now lie.
Don't say that.
Now lie. Now lie.
To that part, yes.
Emmanuel,
lie.
It's
a lie. We have not gotten to that point.
Are you kidding me?
In Nigeria, we have not.
Yes.
My dear, we have not.
We have.
Whoa.
I don't understand
why
you're
kidding me.
It's just the few ones that people are looking up to as celebrities.
We kidded you now.
I'm not
a lie. I don't agree.
These are not even celebrities. These are not even celebrities.
The image of women you are painting in your mind is affecting you.
There's nothing like that. I say your family cannot even allow you at that stage.
They don't allow you. Say make you just stay.
How many women do you think can stand family pressure? How many? Can you stand? Even you.
Yes, I can.
You've not faced it.
Yes,
if you faced it, you will know.
Dude,
yes, I can.
Once you get to that point, I'll know if you can.
Man, a man will face pressure.
You not face family pressure. Can you face family pressure?
Men don't know how to stand pressure.
Hey, Jesus!
Men! Especially when they are bomb.
Joanne keeps shooting this gun this evening. Boom.
Men do not like
this one. We're not agreeing with this one.
Boom.
If you're talking of anybody that stands pressure,
please.
If you're talking of anybody that stands pressure,
easily succumb. They could have been dating a girl for like 10 years, and then
before
their mom comes and says, "Look, and they cannot be like, my mom is on my neck. She's standing on my neck. I can't help me. And please, she wants her. She found her, and they'll be like, I said, you don't be like, are you telling me that you cannot stand and defend our relationship? You don't understand how my mom is. Men cannot stand pressure. Men cannot stand pressure.
Now women that thing they catch the most now. Not men.
Women are more strong.
I want this to call this thing. What do you use to call it? My mama said. My mom said in Igbo. Name C or something. Mom C. This thing. My mom said.
You
and now branded. I now already my mom said.
God.
My
So
mom said.
One Igbo man told you that. Oh shit. Oh.
Women are more strong-hearted than men. Men do not have the wherewithal to
especially when their moms start coming to tell them that no. See this woman. She's not from the same woman. She's a city woman. City woman that will come.
That will not be following other men. Look how she's dressing.
See how she's dressing.
No, but you'll not be like, but I've been dating her.
It's like the picture people are painting is the 13th century picture.
Modern men, look at them. Modern men like you and Sheyi. Modern men.
Like push me and Sheyi from
where? Can you stand your mom's pressure?
My mom's pressure.
Can you stand her pressure?
My dear, see.
If she stands on your neck, can you stand?
Wait, let me tell you. I quarreled with my parents for months. I wasn't picking their call because of a babe, not from my side.
I'm very firm about my beliefs and my thoughts, and I stand by them regardless of pressure.
Really?
Yes.
You can face your family.
Yes, because I want my best interest first.
Even when your family say they will disown you.
No. Disown me. One. They will not even say they will disown me. Two.
Why?
Disown me to what?
Because you don't want to say what
like disown me to no, it's not even possible. You can't disown me because
let's just say you are from that kind of family. No, let's work with that.
For the sake of argument purposes.
You need to think about it. You need to think about it. If you are from that kind of
see, guy, if you're firm-hearted, you'll be able to influence their opinions. You will be able to influence their opinions.
You will work with what we've said, or else we'll disown you.
To where? Cotonou.
Canada.
We're Africans. You can't do it without your family.
Whoa. Yes. Whoa.
You see, like this holiday self, go don't agree for the family.
Proven. You see what I was telling you? Proven. Just hear what Emmanuel said.
I'm not telling you that you should not defend, but I'm saying, can you do it without your family?
Proven.
You know the place of a family.
Proven.
So what you're trying to tell
so you're saying that they're not toxic families? Like they're not toxic families. And today their parents
are but the ratio to men is lower.
My dear.
No, wrong.
Men go against their parents the most than women.
Yes. It's difficult to find a man that is actually willing to go.
What he's saying is the truth. Let's not argue it. Let's not argue it.
It's difficult to find a man.
Is it when the men that especially when they are mom start saying,
especially when they are mom. They'll just say,
you see the women. I'm not saying some women can't be pressured. I'm not saying that they are. But don't come and say that a lot of women they will just
give in
like that and say that okay, I want to marry. They will elope. What you're trying to say?
A woman will even stand like
women. There's so many times they'll be like, oh, I'll force my family because they never even supported the marriage.
Exactly.
Like it's just me and my husband and my
exactly. Do you know that I actually know about a woman like that. So she actually fought. Her family were so wealthy, and then this guy, she actually liked him from her program. So she liked the guy, and her family, they vehemently. Do you know, like she left that city they were in. She relocated with that man against, like for a year. Even when she gave birth to her first child, like it was later, like they came around, like she still tells her story, and she's like, I stood by this man. Like it's not as if today he's like anything, like they're just fine. But still, like you can actually see the fact that okay, she's willing to go all out 100. Those women, that woman.
Do you know how many guys have done the same thing?
Do you know how many guys have done the same thing you are saying?
Do you know how many guys?
Now guys know they even send family safe.
No.
They bullshit family anyhow.
It's a lie.
This thing is saying. This thing is saying.
Do you know the only part? Do you know the only time that men bullshit family are not is to engage in peer pressure? When it comes to the real thing, nothing.
I'm telling you, you don't know.
That's why she doesn't know.
Nothing. I said, I'm so saying. Men are
for her to say that it's only when it comes to peer pressure. That's when men flex muscle.
That's when you flex muscle.
It's to the family that men.
You never see when man they climb papa and mama. Say I don't want to see people in my house.
Simple.
What are you saying?
Yes. Yes.
Those ones are in the movies.
No,
which movies?
Which movie?
Which movie?
African Magic.
Even this one you said is in African Magic now.
Showcase.
Where that she left
her parents and went to
that time. Only in African Magic now.
What's the name of the
epic precisely. And most times the girl's name is Caro.
Hey!
Caro.
Honestly speaking.
But you guys, the good thing is that you know the truth.
What truth?
The good thing is that.
Back to the topic. I just know that it's not. There's nothing like it's only female that settles.
I say it's only female.
Wait, are you actually saying that it's only females that settle?
No, the both gender settle.
I don't.
Wait.
Some men may settle, maybe 2%.
May settle. May settle. Really?
You would never.
Shay, really?
Before you know it.
Before you see a guy that settles,
Have you not met guys that settle?
It is the guy's
Have you met guys? Have you met guys that
what he prefers?
Oh, suddenly his preference when he got married to the woman, then his preference rebranded. There was a rebranding.
You know when a guy settles, like
when?
the example you guys gave. Maybe for example, he impregnated someone, and then the family said you must marry her. He has to settle for that one.
That's not the only.
But not
there
when
are some people
a guy is
pregnant,
still
like,
30.
You not even be like, why did you now marry this girl?
Exactly. He will pick his peck.
Do you understand?
Why did you marry this girl?
You'll be hearing things after a week of marriage.
Why did you marry this girl?
They're already fighting. They never even show this. You'll be
like
the people that get married.
Why? And he's already like.
It's due to other factors. It's not because he settled.
No.
It's due to other factors.
It's because he settled.
Probably he didn't know her character before. When he got in, he had now seen some.
He didn't know her character, but his preference changed. But he didn't know her character. I thought it was character that made him settle. No.
I didn't say it's character that made him settle.
So after
one week
that you now saw her character. Before the wedding, you didn't see her character. After that one,
her character adjusted. There was a shift.
Do you think you will know the character of your husband 100%? Okay. Yes or no? No answer. Yes or no?
Who is talking 100%?
You know the character of your husband?
Does he know his character 100%?
Wait.
Even him, he doesn't know.
They always don't.
Even him, he doesn't know his character 100%.
Will you know the character of your husband 100%?
You can never know anybody's character.
So what are you saying? What am I saying?
But you should know enough. You should know enough for the marriage to be sustained.
Even you yourself. You cannot even know.
Your character, Sheyi.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
So you cannot know anybody's character.
So what you're just saying now?
But no, you should know. You should know enough. You should know.
What you're saying does not make sense.
You should know enough.
You
should know enough.
You just said now that have you not heard of situations where some people get married and after 1 week, 2 weeks they are fighting? I said maybe because when they got married, the guy discovered some vices she had that he did not know before.
1 week.
And you are tackling me on that. And you just agreed with me that you cannot know a person's character 100%. So what are you saying?
I didn't agree with you. I said when you ask them, they'll be like, oh, it wasn't as if I like that. I just wanted to get married to just
exactly.
Now lie. Now woman they talk that one. Not be man they talk that one. Now woman they talk that one. It's a lie. It's not no guy will say that. No guy will say that. That I just married her. No, it's not possible.
You know,
I just married her. That what? No. I don't believe. I don't believe in that.
Just calm down.
Do you know what I'm saying? You cannot have issues. You cannot have issues in marriage after 1 week. And I know that you cannot know somebody's character 100%. I mean, people don't even know themselves 100%. But you should know enough to sustain the marriage. Like, why 1 week? Like, I don't get. How will you get married in 1 week and then you just scatter and then you tell me character? And again, remember you talked about.
Are you saying all those people that their marriage scatter after 1 week is because they settled? Is that what you're saying?
No, Shay.
No, I just wanted to clear that.
Shay, you know what? Okay. You know, the thing is that with this whole marriage thing, you can't just pinpoint and say this is that. But the thing is, when we're talking about settling, there are actually guys that just get married. You never even be like, wow, see, like, why isn't it? Me, I beg, I just want to marry, like, no time, I just want to marry. Like,
I just want to marry person we are no like.
I just want obviously.
Shay, what you're trying to say is
obviously, that's it.
Wait.
I just want to marry,
guys. Like because I just want marry.
I just want marry.
Man, just carry this one, put inside house.
Speak for yourself. You can't just say that. Oh, it cannot happen. Speak for yourself.
Exactly.
You cannot marry someone that you don't like. You cannot say every guy out there.
Guys will not marry somebody they don't like. No guy will marry somebody he does not like.
How can you
it's
say?
Not possible.
How can you say no guy?
No guy. I'm telling you. He's married. He must see something where he like. Either maybe the babe get money or her family get money or something. You can't tell me that a guy will not marry someone that he does not like.
He doesn't like at all.
No. Don't tell me that. Now women they do that one because they don't look and say I need to. All my mates are married. Me too. I want to be married. Even if the man let it shall be a man. It shall put me in his house.
80% of men marry people they don't like.
80 what?
30.
You are an arm robber.
Up to 30%.
You are a bandit. You are a bandit. You are a bandit.
happy marriages. Yes, and it doesn't change the fact that
it doesn't mean that because
for women, I agree.
It doesn't mean that
but for
because they
men,
are in an unhappy marriage.
What you're saying,
that now means that.
You know what you guys do? You just pick a part of the whole thing I've been saying, and then now say,
and
do you mean that?
Do you mean that what?
Hold me not. What I am
Why
saying.
shouldn't we quote you when you are saying it?
See, don't take it out of context. That's what I'm saying.
Talk.
Put it. Don't come and say, do you now mean that happy marriages are caused by married people that you do not like? No, I did not say it.
So what did you say? What did you say?
Please.
Speak for yourself.
I'm speaking for the men race because I'm a representative of the men, and I'm saying it here now, and I will keep saying it.
And I thought you will say to
me. It's not possible. It's not possible.
You'll be like, what? Like it's shocking. Oh my guy, I just need to know time.
Now I can't carry ugly woman put for house.
No one is talking about ugly or something. No one is talking about nobody.
Or he just carry somebody he does not like.
Exactly.
Exactly. Now you're getting the point.
Let me just marry her.
Now you're getting the point.
In the long run, he gets to like her. Probably.
I don't know about that one.
That one, if it happen,
can happen, bro.
If it happen, I'm not doubting that one. I'm not disputing that one. But what I'm saying is
that there must have been a
he go get something when the guy like
something. Yes.
He chose her. It's not as if he didn't
have
a choice. He chose her.
Exactly. Do you know what she is trying to do?
You know something? Some guys, they feel pick ugly woman. Say they won't marry this ugly woman because they know. Say if I put her for house, if I say sit down,
my peace they guarantee.
My peace, you don't get my point. So it's not as if he didn't have a choice. He could have decided to go for that figure 8 and put her in his house or another person. But because he don't know, say even put figure 8, if you don't tell her, make she sit down, make she sit down. So he decided to go for someone that he will talk to and that person will listen to him.
So are you saying
he had choices to make.
He
had options.
Yes.
When you're talking of settling, the person who get choice.
Are you saying now that? Are you saying now that for women?
Let me just wait.
Are you saying that for women now? For a woman now, when she's of age and all, even if she's
36, 37,
even if she sees a man that is rare, everybody know him, is a tout, she'll just be like, oh, my time is going and it's only this man that
if the guy says she won't marry him, she go marry him.
It's a lie.
I don't think it's true.
I
don't think it's true. I don't buy into that.
What do you even think of it? What do you even
think?
Exactly. I think, you know one thing I'm going to say, that the kind of women she rolls with is all those kind of women.
The kind of who?
The kind of women.
You are a bandit. You are a bandit.
Yeah. You're wondering. Who are you meeting?
Wait. Why would they hype on herself?
Who are you meeting?
Why would they hype?
I don't think women have
Why would I hype myself?
You might say,
if you're meeting women of this age,
maybe before they get to that stage, they say maybe they want a guy that has too much money or all of this. But once they get to that part, they're now like, okay, this one doesn't have, but he has this.
But he has this.
Even men are being realistic.
That's what I'm saying.
You move from a place of fantasy to a place of reality.
Yes. Women.
Everybody moves from a place of fantasy.
Exactly.
Who they toast to? Now man they toast woman. I mean a woman they toast man.
It's a
The two. Now you might ask question.
The two.
Please hush, please.
Okay.
Talk to the hand. I'm talking to you. Am
He
I talking to you? I ain't talking to you. Hush.
Anybody that likes you,
woman the toast man.
Yes.
You don't see where woman toast man.
Yes.
Wait. Oh yeah. If person want engage person, propose. Who they propose?
Okay. You didn't say proposal.
Calm down.
You didn't say proposal. You said toast.
Man, answer my
question. You said toast.
Oh yeah, I don't come out. Oh yeah, I don't come out toast.
Oh yeah, where you don't enter?
Propose.
For propose.
You don't ever see a woman will propose to man say, will you marry me?
No. Good. But she go feel initiator.
Thank you.
She feel initiator.
She
feel no bring the ring nail down.
As
a man duty to do
to propose.
If she initiate him, that's if they give the man clue,
yes.
They make the man propose.
Yes.
So whose choice is it to make the proposal?
The guy now.
Good. What am I trying to say now? It is the guy that makes the choice, not the woman that makes the choice.
Women still make choice.
How does she make the choice? She cannot predict who will propose to her now.
No, but she still has.
It just be like say woman now. I date woman now, for example. Okay, she likes me. She wants me to propose to her. I can decide not to propose to her.
And that one a different ball game.
No, be different
ball
game.
But she choose say, now this kind of person I go like one day with.
Bam. Now, me when she like, I not propose to him. But another guy she not too like the guy. That one propose to him.
and she don't be 38, 39.
And you think she's
You think
say
she no go accept that guy proposal?
No, she's
she
not.
go dey wait for me.
She will not.
Let's be factual. Let's be factual.
In this part,
let's be sincere.
I feel she's going to accept this one because
Bam.
if this guy is wasting
your opinion.
No, it's not his opinion.
Your
No.
He's not speaking for us. No,
so
she
what this guy is
doesn't.
wasting, and she's saying that this guy is not going to say anything.
No.
Wait, at what time?
What do you mean at what time?
This one
At what time?
This one that is proposing. This one is proposing is responsible.
No, then you're saying she's settled.
Desperate.
Then you're still saying she's settled.
Yes. Yeah, she's settled now. That's what we are saying.
She's settled.
That women settled.
Sheyi, remember, Sheyi, do you know what
I'm
you're doing?
not.
Do you know you're doing that thing again?
Women do.
Sheyi, you're doing that thing again. That's what you always do. You bring a scenario and then you rope all the conversation into that. This is one scene. Sheyi,
I just gave you an example.
That's
You
what
said I
you're
bring
doing.
a scenario.
No, what do you want to say?
You bring that scenario and
Because
say,
one person.
I know what you're doing, but this is one. Let's even agree. This is even
Sure.
one scene.
Exactly.
And you're not saying that women don't
You're
settle.
saying
Give me
for
another
all
scene.
women
Give me
settle.
another scene.
You're saying all women.
Give me another
So
scene.
what you're trying to
We're
tell me
talking in
that
generality.
all women that are 40.
Any woman that is above 37 would definitely settle. For any man she sees.
No, she will not.
So if she sees
She
a
will not.
drug or a
She
drug
will
addict
not.
or a mafian,
She will say she will
not.
change him. She will say she will change him.
She will not. Let me tell you.
change him.
She will not. She's going to make
Am I
her
not speaking?
Am I not speaking?
Controversial. Lie. She don't go do like that.
She's going to make her choice.
she'll change the
I don't believe
mafia.
that one.
She'll say she'll change the
She will
mafia.
say she will change him.
You're even saying mafia. So you're telling me
In
that
fact,
a well-to-do
now
woman.
woman language be that.
So
same.
wait.
I will change him. Don't
So
worry.
what?
When we get married, we will change.
It's a lie.
Which
What
one
you're
you
trying to
are
tell
you
me that a
meeting?
woman of let me say high caliber, or do you understand? She's working. She's making her own money. She's big.
Yeah.
She's not just. She's going to go and marry a riffraff just because she's 40.
She will touch him up.
No, she will
Oh,
not.
She will
Jesus.
touch him up.
She will not.
She has the money. She will
She has
touch
the
him
money
up.
to go and marry a riffraff. Let me
she
tell you.
Are you
remember-
saying it's not happening?
I'm not saying it's not happening.
so what are you
but
not
I'm
saying?
just saying that it's not in all cases.
Exactly.
That one,
Korede.
because she has decided to
Korede.
marry the riffraff.
Korede.
That is her own.
A woman
that
is
her own
38.
So she's just going to settle.
She no see person say, will you marry me? She can't see one guy. One guy just come out from
One
nowhere.
riffraff. One riffraff.
Let's even use your language,
Never.
your words.
Yes.
Riffraff.
Yes.
Where
use
you
it.
don't get money, you don't get car, you
She
don't
will
get
not
anything.
settle.
She will
The
not
guy
settle.
she can't see say the guy is
so
not
This guy go give am peace.
This guy go give am
So
peace.
because he's a guy, like so because
She
he's a
can't
guy.
Listen, the
propose.
guy will give
The
him
guy
peace,
not
so-
propose to her.
Sheyi,
She will not say, no, I
you
won't
raise-
marry him.
if
I
you
will
This
raise-
guy
wait.
is going to give me peace. He's going to make a
For-
good
I'll
man.
wait for Prince Charming.
give
Let me wait.
No, no.
I'm not
Even
talking
if you
about
don't go give her peace.
I'm not
No,
talking
no,
about
that
giving
one.
it.
She don't
Giving
go
her
compete, you
peace.
give her wahala.
I'm not talking about
Emma.
giving her peace. I'm talking about maybe just a random person that she doesn't even have anything for, or someone that. you
Except
know that
because
she
before they
doesn't
get
have
to
any
that stage of
future.
actually knowing
Do
if
you
she'll give him
understand?
peace or
I
not.
don't
She's
think a
going
lady
to
will settle
settle.
for that kind of person.
If you said this 20 years ago,
I
15
agree,
years ago,
I
I would
promise.
agree.
But today,
no.
Yeah.
No.
Sheyi,
Especially the girls
if you
like
want-
Korede that stubborn.
No, lie, all this thing I lie, John. What
No.
did they tell me?
No.
When pressure
Point of-
hits them well, they go know what they happen.
pressure?
What are you?
So
what
what
are
you're
you?
trying to tell
What
me
are
that
you
there are
saying?
no women that are 38 that are not married?
They are not married,
A woman is
and they are
38,
rejecting
39.
proposals.
When we say
rejecting-
she gets serious respect for her family, she will contact say, no, I'm
Are you
an
married for this
independent
family?
woman. Independent waiting.
People that you are
My
running
friend go and
with
marry.
honestly.
What are you saying?
See.
I don't need to argue with
Brother,
you honestly
brother,
because you're
see,
actually
see,
what
brother, let me
you
explain
can-
something to
I
you.
already understand
What
the
they are
kind of
saying
fool you
is
roll
the
with.
truth. See,
I roll with you.
when
You don't roll with
It's
me.
you I roll with.
You don't roll with me.
I will not call
I roll
a
with
ba- I will
you,
not
I
call
roll
a
with
bank
you, I
I
roll
roll
with
with
me.
back in the days.
Uh,
One of our branch manager then, as at then I knew that she was close to 38. Since then till now, she should be in her late 40s. She's still not married. She get money pieces. Like now, baby go stay Saturday. Just say I dey go London. I will go watch Arsenal match. Now die hard Arsenal fan. She get mad money.
why you think say she never married?
She never married up to now. I dey tell you.
I know, man. I
So are men not coming to
No,
her?
men they come.
men not coming to her.
Men they come.
Eh,
Maybe she
eh.
don't want. She don't want
Why
see.
you think say
She
she
probably
never
doesn't want
Maybe
to
she
settle
don't
now.
want to see the kind of person she go.
Exactly.
That's even it. That's even
Don't
it.
say she don't get pressure.
I'll tell you why
that
she's
is it.
not married.
Why
She
she not married?
doesn't see herself
Love
under
doctor.
a man. That's why she's not
She
married.
doesn't under-
It's not as if she don't see. It's sure for me, she go dey punch some of those ones where they come to stand.
am. They do am on a low key. But she doesn't see herself submitting to a man. That's why she's still not married. That's why she's not married. It's not as if she has not seen her spec.
Is this not choice? Is this not choice? Wait, Corey, is this not choice?
It's not choice.
So it's not choice.
She decided to stay unmarried. She doesn't want to be under a man.
Is it not choice?
It's a choice. It's a choice.
The choice we are talking of here is choice of picking a woman, picking a man. It's not choice.
It's not choice.
It's not choice.
You're defining choice. You're giving choice your own definition.
Madam, it is not choice.
No, that's what you're doing.
And I will explain why it is not choice. Can I explain?
No, you
can I explain?
No,
so I'm not. Do I have the floor?
No, you don't have the floor.
Okay, then
just allow him to explain. Allow him to explain.
Can I explain, please?
Yes, you can explain.
Can I please explain?
Yeah, you can.
Thank you very much. Now, when I say it's not choice, this is why I say it's not choice.
You just be changing
this is a woman
if it was a man, if this was a man now, is it choice? Wait, if this was a man, if it was a man now, remove the woman, you say it's choice.
If it's a man,
you say it's choice.
Let's listen now. Let's listen to him.
Toxic masculinity.
Wait,
if it was a man,
let's listen to him first now.
If it was a man,
you say he
chose. That was in this scenario now. I won't say he chose. What I'm going to say is,
you don't see him being under a woman.
That is his person. He doesn't want to get married.
But this is not her person.
No, that is her own person too. She doesn't want to get married.
But she can't stay under a man.
It's different from I don't want to get married to someone who is not my spec. Get the point I'm making. There are two parallel lines. No, listen. There are two parallel lines. Just listen very well. Just listen. Don't worry, babe. Listen. Two parallel lines. I don't want to get married at all. Even if I see my spec. That's one line. Even if I see my spec, I don't want to get married at all. That is one. There's another woman that says, oh, I want to get married, but it must be my spec. There are two different things.
So these two things.
This one is said now. This one is said now. She doesn't want to get married, even if she sees
she told you that
a millionaire, someone that has money more than her, a Prince Charming, she will still not marry.
It's a lie. It's a
lie. Okay, let's agree.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
Agree. She will not get married.
It's a lie. That Goto, she said he wants to marry, and she said no. I don't want to marry.
Well, like a woman like that, I'm telling you, she won't get married.
Oh my God.
She has her own money. She's a career woman. What does she need a man for?
Korede,
thank you.
Do you know what I'm
saying?
saying?
My darling.
Do you know what I'm even saying?
No.
It's still choice. It's still choice. When I start saying I do not want, when want is involved, it's choice.
It's choice.
It's still choice.
Related to the topic we're discussing, we said as women age, do their choice of a partner drop? That's what we are discussing. We are not talking about do they settle. We are not talking of a woman that has decided that she doesn't even want to get married at all.
Whatever.
But do they settle?
See.
This woman now, did she settle?
See.
For who?
For any of the men that have been coming because of that.
In his example.
Yes.
She didn't settle for anybody now. She's not willing to pick anybody.
But she does not have family that is pressurizing her.
She can decide and say, "Oh no,
sir,
I don't want to get married. It's not.
But
I don't want to get married."
Her, my friend, go and marry.
No, yeah, they can tell her to go and get married.
And
she will tell them that, "Oh, I don't want to get married."
These are the women that we want in your mind. When you're thinking, not the 20th century women. We want this kind of women.
How many of them? How many women of today can decide and say, "I'm not going to get married in this life"? How many?
That was why I said that question. That if you said what you said, if you said it 15, 20 years ago, I would agree. But now.
Are you saying that now babes are willing to stay unmarried for the rest of their life rather than settle? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that I'm not saying there are not some women. But you cannot say that.
It's a thing for the female gender.
Some people say they are not even up to 30.
And they settle, yes.
Just because they want to get married early or something. But for you to say that all women in the whole of this world, they settle. You are nodding your head like a gamma lizard. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not possible. It is not true at all.
I hear you.
Even let me tell you, even some women that they are not even as rich as the person you're talking about.
Yes,
they will still say no. I'm not going to go and marry
any riffraff.
I'm going to wait. I don't care. Now, even now that
and if they don't see their spec, they will keep waiting till
it's
eternity.
not about spec. Nobody's talking about spec. They just don't want to get married to. That's what I'm saying. We all know that as you get older, you know your priorities change.
Yes.
Do you understand? It changes.
You are more in touch with reality.
You're more realistic about your choices, about what you want. You understand? You're not living in the fantasy that I want a tall, dark, and handsome. You're more particular about the attributes, the person's capabilities, his behavior, and what he can, his capabilities, whatever.
That's right.
Do you understand? What he can offer you.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So you're not talking about, oh no, I want Prince Charming. No, he's not tall, he's not short, he's not. Do you understand? He's not romantic enough and something.
Take care of you.
No one is talking about taking care of their bed.
No, we're saying you move from a place of fantasy
So
to a
now
place
you
of
move from a
reality.
place of fantasy to realistic.
Hey, that's what I'm saying.
Reality.
You decide to pick someone
That's
that'll
what
take care
I'm
of it, but
saying.
I've kept quiet. No problem. Okay, I'll keep quiet.
And then at that age, and they should not go and be meeting someone, maybe a drunkard or someone that does not even have a job, and then they are working, they have their own money. So you think that, so you think that at that age, she'll say, just let me
just come home, come in,
come in,
put ring on my hand. Let's go.
Let's go. Marry a drunkard.
Does she have money or not?
Does she have? Even someone that doesn't even have money would not. Even someone, women that they even like to be taking care of.
Woman will not get money, no go marry drunkard now. Waiting they want chop.
But even if she has money, she cannot bring him
so
up.
Well,
let me
woman that has money that will come and buy it.
It's
a woman that has money that will come. Now that women are even more enlightened that they know that men are after their money. So it's a woman that will now want to come and buy a bar that she will come and be feeding.
Yes.
Then he will not have a wife in the village.
She wants everybody to know she has.
He will not keep a wife in the village that will be respecting him because he knows that he cannot expect that kind of.
Yeah,
he will not go marry one village girl.
She can choose not to respect him.
She
can choose not to adore him. She can choose not to cook for him. But she has a husband. But she has a husband. That's what she wants.
So what is the husband there?
The husband is the man. Is the man. Just that man there. So that they will say she's Mrs. So. She doesn't need to respect him. She has settled for him. And that's it. That settles it.
Trust me.
Have you gotten it? You get it now.
Please, I don't get any point.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
When we think about peacekeeping, it often seems like peacekeeping missions are failing. But if we look systematically across the record, most of the time, peacekeeping works. What I want to do today is to explain how peacekeepers do this. We have 16 peer-reviewed studies right now that all show the same thing. Peacekeepers save lives. They reduce the likelihood that civil wars will recur. They also help to achieve peace agreements. Where there's a promise of peacekeepers, we are more likely to see a peace agreement, and peace agreements that stick. If we look at the completed missions since the end of the Cold War, 2/3 of the time, peacekeepers have been successful at implementing their mandates and departing. That's not to say that in all of those cases, everything is perfect in the countries, but it is to say that they're no longer at war. This idea of using troops from lots of different countries, not to fight and win wars, but to help to keep the peace, was born during the peace negotiations in the Middle East in 1948. This idea was an innovation in human history. One of the main creators of UN peacekeeping is Dr. Ralph Bunche. Ralph Bunche was an American diplomat. For his work at the United Nations, he won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1950. He and others came up with this idea of peacekeeping, that what troops would do is they would deploy impartially, so they would not take sides. They would deploy with the consent of the belligerents, so the belligerents would actually ask peacekeepers to help them implement peace agreements. Namibia is a country that has experienced tremendous hardship. It's had multiple colonial rulers. It's had a genocide. It's been victim of regional war, of civil war. But surprisingly, Namibia has not fallen victim to this tremendously difficult history. At the end of the Cold War, there was a complex and highly innovative UN peacekeeping mission, 40% women, and the main form of power they exercised was persuasion. Peacekeepers were there to help reform the political system. Nobody had ever voted in an election before. Peacekeepers were helping to inform citizens of their rights, of what it means to elect their own leaders.
We are very proud. This is an important moment for us, but a historic moment for the Namibian people. That for the first time in 105 years, they are able to sit down, their leaders are able to sit down together and deliberate on the future of their country.
In the complex missions in civil wars, peacekeepers are not only monitoring ceasefire lines, they are also helping to rebuild the basic institutions of the state. They're helping to demobilize troops. They help reform judicial systems, economic systems, so that when people have disputes, they don't have to resort to violence to resolve them. We know that there is a problem of sexual exploitation and abuse in peacekeeping. The UN has been taking measures to prevent peacekeepers from committing acts of sexual violence. Some people have been fired. Entire battalions have been sent home. We now have mechanisms to make sure that victims feel safe to report peacekeeper sexual abuse and exploitation. If we look at Lebanon as another example, the primary form of power that peacekeepers exercise and continue to exercise today is inducement. On one side of the border, we have the Israeli Defense Forces. On the other side of the blue line, we have Hezbollah and other armed actors. And in the midst of all this, we have thousands of UN peacekeepers.
I love my job. I have passion for mine action. One reason is to give confidence back to the community, the landowners, the stakeholders that yes, indeed, this area has been cleared. And if I can save one life, that means I succeeded.
UN peacekeepers help to keep the peace, not because anyone fears them, but they do see the advantage of having UN peacekeepers inducing people to move toward peace. I've seen myself peacekeepers in action. For example, in southern Lebanon, we often see peacekeepers patrolling on foot. They walk around the local communities. They visit the markets. They talk to people. They'll talk to the imam, They'll talk to other local leaders. They'll set up a medical clinic or provide dentistry services. They also provide a lot of employment in southern Lebanon. If we look systematically across the cases, peacekeepers are helping people in their everyday lives move from a situation where there's war and violent conflict to a situation where there's more peace.
I don't know how to swim, but when they load me in the boat, we were like 155 people in one boat. So when we are going to Italy, we have run many hours. So on the way going, our boat now capsized because of the waves, and our boat is pumping boat. So when the waves throw in and they load us about 3 boats, 2 at the front, we are at the back. When the waves come in a big way and through, it capsized our boat. 65 people died in the same boat with me. About 30 girls and 35 boys died in the same boat. So when they are dying, they are sinking down. Some was catching my leg, some drawing my clothes on my bag, shouting, "Biggie, Biggie, Biggie, Biggie." That's how I remove the clothes. I stay hanging, holding the rope that I'm holding on top of the boat. That's how. So after everything, all of us, about 55 people, well, 155 people, the people that remain on top of boats, maybe they are not more than 80 people again. So everybody was crying that we are dying, no rescue. From 4 o'clock in the morning, our boat capsized. We are on top of the water till the next 4 o'clock in the evening. On the afternoon time, a helicopter come on top of us to come down like this a little bit. All of us was crying, raising hands up. They now carried the newborn baby, one woman having over there, to raise it up, to raise the baby up in a way the helicopter will see the baby. So we are shouting for rescue, rescue. So all of us was crying. I said, God, is it today I will die on top of sea? All of us crying. So as we are crying, the helicopter, they wind up, but I believe that they will be seeing us through the screen. After everything, when the helicopter left, it's like they caught the police people in the area. The police people now coming with a small boat to come and rescue us. When they rescue us, they will carry us to the prison to go and lock us. And when they lock us there, the Nigerians that are in that very highland will come and bail us with like 500 dinar. 500 dinar. When they bail us like 500 dinar, like they were using in form of 50,000 Nigeria. They use it to bail us out. They will go and lock us somewhere. Our family in Nigeria, we can be calling our family in Nigeria to pay 150,000 in their account. Then we get like 100,000. They using it to do business. In my life, even if they told me that Libya is like America again, I cannot try that country anymore in my life because I suffered a lot, honestly.
Nominated as the chairman of Grantmanship by the college management in 2018. And what is Grantmanship? Grantmanship is sourcing for grants for the development of the college. And so our first outing, we want to create awareness among the staffs on what is Grantmanship. therefore invited 2 speakers. Professor Idachapa from my Covenant University and Dr. Dabasaki from Ford Foundation. Along the line, he told us that they don't give grants, and that they have specific area, and that is area of art. For years, you know, those in the art, in the School of Art, they have been dreaming of having something like this, but it is a matter of money. There's no money backing, nothing. So, but when he was now asking us, he talked to us about the policy, said, okay, we'll look into that. He said, okay, so if you are coming because they are interested in art, why don't we join it with an exhibition on sexual harassment? He said, oh, that's all right. He now told us that that one will not fetch us much. That, okay, the college, since inception of the college, 1947, we have Department of Art. Later, it metamorphoses into School of Art. Do we have a collection center for all the arts? We said no. He said, well, what of if you have a mini museum? I said, okay, that's a great idea. And now asked us to go and write proposal. So we left that place. Oh, we rub mind, we write, we send to him. Did some correction, he sent it back to us. But along the line, we found out that we cannot do it alone because we are science-based. So we need somebody that is fast in art. And that was how Dr. Rimolade came in. And the 3 of us, we wrote the proposal. He helped us fine-tune it. And that was how we get the grant of $100,000 for this project. But like I said, it is not this project alone. So 3 projects. This is the major one. Then we have the exhibition and we have the policy. So on the 25th of November this year, that is when we launched the 3.
Initially, we were just looking at a program where we address sexual harassment in the college. But by extension, we were able to get a museum out of the whole project. And the museum was launched on the 25th of November 2020.
What I could start with is that we were dealing with an abandoned space, and we had to deal with a lot of forces of the elements, which obviously we won this part. The fight continues, and our museum is in the basement space. The basement space takes more than half of the lower part of the building, so it's a large, very large space. The purpose of the space in itself, aside from the display space that you already have been through, the museum actually has 3 components, where we have the display place for the works that we've put up, and then we also have a research and repository section. This section is supposed to deal with future research. A lot of writing, of course, is going to start happening, and keeping a log of information. We've been here, the school has been here for such a long time, and it has so many relationships with so many artists in the city, and we want to begin to document them. So it becomes a space where anyone that is looking for information, primary information, not just things that you find online, things that these artists probably would keep or lose, like how you would go through Dali's foundation now and find notebooks and things. Those are the kind of things that the museum is going to gather for research purposes. But we're starting to work towards having our conservatory and preservation section. It's a restoration section, which works perfectly for us because our faculty has already for several years been running programs on methods and materials. And under methods and materials, there's a section for preservation and conservation of art. So it's not a full-fledged course here. It's not even a full-fledged course anywhere close to us. So hopefully it would be filling a huge gap, not just for our community, but for artists and art collectors around us. We hope it becomes a service point moving forward.
Very happy about this because, like you have rightly said, that I've been here for a decade. Yeah, you see, we have Yusuf Gilo Gallery, and coming now to have Yaba Art Museum is very, very good. And we have to thank God for the people that sponsor the Ford Foundation for that, for this achievement. We thank God. And you see, this Yaba Art Museum is the one and the first in all higher institutions in Nigeria, the first and in the higher institution in Nigeria. As you all know, Yaba Art School is still the best. So we are coming again as the best to produce the largest art museum in any higher institution in this country.
For years, those in the School of Art, they have been dreaming of having something like this. But it is a matter of money. There's no money backing, nothing. So, but when he was now asking us, he talked to us about the policy, said, okay, we'll look into that. He said, okay, so if you are coming because they are interested in art, why don't we join it with an exhibition on sexual harassment? We said, that's all right. But he now told us that one will not fetch us much. That, okay, the college, since the inception of the college, 1947, we have Department of Art. Later, it metamorphoses into School of Art. Do we have a collection center for all the arts? We said no. I said, well, what if you have a mini museum? I said, okay, that's a great idea. Now asked us to go and write proposal. So we left that place. Oh, we rub mind, we write, we sent to him, did some correction, he sent it back to us. But along the line, we found out that we cannot do it alone because we are science-based. So we need somebody that is fast in art. And that was how Dr. Rimolade came in. The three of us, we wrote the proposal, he helped us fine-tune it, and that was how we get the grant of $100,000 for this project. But like I said, it is not this project alone. So, 3 projects. This is the major one. Then we have the exhibition, and we have the policy. So on the 25th of November, this year, that is when we launched.
In this part of the world, when it comes to art school, I think Yaba Art School has been on for over 70 years, and that's quite a record. And with that, which means that her seeds are all over the place globally, right? So when it comes to adding to the content of what we have in here, in fact, we're just starting, right? Because we have a lot of people, alumni outside there that are willing, to actually have donate to this particular, museum, right? And so, like I told you earlier on, constantly, we'll be having this, enriching the collection. So, because what you, like I told you, what we have, you know, some of, students' works, lecturers, as well as supporters out there, right? If there's anything we are aiming at, it's, you know, because we know what is happening outside there, and this is what we are ready to give locally. Now, come to the artifacts that are out there. You know, why do we travel out there to see those works? It's because of the way they've been packaged, and that is where, because you have a lot of, you know, information about those things, those works, where they are, and when you see some of the promotions about them, you want to see them, right? So if there's anything, there's a question you ask whether we are ready for it. I want to say here in Yaba College of Technology, we are even ready, right? In the sense that the kind of space we have, the kind of packaging we are ready to give works in our collection, certainly it will compete favorably with what you have outside there. Because the fear, as far as I'm concerned, regarding our artifacts out there is it's because, you know, people troop out there to look at them because of the way they've been presented, the way they've been packaged, right? And if such works are, you know, eventually repatriated, how are we sure that we want to, because what they've done, that has added value to them. Once they bring it out there, if we are not careful, right, knowing the Nigerian thing, we might decide that we might discover that those works will lose their value, right? So it's now up, the onus is on us to see what we can do to actually up the game regarding packaging, adding value to that. And I want to tell you, people want to, wherever they are, they want to come down here to see those works, because whether you like it or not, the venue most times makes the event, right? So it's about where do you have the work. You don't just repatriate them and just put them somewhere where nobody cares for them, right? So these are the things we are ready to do in Yaba Art Museum. And as you can see, we're just starting. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Essentially, the role of museum is so very important to every household, to community, to the city, the country, and the world at large. The museum is a point where you keep the treasures, the family treasures, the community treasures, the institutional treasure, and then the state treasure, national treasure, and also at the international level, these treasures are exchanged through collaboration so that other people on the side of the globe can see what is happening at the other side. But most importantly, the museum provide a historical documentation of the evolution of a people, how they reasoned some time ago, how they were able to advance technologically and the rest of it. It can be read from the artifacts and the works that are available.
Museum is not a profit-making institution, so to say. Museum documents history, documents culture, and because this one is situated within the academic environment, it's a place where students can learn from the past works of other students that have left the place over a period of time. Because if you look at the works here, they are from different departments and they carry different philosophies and ideas. which the students could actually tap into. The museum gives what I call academic visibility to the school. It opens avenue for people to come in, to look at what we have done, and also to collaborate with us and see how we have been able over the years to document the history of our environment.
The museum in itself, aside from serving the aesthetic purposes that people come to see, the hope is that it would serve not just for art lovers, because that's just one perspective of looking at art. Artists can be very, very interdisciplinary, and we're actually a technological institution, so we have different faculties and learners that can relate to the works, either through history, through its methodology, through the happenings at the times of the works that were created. There are different connection points that can come through education, of the art piece. It's not just the pretty picture.
The role of the museum is also to educate, apart from charting a history for people, is to educate you, and it's also going to give records of those objects that made history, and then by extension those who did them. And you'll find that now that you have this museum here, it's already attracting economic business environment, which is the characteristics of every museum anywhere in the whole world. There is going to be coffee shop somewhere, and there will be where people can have their snacks, where people can sit down, and there will be postcards made from some of the artifacts here, some souvenirs that people can pick, and most importantly, you'll find that when the culture of the museum is built, everybody around becomes aware, and then the import of keeping what we have is also being taught indirectly, so that everybody will know that things that you have, even your old man, your grandfather's agbada, for instance, dresses, their shoes, and that you say, oh, this is old school, you trash it. You don't throw anything away. These are things that can speak for that community. And that is what the museum, the role, the positioning here is going to play.
It's not just a place where works are gathered. Mind you, we're not just gathering works here for gathering's sake. Because what is very important is for the fact that for every work we have in this collection, certainly the data of each of those works, that is the artist, the year it is made, the materials, and what the content and materials of each of the works are well documented. So it's not just about having the works alone and for people to come around and see alone. No. This is going to be like more or less a research center, as you have, in other climes, such as Smithsonian and other institutions like that, whereby if you're interested in, researching about a particular artist, you can always come here and, you can have all that you can data regarding the work, the artist, everything about the artist we are actually gathering here, we have here. So it's not just going to be a place where you just have the works alone. No, 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 no. Everything concerning the artist, and its art, then, which means that for historians, for researchers, it's a place to be, right? So because it's going to compete favorably with other institutions, museum around the world. That is our dream. And with the fact that we're also being supported by Ford Foundation, I think that is also a plus, because once we have such a foundation backing us, I think you want to know that, I want to believe that it's not just going to be a local thing, it's going to be a global, one, whereby everything, that has to do with art, especially staff and students, Yaba College Technology, can be assessed.
This museum has a lot of importance to the environment, and all the students and everybody, we are all gearing up to embrace this. And at the national level, you find that one role museum plays is that immediately people arrive somewhere, they say, please, I would like to see this, I would like to see that. So it becomes a cultural destination. And I think that's another cultural tourism. There's a lot of potential that institution of a museum like this will generate once it kicks off fully.
About art is that it finds its way to insinuate itself into every single aspect of what you do, consciously or unconsciously. So it's very strange to say you want to cut art out of anything. Even when you want to write about cutting it out, you need the artist to help you do that. But then when you talk about sponsorship or support, I think the first thing I should say, this is a federal institution, and we've been so fortunate with the rector that we currently have in the institution. There's nothing you want to do, particularly in these times. If you don't have political will, nothing is going to happen. But then the rector has championed the cause with so much energy and supported it at every turn. So I think that is a positive thing, because he works for the government.
Most of the work say that some of them, they are unknown. You see, you know how many years back, I've been lecturing over 20 years ago. And where we are sitting down, here we have Lara Igbe. She is based in London. And we have a lot of lecturers here that are based in America that they sent in their works. Though for those that we cannot, we cannot pick up their names, we will send photographs and say, who their classmates. We will look for their classmates that can identify the owner of the works. So that's why we are still working. You see, it's still new. We are still working, asking, who is the owner of this? You see, like my classmates here, I finished from this place, and my classmates here, I have their works. I could be able to say, this is so-so person's work. You see, and a lot has happened concerning these works that we are presenting here, because they are asking us. Some are still bringing their works, but as time goes on, I think we'll improve on all those things.
When you look at the Benin bronze, the Ife terracotta, the Igboku, and the Nok culture, you are able to now say, okay, at this point in time, you mean there were Nigerians that reasoned and did this work. And so you can use that to project a roadmap and development of a country. Unfortunately, we haven't seen this in Nigeria. The museum that was built during the colonial era is just there. At some point in time, people are even referring to it as a mortuary, because in a typical African society, the museum, the family museum, for instance, on yearly basis is refreshed. And that is where you have the festivals. And when you have the festival, you find that the artifacts or the collection or the achievement for that particular year is deposited at the museum. And that is building history. And so when you look at all these artifacts, you are able to record the number of years. You are able to talk about dynasties. You are able to talk about at what times what happened. And that helps people to be able to come out with a growth pattern that will inform you to plan even for the future.
Talking about support, we're very grateful to Ford Foundation for the support so far, and we're looking to support from other areas. We already have a lot of support, hopefully coming from the Lagos State Council for Arts and Tourism. The commissioner was here and she was so impressed and has offered help. And this is a government establishment, so I don't think I would say we've had negative issues so far, although we've had challenges. I must emphasize that we are a work in progress. This is the start of a start, because we've had just a little over 2 years working on this, and anyone that knows about research knows that it's not enough time to gather anything. But we've done what we can so far, and currently our collection is about a little over 2,000 pieces. So what you see in the display is less than half or less than a quarter of what the collection actually holds. But the display actually holds works from our past, older works from our beginning, which I mean the school in itself. When I say the school, I mean Yaba College of Technology, has its own history, starting all the way from 1933. Contrary to popular opinion of 1948. But then the School of Art in itself, its beginning started in 1952, and which means in 2 years' time, it's 70, making us the very oldest one around.
We are Nigerians, and problems, challenges that are peculiar to us, we know them, right? So, and also, once you know your challenges, your problems, certainly it's half solved, because it's to know how to go about it. And with that, I think as an art school, we know what we need, we know what we can do to preserve this. And certainly the need for us to also, take the right step in assessing this, in doing this. All these have been, have been planned out, and we're working on it. So we know that we have a job to do here, and first is the care for the artworks, because they must be maintained at a particular temperature, right? First, the museum, this particular space, we know what we went through to be able to, secure it. Regarding some of the elements that we battle with to be able to, have it the way it is today. And we are not resting on our hours. We know that we're still a lot of things to put in place to be able to, keep it going. Because, like you rightly observe, yes, in Nigeria, we know that down to except air that is free to us, every other thing, you just have to fight for it. So as an institution, as a museum, certainly all these are being worked out so that, we don't just have, it do not seem as if we are just a flash in the pan. No, continuity, maintenance is very, very key, and we are seriously working at that, and I want to believe that very soon we're still going to invite you. We discover that because every now and then we want to keep on, improving on what we have. We don't have all yet, right? Because yes, we have this space. No, it's just about this space. There are lots that we still need to do regarding the work, because it's not just about this space, but about the content, right? So which is very important. And we're talking about the content, you're talking about the preservation. These are the things. If we've been doing it for other, around the world, why can't we do it for ourselves here? So we are aware of these challenges, and headlong we're battling it.
How many museums do we have in Lagos? We have just the National Museum. And coming to have Yaba Art Museum, it's something else. You see, we have a lot of, this art museum now is like a tourism. Because some people will be coming in now, they'll be asking, where can I get museum? Where is the museum? But now, the National Theatre, they don't have anything again there. But having this one now at the Art Museum within, you see, it's in this center of Lagos. So it's something that is very, very nice. And because a lot of people, when we opened this place last month, in fact, people have been praising the college for this upbringing, and it's very, very good because most of people will be benefiting. You see, most of the works you are seeing here are products of our ex-students, and most of the products you are seeing here, we are the supervisors. Like you see the work I'm sitting behind is my work. This work you are seeing behind me is dedicated to the African children, and again dedicated to the children that died during the bomb blast, Ikeja bomb blast. That's why I said I prefer to sit down where this work is, because it's for a purpose.
We're hoping to have so many events that are worked into the programs of the museum. Educational events, social events, screenings, excursions. We're hoping to be able to host researchers and different host curators. So it's supposed to become very active in the years coming, at least while I'm working on it. It's hoped that it will become very active during that period.
The Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove in Osogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria, is one of the last remnants of primary high forest in southern Nigeria. The site, a natural habitat that has been preserved for over 400 years, has served as both a pilgrim point as well as a tourist center for millions of people who visit the site annually to worship and celebrate the Osun goddess that is believed to inhabit the river that runs through the grove, giving the water the ability to heal and grant wishes of its believers.
Osun Grove happened to be a site that we all refer to as a living site. It is a living site just because activities that have been carried out over the years are still performed the way it used to be then. And secondly, it is a site where the worshippers do come to perform every 5th of the day, which means 5 days. They do come. For example, in churches, we go to churches during the week, but on Sunday, we christen it to be, we go to church on Sunday. Likewise, the Muslim goes to mosque on Friday. So, despite the fact that the devotees do come interval, but they have a 5 day, which they call Ojose. Aside this, the uniqueness of this site is the name Osogbo was derived from this site. The appellation of the king was derived from this site.
From the entrance, one could feel the tranquility that comes with the well-preserved forest. A little further down comes another feeling of an elevated being's dwellings. This is the Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove, one of the last sacred forests in Nigeria, along the banks of the Osun River, just outside the city of Osogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria. In this forest of 75 hectares of undisturbed areas of land, no residential building is allowed, no killing of any kind of animal, no fishing, no hunting or felling of trees.
Apart the fact that it is 75 hectares of the core zone and 47 hectares of the buffer zone. It's one of its kind in Sub-Saharan Africa and second UNESCO World Heritage Site in Nigeria. The kind of people or crowd that comes around, one will be marveled why this. But it is a festival and a river that people believes in. Because of the sacredness, you can't cut a tree, you can't fish. And if you are not a devotee, there are certain activities you don't do so that you don't blame yourself.
The one path that cuts right through the grove is lined on either sides with sanctuaries, illustrations of traditional Yoruba deities and primary high forest. Adekunle Olatunji is the curator and site manager of the grove that has existed for over 4 centuries. On a tour of the sacred forest, Olatunji describes how the name Osogbo came about and what the grove stands for.
At Ipoleumu, some kilometers from here is in Iboku. There's an hunter. It's not just an hunter that going to the bush to kill rattle. It's a big hunter that hunts for elephants, bigger animals. In one of his sojourn, then from Ipoleumu looking for where they can get water, they now got to this site. On getting to this site, he was astounded. We were looking for almost a 40 kilometers from here, looking for water, still large water here. So he decided to go back to inform the king. My brother, we are hunting, I got to his place and I saw this river. So the hunter then was Oguntimeyin, while the king then at Ipoleumu is Laroye. So the two of them came down to the site, seeing what they wanted. So they decided to settle down at the bank of the river. So in one of their trying to rent the tent, a tree now fell into the river. And a voice came out of the river saying, Eyoma Daniwolo, you have broken my time, but 84 kokwa. So everybody the two of them were so shocked. Who is this person? Simultaneously, the spirit now answered, Oshoigbo Pele. Oshoigbo. That was when they knew they are in Oshogbo. Literally meaning Oshoigbo. So now, they now felt, what is the next thing to do? In Yoruba then, if something strange happened, you do divination. During their divination, they wanted to know what's happening. So the Babalawo now said, Oshun dwell here. You cannot stay with Oshun. So they moved from the bank of the river, move up. They now built a hut. That hut today is what we call the first palace. And there's these promises between them that we said we should leave this place. As a powerful person, they felt, how will somebody in the river be telling us to leave? So if we are to leave, what will you do for us? And I said, okay, if you are to leave, I will make you prosper. There is no war that will conquer you. Do my bidding, and every year there must be somebody from your lineage to come and bring object of appeasement to me every year.
But the grove wasn't always this beautiful and serene. In fact, there was a time it was completely infested with termites until an Austrian artist, Susan Wenger, and her husband Uli Bayer arrived to save the sacred monument. Wenger devoted some 50 years of her life to preserving the forest, and with the help of local craftsmen in the city, she transformed the sacred grove into a sculptural garden with compelling artworks and objects of habitation. Because of them, this 200 acres is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
When Mama started with the Oshun Groves, she started at the area we called Ayedakun. Ayedakun is also part of the groves. Our first two sculptures are still there, where we have Obatala and Yemo. And she did that, not in one place, at the main shrine, Ebu Yamako, and inside the forest there are the sculptures there that she made. And Mama would do the heart with meditating, like communication with the deity before doing any form of art. And Mama got her inspiration, from there, because she stayed there for a while.
She was invited to come and see or assist us in treating this termite attack. In doing that, she now fell in love with the culture. So she is so powerful and mystic that if she sleeps, revelations of what she is expected to do for this place will come to her. Then she now felt, for somebody of her status, there's a need for her to have people to work with. Then she now got in touch with the Oba. Then there and then some interested indigene that were into art then were introduced to her. So that was why they formed what we call a new sacred art movement. With this new sacred art movement, from instruction from her, that's why we have all these structures.
Shaded by a canopy of trees with a flight of stone leading downwards, the inner grove lies within a natural depression, marking the exact spot where the first palace of the founder of Oshogo was located. The ancient palace with its ornate pillars and elegant designs has remained in its original state for decades, and its sacredness upheld for as long as it stands. A short walk away from the palace will take you to the Oshun River, which on a normal day looks just like any other river except for the utter stillness that pervades the atmosphere around it and the occasional calving in the midst of its waters. Otherwise called the Herbs of Oshun, because according to its devotees, this calm flowing river transcends ordinary water.
Everything about the Oshun Grove revolves around this river. It's like the life of this place. You take it away the entire place becomes lifeless. This is where the history of the grove actually started from. And every year, thousands of devotees of the Oshun goddess converge by the bank of this river, where they pray, believing that all of their problems will be solved by the goddess.
If it is just a mere river, why the crowd? If it is just a mere river, why are people taking this water? I'm using this water in context because here we don't have river, we don't have water. Please, we don't have water. Once you are here, you want agbo, apps. People that needed one thing or the other comes here to seek for assistance from Oshun goddess. Believing, as I said, it's your faith. Believing he or she will do it for them. Whatever is being taken here is apps, is agbo. If you take it with your faith, be you me, you'll be healed. It has been proven beyond reasonable doubt.
While the grove is the site of Oshun's most sacred shrine, many Yoruba deities are also depicted here with sculptures that are centuries old and shrines where their devotees worship. Despite the sanctity attached to it, managing the grove is not without its own challenges.
There's no lumber that will come into this site that will not pray will sleep off 72 hours. So that before we wake up, we would have cut down all the trees. We do have butchers, and despite the native laws that we do use to operate, because here you are not supposed to hunt. If you are caught, you'll be taken to the enforcement agency through the Atauja of Osogbo. And because of developmental pressure, as the town grows, you are bound to see people wanting to build closer to the site, thereby giving you problem. You have the challenge, but God is helping us through that native law. That native law, don't cut, don't fish. And aside that, the native law, I will tell you authoritatively, because if all of us goes home, we have night security if they are here. If you eventually decide that you want to catch any fish, you will cook it from now till that kingdom come, it's not done. So you will definitely put yourself into trouble.
Once sparkling and clear and home to a variety of fish, today the sacred river is murky and brown. It is now under constant threat from pollution from waste disposal and other human activities. Another fascinating thing about the grove is the standalone suspended bridge right at the heart of the forest and just above the Oshun River, built some 87 years ago. The bridge has no pillar holding it because they say the Oshun goddess forbids it. One of the unique things to see at the grove is this suspension bridge. We understand it was built in 1935, commissioned in 1936, and the reason why the bridge was constructed was to enable people around here move goods now, especially palm products, from one end of the bridge to the other. And up till this day, the bridge is standing. It's one bridge a lot of tourists who come to this area love to see. Despite the gradual fading away of celebrated African culture and tradition, the Oshun Osogbo Sacred Grove is one cultural phenomenon that has not only stood the test of time, but also become a reference point for people from this part of the world. The grove remains more or less pristine, leaving visitors with this sense of peace and a connection to the dwellings of an elevated being and the ancient Yoruba tradition.
Kwangu haki ya ardhi ina muhimu sana kuliko vitu vyote, kwa sababu haki ya ardhi, upatikanaji na mahitaji yote ya maisha yangu ipo ndani ya ardhi. Kitu moja ambao inanifurahisha mimi katika maisha yangu yote ni utunzaji wa misitu. Siku yangu ya kawaida mimi inapokucha asubuhi, ninakwenda kuwinda. Huku ninaweza kukosa kuwinda, nalina asali, na huku nakula matunda, na huku naweza kufunga mbuyu kuwaletea familia kwa wakati moja. Mabadiliko kwa hewa ya ukaa ni mkubwa sana kwangu Mwazabe, kwa sababu zamani nilikuwa sijui kuweza kulinda poli, lakini sasa hivi mabadiliko imeleta hewa ya ukaa, tunajua kulinda poli, tunaenda doria na kuangalia ukataji wa miti na kuangalia uharibifu wa pori. Mimi ninatamani baada ya uzazi yangu kupita, watoto watabaki. Mimi natamani kwanza kabisa, kabla sisi hatujapita, tunataka tutunze hii pori ili digidigi isipotee na hata wanyama wengine wasipotee, ili watoto wangu mimi ninapita waje waikute kama historia ya Hadzabe katika pori lao.
From Tanzania, the Yaida Valley Project.
The majestic River Niger, Rising from the highlands of Guinea, it meanders through many countries to Nigeria, slicing through the commercial city of Onitsha and the beautiful Asaba on her way to the Delta, where she discharges into the Gulf of Guinea in the Atlantic Ocean. Stretching to about 4,000 kilometers, River Niger is the third longest in Africa and provides livelihood to the people of the many communities on its bank. From here, they irrigate their farmlands and fish in its deep waters. Aside providing veritable mode of transportation, it is also a source of power generation. In fact, many people, particularly in Anambra and Delta states, depend on the river for their sustenance. Back in the day, canoes were the primary means of transportation on the river and served to convey goods and people from one bank to the other. But in 1965, 5 years after independence, the first Niger Bridge constructed by Dumez was completed. With the inauguration of the bridge, the main east-west connection in Nigeria was created. For Southeasterners, homecoming is everything. They return en masse at festive seasons to celebrate with kinsmen. But quite often, the frightening gridlock on the old bridge turns the homecoming trip into a nightmare. Femi Adesina recalls the harrowing experience of a friend who spent 6 hours trying to cross from one end of the bridge to the other.
That friend I had known long before now called me and said, please, what could I do? I said, what was the issue? He said he had been on the River Niger Bridge for 6 hours. 6 whole hours. He said, can I call somebody so that they can intervene and let the bridge flow? He said, 6 hours from the foot of that bridge, that when traffic flows, you can cross that bridge in 5-7 minutes. He said 6 hours they had spent on that bridge, and there was no hope that they would get to the other side.
But then there are those with more bitter tales to tell. On this same bridge, homebound families are known to have been trapped for hours and days on end.
I have slept there, so I have a first-hand experience of the challenge. So in situations like that, it's a nightmare, because you may even come there thinking that you have stayed 1 day. Some people tell you they have stayed 2 days, especially during festivities. It's usually a very major nightmare.
Aside the nightmarish experience of the users, the bridge also poses danger to motorists as a result of the heavy load it bears.
I've had awful experiences flying through that Niger Bridge. It has been an awful experience where we have a dilapidated bridge that for so many years it has lasted. It was so dilapidated that sometimes you'd be scared that you might end up having your car get into the river. So it's an awful experience.
There has been lots and lots of tales about that place. We've had records of the bridge quivering, motorists on the bridge actually feeling the quakes and tremors from the bridge. So it was, in one way or the other, going to end up being a nightmare. It was actually a catastrophe just waiting to happen.
Now, 57 years after it was built, the second Niger Bridge is coming up quickly to alleviate the plight of the people, reduce the load on the old bridge, and boost the socio-economic potentials of the Southeast.
bridge is very nice. It's very good. So we believe that since the new Niger bridge have passed, we believe that development can come.
Truly, the construction of a second bridge across the River Niger had long been identified as the panacea to the seemingly intractable gridlock and frustration on the old bridge. Until 2018, it was the subject of intense politicking. While President Shehu Shagari promised to build the bridge, General Ibrahim Babangida challenged Nigerian engineers to design it. From General Sani Abacha to successive governments, nothing much was done except perhaps for President Olusegun Obasanjo, who actually flagged off the construction of the bridge on the eve of his departure in 2007. His successor, Alhaji Omar Yaradua, had a short stay in office, but ahead of the 2015 general elections, President Goodluck Jonathan performed another groundbreaking ceremony and promised to do the bridge.
I remember that clearly. I was in my office, in the Sun newspapers, on that day, and I remember crystal clear that flag off and the things that were said about that bridge. And it's amazing that nothing happened. And then the day the then President Jonathan also went to that side, I remember clearly. That's why it's baffling that after all those body movements, nothing happened.
It was being used for politics. Every 4 years, they do flag off, they do ceremony. After the flag off, they remove everything, and then the bridge is forgotten. After another 4 years, at every election period, canopies are set, and then another flag off. So that was why when the president now gave his word, knowing who he is, that he's going to do this bridge, considered it a flagship project, and then followed through. Today, we're no more talking about flag off, we're now talking of commissioning.
The era that was most significant vis-a-vis Second Niger Bridge was the 16 years of the People's Democratic Party. Anytime elections were approaching, they would go there, make some body movements as if things were going to happen concerning the Second Niger Bridge. Once elections came and they got the votes of the Southeasterners, they disappeared. The next time, when elections were coming again, they would pretend that there was movement on Second Niger Bridge, and it would fizzle out again. Then came Muhammadu Buhari, a man from the northwest of the country, from Dara. In terms of affinity with the southeast, it's not much, except that we're all Nigerians.
Interestingly, while little was done during the period of bumper harvests from oil sales, President Muhammadu Buhari, who arrived the scene at a time of lean financial resources, became the game changer. Without the boastful promises and grandstanding of the past, President Buhari plunged headlong into the project. Today, he has succeeded where others before him failed.
I think I'm going to say it unequivocally that President Muhammadu Buhari, that is one of the greatest achievements that he has done for Nigeria. I'm not talking about Southeast, I'm talking about Nigeria as a whole. Because without that bridge, there will be no movement from Southeast to North, from Southeast to West. So even going outside Nigeria, a lot of folks that come to Aba, buy goods, come to Onitsha, buy goods, now have to transfer those goods to other nation states.
It is encouraging, it is nice to see that for the first time, we actually have an administration that has looked into that problem and preferred a real solution in the new Niger Bridge. So I think it's a positive step, one that If more of our leaders would emulate, it would make Nigeria a much better place for us to live in.
The second Niger Bridge is an engineering marvel being executed by Julius Berger, the international construction giant. Stretching to a length of 1.6 kilometers, the bridge is equipped with a 10.3-kilometer highway. The toll plazas in both directions of the facility have 8 lanes leading to the bridge. The Owerri interchange on the Onitsha-Owerri road is designed to provide direct access to the bridge from Obosi in Anambra State to Asaba in Delta. Construction of 2 secondary bridges at Amakom and Atani communities are also part of the total package.
All the 16 booths have been completed. The operation building also completed. Then the workshops and other ones, security house, they've been completed. Then the approach road on this project, we have 3 kilometers on Asaba end. Like I said, has been constructed. We only need to put the final layer of the asphalt. Then on the Onitsha end, the Anambra end, we have completed more than half of it.
On the eastern side of the bridge lies the ever-bustling Onitsha, a commercial hub that embodies the resilient and enterprising spirit of the people of the southeast. The Onitsha main market, reputed to be the largest in Africa, attracts visitors from across the continent and contributes to the hectic commercial environment of the city. As a result of the intense economic activities in Onitsha and beyond, traffic holdup on the old bridge is perpetual and frustrating. But the ongoing 7-kilometer approach road on the Onitsha side of the new facility will help to eliminate congestion and provide direct access to the second bridge. The idea is to connect the southeast and south-south regions seamlessly to the rest of the country.
You see, you are talking of a bridge that links Anambra State, southeast, Abia, Imo, to the entire Nigeria, coming through Lagos. All right, that is the route. All the containers that come from Lagos coming to the east, that's the route they use. It's quite enormous. It's something that, if you look at the economic benefit, you get very excited. There's quite a lot we can benefit from it, and it's going to impact very positively on the economy of the southeast.
It's going to lead to free flow of traffic. Of course, even our people who reside in other parts of the world, or other parts of the country, once there is a period of festivities where all of our people return home to celebrate Christmas, Easter, and what have you, they will not hesitate. Most of them will come back home, and coming back home brings happiness home. Economically, economic will become viable because goods will move freely between other parts of the country and the southeast. Business will boom, and everything will pick up.
On the other side of the bridge lies the serene city of Asaba, the capital of Delta State and once the colonial headquarters of the Southern Protectorate of Nigeria. Strategically located on the bank of the river, Asaba serves as the main entryway to the southeast from the Lagos axis. Here, traffic is usually heavy on its main highway, but to ease the flow and divert vehicles to the new bridge, a 3.3-kilometer approach road is also being constructed.
The second Niger Bridge is the artery between the western part and the eastern part of the country and the rest of the country. You can't quantify what it will do economically. Even apart from the economy, how about the comfort of the people? Going home at festive seasons, our brethren from east of the Niger love to travel at Easter, at Christmas, and other festive seasons. You cannot imagine the relief they will have on that bridge. They have slept on that bridge before. My friend spent 6 hours last December, but people who slept till the next day have that experience. So the relief will come for them.
President Muhammad Buhari is a man of few words. when in 2018 he gave assurance that his administration was going to deliver the project. Many people may have taken it with a pinch of salt and perhaps waved it off as a familiar story, a tale by moonlight repeatedly told by past politicians without commensurate action. 4 years after, the dream is set to become a reality.
I thank God I'm alive to see the working of that second Niger bridge. They have gone a long way. I am happy over what I see today. They are trying. They are trying. I pray, let the Chukwu Okike Abioma guide them. So far they have gone.
It's been a subject of serious politicking over the years. So our people kind of developed a feeling that it will never come. But all of a sudden, here comes President Buhari, who now announced that he was going to do the bridge and immediately started work.
It waited this long because they made it political. Instead of really pulling up their bootstraps and working, they turned it to a political thing. That was why whenever elections were approaching, they would go there to hoodwink the people of the region to get their votes. They turned it into a political thing. But then came President Buhari, who was not interested in fooling anybody, who was not interested in the politics of it, was just interested in action.
Under this administration as well, the long-abandoned Onitsha River Port has been revived and may soon become a port of final destination for goods bound for the southeast, thereby decongesting the existing seaports in Lagos, Port Harcourt and other cities. Stakeholders are of the view that the second Niger Bridge will boost activities at the river port and complement the multimodal transportation initiative of the administration.
Today, we talk of multimodal forms of transportation. You talk about the road, you talk about the rail, you talk about water and things like that. So this multi-approach is something that has a lot to do with impacting on the economy. So here is the Onitsha River Port that has to deal with the water, and then here is the second Niger Bridge that has to do with the roads, but both complement each other.
To ensure compliance to schedule and quality delivery, the project site has witnessed high-profile visitors lately. Aside the Minister of Works, Babatunde Fashola, who pays regular supervisory visits to the site, the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, recently led top functionaries of the federal government to see the state of readiness of the bridge.
The Federal Executive Council has passed tolling policy, national tolling. National is for the nation as a whole. So which one will be concession, toll fares, and so on? That's secondary. Important. Let us finish this road.
Similarly, the Minister of Finance, Hajia Zainab Ahmad, also came calling with the Managing Director of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, Mr. Uchoji, and Chief Executives of other relevant agencies. For the Minister, it was an inspection and assessment visit to be sure the 157 billion naira so far released has been well utilized.
I can report to Mr. President and say I have seen where all the 157 billion naira has gone to. This is a project that is very dear to His Excellency the President. It is designed to uplift the lives and livelihoods of the people of the southeastern part and the southwestern part of our country.
Indeed, the transportation industry has experienced unprecedented turnaround in the past 7 years. For a critical sector that supports socio-economic growth, it's never been this good. Apart from equipping the National Inland Waterways Authority to provide navigable pathways for the movement of goods and services, stupendous amount of resources have also been committed into developing a functional rail transportation system. In addition to the second Niger and Loko Oweto bridges, solid road networks that crisscross the country and connect the geopolitical zones have been constructed.
When the story of the Buhari administration is to be told, Of course, we will talk about the second Niger Bridge. We will talk about the Bodo Boni Bridge. We will talk about the Loko Oweto Bridge. We will talk about Lagos Ibadan Expressway. We will talk about the new ultramodern airport in Lagos, the one in Kano, the one in Port Harcourt. We will talk about the new runway in Enugu. We will talk about so many things.
Just as the River Niger provides legitimate employment and sustenance for many families, construction activities at the new facility have also given jobs and livelihood to many people from the region. In addition to this legacy infrastructure, critical road projects and monuments are also being executed in the zone. Despite these huge investments, political detractors had actually tried to sell the false narrative of hatred and marginalization to some gullible natives of the area.
With the developmental strides that the president has taken to the south, it's not just the second Niger Bridge. What about the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, which the president made sure that that rehabilitation of such road is completed? Other giant projects that the president has started and also completed in the southeast is an evidence that the president indeed does not hate the southeast.
Don't forget that time was when southeasterners, people of Igbo extraction, were controlling the levers of development. I'll give you an example. The deputy senate president from southeast, deputy speaker from southeast, chairman senate committee on works southeast, chairman house committee on works southeast, minister of finance and coordinating minister of the economy southeast, secretary to government of the federation southeast. And all through those periods, not 1 kilometer of our roads, federal roads, that were in terrible state, not 1 kilometer was addressed. And all these people I mentioned are from southeast. Now it took somebody else who is not from southeast to now address this infrastructural decay. Now face the reconstruction of these roads, this critical infrastructure. Just to mention a few of the things that this administration has done in the southeast. And then somebody goes back and says he hates southeast. How does you demonstrate hate?
This president bears malice to nobody. And he has cared for the southeast as much as he cares for other parts of the country.
The second Niger Bridge is an important national asset. Aside easing traffic on the old bridge, it is an inter-regional integrator with the capability of boosting economic activities and development in the southeast. Already, the people are beginning to tap into the huge investment opportunities that come with the bridge.
You know our people, we are business people. We understand the dynamics and we take advantage of opportunities. It will bring a lot of development to the southeast, a lot. And even south-south, because the bridge is coming from Asaba to Onitsha and vice versa. So the development is not only for south, it's also for south-south.
Truly, when the story of the Muhammadu Buhari administration is told, the second Niger Bridge will be recorded among its greatest achievements.
When President Buhari would have been done and is gone to have his due retirement, and the story is being told, what would never be forgotten will be his footprints on the sands of time in terms of infrastructure.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Today, we remember the 6 million Jewish men, women, and children who perished in the Holocaust, and also the Roma and Sinti, and the countless other victims of its unprecedented horror and calculated cruelty. The Holocaust defined the United Nations. Our very name was coined to describe the alliance fighting the Nazi regime and its allies. Our charter was drafted in San Francisco as the Dachau concentration camp was liberated. The United Nations must always be on the front line of the fight against anti-Semitism and all other forms of religious bigotry and racism. Today, we witness an alarming resurgence of xenophobia and hate. Anti-Semitism, the oldest and most persistent form of prejudice, is rising yet again. Attempts to downplay or downright deny the Holocaust are proliferating. No society is immune to irrationality or intolerance. We must never forget that the Holocaust could have been prevented. The desperate pleas of the victims fell on deaf ears. Too few spoke out, too few listened, fewer still stood up in solidarity. Remembering the past is crucial to safeguarding the future. Silence in the face of hatred is complicity. Today, let us commit to never be indifferent to the suffering of others and never forget what happened or let it be forgotten by others. Let us pledge to always be vigilant and uphold human rights and dignity for all. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Global Business. I am Imeroyo Hiomokai. As always, we have a lot on the program. Today we shall be looking at the cashless economy, the fuel subsidy removal, and a lot more. Now, the Nigerian government says that it will be replacing the fuel subsidy with a 5,000 naira transport grant a month to 40 million Nigerians. A lot of Nigerians have asked me personally, am I one of those 40 million Nigerians? Well, Zainab Ahmed, who is the Minister of Finance and Budget and National Planning, says that the government has obtained an $800 million relief package from the World Bank. Now, that's a loan, it's not a grant. But this loan is to lessen the effects of the withdrawal of fuel subsidies. She says that the money will be disbursed to 10 million households in cash. When will they start? Who is going to disburse the money? These are questions we'll be asking and we'll be seeking answers as the weeks go by, especially as you know that this administration is rounding off. Our street business correspondent, Rachel Abioye, went out to speak with some people on this fuel subsidy and grant issue. Now, just wait for it. You'll be shocked at what people have to say. Our business celeb for the week is a young man who didn't allow society box him into what they say men and women should do. He followed his passion, and you'll be hearing from him from the horse's mouth and knowing what that passion is. On Talking Point, we have the first professor of capital markets in Nigeria. He's our guest, Professor Uche Waleke. He'll be analyzing different issues on the table. But first, let's have business trends.
The World Bank says the projected growth rate for Nigerian economy in 2023 is 2.8%, down from 3.3% in 2022. The bank said economic growth is anticipated to pick up modestly in 2024 to 2025, reaching an average annual rate of 3%. This amounts to growth per capita of 0.2% in 2023 and 0.4% in 2024 to 2025, which is insufficient to lessen the country's extreme poverty. A report from the National Pension Commission says Nigerians' pension fund assets rose from 13.76 trillion naira to 15.45 trillion naira in just 1 year. The increase from February 2022 to February 2023 is 1.68 trillion naira. The report also shows that the treasury bills and bonds issued by the federal government accounted for 64.4% of the total funds, or 9.98 trillion naira, while the remaining funds were invested in domestic and foreign common stocks, real estate, corporate debt securities, supranatural bonds, and ordinary shares of other countries. The data also reveals that there were 9,919,281 retirement saving accounts as of February 28, 2023. In other news, the International Monetary Fund (IMF) says the UK's economy will perform the worst among the 20 largest economies in 2023. The IMF expects the UK economy to contract this year, which is a little improvement above its previous prediction. It foresaw a rocky path ahead for the world financial system. This revelation comes with the wake of the failure of two American banks last month, which was swiftly followed by competitor USB's hasty acquisition of Swiss banking giant Credit Suisse, raising concerns about the possibility of another financial disaster. And now in Kenya, even as union groups threaten to strike over unpaid March salaries, Kenya's president, William Ruto, declared that the nation will not seek loans to pay civil servants. Ruto claims that the country's significant public debt, some of which are due this month, is to blame for the salary delays. He also highlighted that the Revenue Authority's tax collection will be used to fund the salaries. However, at least two worker umbrella organizations have threatened a strike this week. According to Kenya's top economic advisor, salaries will be paid before the end of this month. The government has also been urged to stop wasteful spending on taxes. And that's it on Business Trends. I am Victor Anegonomsu.
Welcome back. We'll go on a break, and after that break, we have Street Business.
The Nigerian government secures $800 billion from World Bank to replace the subsidy that is scheduled to be eliminated by June. The federal government said this money would be distributed to 10 million households and would cover for transportation. Listen to the opinions of Nigerians.
The 5,000, whether 5,000, whether no 5,000, you don't even hear like life for that one. No be today we collect 5,000. Now 5,000 the shops is where they bonus. And 5,000 our father, our mother take train us. No be 5,000. We don't get time for any 5,000. 5,000 is for their own pocket. Before they say they give us 5,000, 1 million don't enter their account.
That 5,000 naira is mean nothing to Nigeria. I think that agenda is emanating from the pit of hell to suffer Nigeria. I don't buy into that idea of removing subsidy where there's no refinery in place, nothing, no measure has been put in place, no vehicle that will help to subsidize the transportation, and immediately they remove subsidy. Now there's going to be high inflation.
It is unclear if the next administration will discontinue the subsidy program. But some Nigerians are hopeful that this grant works out as proposed. I am Rachel Abioye.
I'm a stylist. It's my passion. This is what I have passion for. And by the grace of God, I've started this work over 10 years now. It's what I like doing, and it gives me joy.
And how has the experience been for you?
I don't see it has been tough anyway, because due to economic situation of the country and it's everywhere is tough. The source of living right now is very, very unbearable, but by the grace of God, we are coping gradually, and we're hoping for a better tomorrow. And in the case of many men attempts to be a woman job, it's none of my business. As far as God put it in my foot, my telling me to go to the street and be doing something that is not good for me to do, which is against the law of the land and even against the God. I will not do anything of such. So I decided to remain focused and do what I know is right, that provided food to my table.
I love that last word you said. You said instead of you to do what is not right,
yes,
you decided to venture into it.
Yes.
Now tell me, how did your family, your friends, people reacted when they discovered that this is what you're doing?
In fact, it has come to that time where some people will be passing, they will say, "Look at this one doing woman work." They will be laughing. It's a common thing that is happening in the society. But that has not been any distraction to me, since it's my focus. This is what I want. I'm not regretting doing this job today, because it provides food on my table. And as I'm talking to you, it's not easy right now, but I'm looking forward and see how God can do to make this work more than this. But what my advice for them is that they should, since if it is their vision and their passion, they should go into it. There's no harm in it. It's very, very good.
Wow. I am thoroughly inspired. I hope you are. The essence of our business celeb is to inspire you. And I hope that you get inspired by our stories to do yours. Let's move on now. We have Uche Waleke, who is the first professor of capital markets in Nigeria and a former commissioner of finance in Imo State. He is our guest on Talking Points. He hits on different issues. You want to listen to this interview.
Well, there's no doubt about the claim that you made in respect of the rate of kidnapping actually dropping since the introduction of the currency redesign, particularly in the months of December, January, February. Yes, witnessed a reduction in kidnapping, and it's for obvious reasons. A number of these kidnappers, demand cash, and when cash is not in circulation, the motivation to kidnap, the incentive more or less is removed. So it's not a surprise that the last couple of weeks, the rate of kidnapping, at least we have not read kidnapping happening at a scale at which we used to hear or read about. So it has really reduced. Well, the Supreme Court has said the old notes should also exist side by side with the new ones up to December 31st. And following the understanding the central bank has with the Nigerian Labour Congress, more of these old notes, will be churned out. But my sense is that we may not have the volumes, that we used to have prior to the currency redesign. Remember that before the currency redesign, the central bank, made us understand that a lot of cash was circulating outside the vault of the central bank. We call that currency in circulation. Now, out of that currency in circulation of about 3.3 trillion, 2.7 trillion of that was circulating outside the banks. Okay, and that was, according to the central bank, making it difficult for the bank to implement monetary policy. So the central bank, through the currency redesign, cash withdrawal limits, was able to mop up, as we have been told, over 1.9 trillion, or say, 2 trillion. Okay, so but recently we have been told that the central bank has released some more money, and as we speak, that currency in circulation is now around 1 trillion. So even if more notes are going to be released, I don't see us getting to that 3.3 trillion that we used to have. So remember, the cash withdrawal limit is still there. I'm sure if you go to bank, you don't get as much as you would want to get. Central bank has said 20,000 for individuals, but of course that has been, I understand some people over the counter, you can now get much more. But I'm pretty sure you don't get as much as you want to get. In some banks, you still have queues. So however you look at it, I don't see us returning to status quo and returning to the situation in which we had so much cash circulating outside the banks. And to that extent, I'm also sure that it will also continue to moderate the rate of kidnapping, insecurity, generally. So kidnappers too will have that in mind, that when they are making demands, the kind of demands they will be making will not be such that will require somebody to go and bring. In those days, people could bring 50 million naira cash. I'm not sure such things are still possible now. And kidnappers, you'll be surprised, they are very conscious of what is going on in the society, so they are aware. So even if you are kidnapped now, except the person wants to really kill, if the motive is to make money, I'm not too sure that it will be a case of them bring that quantum of cash. So I think to a large extent it succeeded in reducing the rate of kidnapping, even though it also had some other unintended consequences. For example, the fact that we had that cash crunch, the fact that a lot of small businesses, informal sector, the shoe shiner, all these informal people, the fact that they were also had hit by cash, because if you are not carrying cash, you wouldn't be patronizing them. Okay, there were cases I know of a friend who couldn't fix his tire with this vulcanizer. I think that's what they call them.
Yes.
Because he wasn't having cash. So when these people don't get cash, it is also possible that within that period, one or two of them or a few of them must have taken to crime. Because when you depend on a daily collection of money to survive, and the money is not coming, again, you may be tempted to take to crime. Okay, so yes, you may reduce kidnapping, but the crime level too may also increase with respect to some other. There's no doubt that this economy is challenged by revenue. If you look at our debt burden, okay, the debt burden we have today is not because the ratio of debt to GDP is high. If you check in terms of international threshold, we are well below that. The recent debt figure released by the Debt Management Office, 46.25 trillion. Okay, according to the DMO, we are under 25% debt to GDP ratio, which is below 55% international threshold, below 40% self-imposed limit by Nigeria. Okay, but the burden is more because of debt service to revenue. It's a situation in which you earn $1 or 1 naira and you spend as much as 80 kobo, 90 kobo, 90 cents servicing debt. That is where the problem is. So except we shore up revenue, we are going to be having serious problems. So Part of why I understand where the minister is coming from, why she's suggesting we should ramp up, value-added tax. Yes, Nigeria is not. I don't think we are the lowest. There are countries too that charge well below 7.5%, but we are one of the lowest, 7.5%. But that is not to say that I'm in support of raising it now to 10%. That has been the IMF advice. You want to increase your revenue, raise your taxes, but that's also because they have been looking at it from, in my view, a partial approach. In economics, we say partial equilibrium. When you're looking at it from just one prism, the VAT 7.5%. What about the other gamut of taxes? Yes, we have companies income tax in Nigeria today. For big companies, it's 30%. In addition, they also pay the education tax. Now it's been, they're increasing it to, from 2 to 3%. So effective companies tax rate today in Nigeria is almost 32%. And when you compare that with what you have in other countries, in Ghana, for example, CIT, companies income tax, is less than 30. I think 24%. In South Africa, is less. In some other countries, less. So that tells you that if an investor, somebody wants to go to, is thinking of where to set up a company, do I set it up in Ghana or Nigeria? If the person is concurrent tax, they will go to a lower places with lower tax. So it's a disadvantage. And you see, the more you have these companies, for example, if you reduce your tax and have more, you even stand to get more revenue. Indirect tax. VAT is an indirect tax. It's a consumption tax. Yeah. So the balance means you look at companies' income tax and drop from, say, 30 to 26% or 27%. And then you can now increase VAT from 7.5 to 10. Okay? So you are rebalancing. You don't just increase without also looking at what should happen to direct taxes. Companies' income tax is a direct tax, and it affects companies, directly.
But the VAT affects more Nigerians than the CIT.
It depends on how you look at it. Consumption, remember, consumption tax, if you don't consume, you don't pay. VAT is consumption.
Yes.
So it's tied to consumption.
And so more Nigerians use more consumptive materials.
But there are things you consume that don't attract VAT. Yeah, that's the point I'm making. So that's why we say a consumption tax is unlike the direct tax. Indirect tax, unlike direct tax. For companies, for example, what I'm saying is it also affects virtually every segment of the economy. When government gets companies income tax, it puts the revenue into the federation account, which is shared by all the tiers of the the federal government. These companies, if you raise their taxes so high, what happens is that it affects their performance. It affects even their ability to reinvest. It affects their ability to employ. So part of why you have higher unemployment rate in this country today is because the private sector is not employing. Okay, there's so much reliance or dependence on the public sector, and it's not the public sector actually that should be driving employment in the economy. It's the private sector, and for the private sector to create jobs, opportunities, it has to be enabled, incentivized, and part of that, those incentives should be fiscal, and fiscal incentives include taxes. So I'm saying that, in my view, the CIT we have in Nigeria today is high. If we have to increase the VAT, which I'm not against, move it to 10%, then there should be a corresponding decrease in direct taxes, so that the impact will not be negative on the economy in general.
And probably get more people into the CIT net.
Oh yeah, that's what it means. Once you reduce tax, okay, you now find more companies now voluntarily, paying tax. Tax avoidance will reduce. Tax avoidance is where companies do all sorts of things to reduce the tax liability they're paying, okay? Even though that is legal, tax avoidance is legal because they're only exploiting tax loopholes. Tax evasion will also reduce because, as I said, when taxes are lowered, okay, people will be more encouraged to pay tax. Getting labor to the way the CBN governor, you saw the CBN governor and the labor talk about the cash something, and then a solution was found. So I'm not seeing any current move to engage labor, engage TUC, engage the Nigerian Labour Congress, academia, everybody on this issue, because you need to, have that engagement. You need to something like that. People need to know what measures you have in place, to cushion the impact of removal of fuel subsidy, because whether we like it or not, it's going to have an immediate impact, and the immediate impact will be to, skyrocket inflation rate. You're going to begin to buy fuel at 400 and over 400 naira filling station, or some even say if they remove it, maybe 700. When that happens, you can be sure that inflation will go up. But for me, that will be in the short run. We're expecting that Dangote refinery will come on stream. We're expecting that if the subsidy is removed, more investments will come. Okay, and as more investments come, the sector becomes competitive, such that prices can, begin to come down. Of course, initially the price of fuel will go up. Okay, so there's no doubt that the savings that we made from that, for example, between January and June, the government in the 2023 budget is providing for over 3 trillion in fuel subsidy. That means if you allow it to run for the full year, it's 6 trillion. Yes. So imagine, what will happen if first government doesn't pay subsidy again. So we have some savings. Okay, that kind of money is what the public will need to know what the government intends to do with it. How do you intend to plow back the 3 trillion? Where will you go? Education, health, infrastructure. What exactly are you going to do with the money you're going to save? Because that is critical. Okay, so I support fuel subsidy removal because of the negative effects, yes, that has on the economy. As a matter of fact, it's not, if you look at it critically, it's not even something that benefits the poor. People talk about first, yes, it's actually the rich that this fuel subsidy thing is benefiting, and you don't subsidize consumption by the rich, because the rich people that actually benefiting. I'm not saying the poor don't benefit, yes, but the rich people benefit more from fuel subsidy. So the best thing to do is to remove it and then use it to now subsidize production, use it to subsidize things that will benefit the poor. I give an example. If part of the subsidy is used to implement or to widen the scope of the National Health Insurance Scheme, such that the market woman can benefit from, if she's sick, she can go to the hospital and receive a treatment, that would be a good idea. For now, the National Health Insurance Scheme is only covering about just less than 5% of the population, just civil servants. So the person selling POSE and so on, she's on her own. The market woman is on her own. So we should have a scheme that should cover them. So if you have a scheme that ensures that market woman, I'm using a market woman, as proxy for the ordinary Nigerian, that the ordinary Nigerian can, train his child in school, okay, have access to healthcare, have access to education, okay. Once you're able to reduce out-of-pocket expenses that people make, you reduce them. That will go a long way, okay, in address some of the ills we have in the society and in the economy. So I think, yes, fuel subsidies should go, but the government should begin now to communicate that and also put in place plans, okay, and structures to ensure that by the time the thing is eased, that the impact on the people is not significantly felt, negatively. And because I'm sure that over time, the positive implications will begin to, unravel. I also think that the level of fuel subsidy is critical for the implementation of the Petroleum Industry Act. That PIA will not work if you have subsidy, because you can't be subsidizing fuel, okay? NNPC is the only one, and then you're asking some other people to come into the Yes, so there's no level playing field. So it has to grow for more people to show interest in that sector.
And yes, that's it for Global Business today. Remember that this program comes to you same time, same station next week. Global Business is a production of Cinema. I am Imewere Ohiomokai. It's always nice doing business with you.
Danfo is the most recognizable cultural icon or artifact as it is in Lagos currently. You know, when you look at every city in the world, most cities have like a particular structure or object or something you can use to represent or identify them. Lagos has quite a number of artifacts, but I think and I believe Danfo is like an outstanding cultural artifact that once you put it, it symbolizes Lagos, and everybody who knows Lagos can easily recognize Lagos with the Danfo. So I feel it's the best thing to do by using Danfo to create my art, or using it as my major means of telling my artistic stories. Portraits of public figures in Lagos, it's a collection that is talking about people who play important role in our day-to-day lives in Lagos, just like the truck pusher, like the market woman, the Okada man, the keke rider, and even the conductors and the admirers. They are making Lagos going and keep Lagos moving. So I believe when we talk about public figures, some people might want to think about some particular people who really are not serving the public. So I believe these people have been playing important roles and they've been serving people over the years. Have you ever imagined like a particular driver who runs like 5 trips in a day and he runs the road for 1 week? How many passengers is he serving? How many people is the conductor attending to? They are actually public figures, but because we don't really see them as important enough, that is why we don't honor them enough like the way we honor some other people who really don't serve us, and we consider them public figures. But I also believe that these guys are public figures and they should be given some recognition and should get some reward for the work they have put into our culture today. So that's why we have them as the major means of my characters for the exhibition. I want to believe minimalism is a reflection of my personality, because every artist sort of is representing himself or herself, and it's the way you behave, the way you think, the way you do things, and the way you love things. That's how you will create your own art. So your artwork is just like a reflection of your personality. So it's just an expression or an extension of you. So when you see minimalism, probably it is me you're seeing, and it is the way I think and the way I behave that is reflecting in my work. And another thing I like about these works is that it's very easy for you to get people interested in the message, because there is nothing else distracting them from the message. So minimalism takes people straight to the point. So once they see just one line, there must be something about it, and that is all we are trying to decode. And it makes more sense instead of clouding a painting or a drawing or an artwork with so many other unnecessary subject matter. The exhibition has gone global already, because first it's done in Alliance Francaise, the Lagos, and Alliance Francaise in other countries like in Accra, in Nairobi, in so many other countries. They have been seeing them also liking the work, and people from all around the world, even as far as America, Europe, have seen the show. So first, the show has gone global with the collaboration I had with Alliance Francaise that has puts this work to limelight, and I believe after this very exhibition many other people and galleries would want something like this to run in their space. So that is already in the making. A lot of conversations are ongoing, and I am trusting that it's going to be great in the next outing, because it's going to be another big platform just like the one we have here. For these works in this particular exhibition, they are all paintings, and the paintings were done with acrylic on canvas. And so basically it's acrylic on canvas I used for this work. Although I work with so many other materials, like I do digital creation sometimes and I print on canvas as well, then I also do installation. So I quite have multiple forms of art, but for this exhibition, acrylic on canvas. Yeah, there are a lot of VIP downfall buses on the streets. If you would have noticed, like sometimes they write VIP. I have been into vehicles with VIP. I even took selfie right inside it because I was in a VIP downfall. So automatically, I want to believe it's a VIP driver. The passengers are also very important people. But conductor basically is a very important person in the downfall bus, because it's more like the accountant, it's more like the HR person, is still the PR person. So I think I'm just trying to put some respect or trying to give some honor to the functions or the duties of a conductor who administrates the downfall bus. So that is why I created the VIP conductor after creating the fine boy conductor. Yeah, the fine boy conductor should just probably refer to like a fashionista, but in this case, it's just trying to show a little bit importance that is needed to be accorded to the conductor. And I have never included blue on a painting that has to do with Agbero conductor before. And blue, for me, it's a bit royal. And putting it on this painting is just because I'm trying to honor a few conductors that I would have entered their buses and appreciated the way they were managing the transport bus. Some of them are very good entertainers as well. So that's why I have a VIP conductor here. This is Market Woman. My mom is actually the market woman, and I was born around that period when she used to be actively selling in the market. She used to sell at Boundary Market because we were living at Ajegunle then. So right in this painting, I depicted myself and her, like I'm the one at her back, and she's carrying me like she would carry me to everywhere when I was young as a child. And I tried creating a design of a wrapper with the tomatoes and pepper she used to sell. So that's why you have the circles of orange, yellowish, reddish kind of colors, which shows pepper tomatoes. And right here I depicted like the yellow and black nylon that they use in selling in the market. Although it could also serve like a downfall because she probably would be entering downfall too at that point in time. So I just try to create a story that will show the everyday experience the regular market woman goes through. They leave the house very early in the morning, sometimes around 4, 5, even with babies like me when I was small. And whatever the weather was, the children experienced it with their parents. So that's my life, and that's what the painting is about. Yeah, right at my left is Fine Boy Conductor. It's one of my favorite pieces from year 2020, and I think it's quite a very popular and loved piece because I knew I used it to apply for Artex review back then, and I was selected for it because I think the work speaks volume. And you know, like I said earlier about the other piece who was a conductor, I was talking about the importance of conductor in the Lagos traffic system, and I have met a fine boy conductor before. I can remember one particular guy that I entered his bus from mile 2 to Oshodi. He sounded like a graduate because his English was very polished and he looked quite neat and good, and I just felt like, yeah, their conductors were also fine boy. And probably situations around us in Lagos or life, or since some of us don't have opportunities to get what we want, some people might just choose to do that in the meantime. So it's just a thing of recognizing those people who want to genuinely make their life or make ends meet for themselves. So you could find some fine boy conductor, and I think they deserve some honor and some respect as well. That is why I did a particular piece just to honor the fine boy conductor. I have another of my beautiful pieces, and it's the Danfo driver. And I think Danfo to me suggests speed a lot of time, and capturing speed in art is not really easy because the art is static and it's still is just there. But I think I tried showing the speed in the body of the driver himself by showing some kind of cut lines which you could also connect to the way they design Danfo buses. But another thing I have known about the Danfo drivers is that because of the hardship of the road and the people they are dealing with, they have to have a different kind of high, and their eyes are red because they have to deliver. So I have just tried capturing all these so plenty stories and events that happen on the daily basis in the Danfo driver's life in this small painting. And I also try showing the Danfo bus with the yellow colors and the black line down here. So basically, if you want me to begin to explain color again, I could tell you that, like, you know, they have some kind of hopes and beliefs and a future for their business or for whatever they're doing. So like you could see, I have a different color that is not common in the Danfo scheme, just to show that aspiration or desire for something more beautiful that could come out of all these experiences. I knew I also met a driver who, not a Danfo driver actually, but a driver who was telling me that he's believing that someday he's going to carry somebody in his vehicle and they will be able to discuss about things in life and the person could change his life. So he has very, very positive expectation about the work he's doing, irrespective of being there. He believes there's something better for him out there, but he believes the person who is going to make the difference could be one of the passengers that will patronize him. So I just think I would encourage Danfo drivers to keep the hopes alive if they have hope. For those who are losing hope, I'm encouraging you to have hope, because there is hope, and once we keep the hope alive, the difference will be made in our lives. I have my Danfo chief right here beside me, and I know in every kingdom they kind of have like royalties or chiefs or kings or people that they hold to some respect or some regard. And in the Danfo sector, we have people that we actually look at and we give some regard to, like from the park, from the streets and all of that. And somehow they don't get any chieftaincy title for their position, but people respect them because of the personality they have right in the park or on the street. So I just felt that there was a need to create a painting that could honor like those people who have really put themselves in position to control and place some sort of order in the Danfo system. So in the painting, I tried creating like a bead made with black and yellow, just to use the Danfo color for the chief. So this is the chief. I hopefully would also want to be one of the Danfo chiefs in the future, because it's going to make my work make more sense to people, because I'm also trying to make a difference with Danfo. So that is why I created Danfo chief. For those of us who patronize Danfo buses, we have met different people inside the bus, and we know one of those popular characters I have personally encountered are those fashionistas, or those slave mama as we call them, and you may never believe some of them enter Danfo buses because of the way they carry themselves. They could enter a Danfo bus to a journey, like they started the journey with a Danfo bus, but they end up entering maybe like a ride or a drop later, and they don't want to create the impression or give anybody the impression that they patronize Danfo. And I think what I want to do is to get us to talk about that story, about those kind of people. And so that is why I did the yellow CC, and the yellow just resonates with the color of the Danfo. So she's a Danfo CC, and she's more or less like every other passenger, but she wouldn't want to be associated with Danfo. But I am saying, babe, I saw you in the Danfo bus. The next piece right here is Johnny Just Come. That's the full word. In Lagos, all of us know in our JJC with the column. So when we say JJC, we're actually referring to a newcomer, somebody who is new to Lagos. And once somebody is new to Lagos, the tendency that the person is new will reflect in the way the person behaves and the way the person does things. And you know, just to make it interesting for people who are new in Lagos to know that there's something like JJC, I have created a painting that talks about such kind of people, or that will make people to reflect about their traveling to Lagos. If they are coming for the first time, they just need to get people who will give them the right information, so they would have a very wonderful experience in Lagos. I tried making it a little bit symbolic by, like the body of the person shows more like a direction. So this person is calling out for direction, and the person has the chances of getting the right direction, which was symbolized with the blue line, or getting the wrong direction, which I have symbolized with the red line. So, and for this very JJC, or for every other JJC who probably were not fortunate enough to meet the right person, their eyes could turn red after a very funny experience. So that's why the figure here has a red eyes. So, and I think anybody who is new to Lagos and hears about this work would be conscious of the fact that they're in a new environment. It's not only Lagos, wherever you go to, you will also become a JJC, not until you get used to the place and the people and what they do. So, but it's a good thing to experience new things, to travel around, and that's the more reason why I created this particular piece called JJC. The prevalence of Okada in Lagos especially, I think, is as a result of the constant traffic we experience. Even on my way here, I faced traffic for almost half of the time that would have taken me to get to the gallery space, and I think it's really a concern for so many of us, because we want to move and people would rather want to jump on bikes just to save time. I live around mile 2 axis, so I can tell people much more about Okada than so many other people who live in some other areas in Lagos, because the traffic there is just crazy most of the time. And because of that, people take Okada. I found myself in traffic for hours, but just because I am not the Okada person, I would rather sit in the traffic. But I think it's just important to say something about the Okada culture, and I could say some of them are very, very reckless, and that's the more reason why I don't recommend it, but I have taken it at so many occasions too. So I just tried capturing the Okada man, because I believe the Okada man is a significant figure in contemporary Lagos culture. The concern about culture, both for Nigeria and for everywhere in the world, is that it metamorphoses over time. There are things that were used when I was a kid that I'm no longer seeing them used by anybody anymore. And that is how the government have tried to see how they could face off Okada, even if it is still there. But I just believe that every aspect of our experience or our Lagos today should be documented, and all the characters should have a place on my canvases. So that's why I created this Okada man. But this piece is interesting because it depicts somebody who has become what he's doing. Like, you become your profession. You are inseparable from your profession. You cannot be understood in isolation. You could see the man holding the bike, and you could see the circles down there. So, but his body has become part of the machine that keeps the Okada going. So you can't separate the Okada from the man. And everybody in Lagos knows that we call them Okada man. So we have even used the language, that's the linguistic connection of the word for that person, to include his profession. So calling him Okada man is like tying Okada to his personality, and that's like a professional name for such profession, even if it is not considered like a real profession. But I just think it makes sense when you create pieces that really speak volume. It's more or less like what I did in my truck pusher painting. I know you can't cut the word truck away from the pusher, so it goes together. And the truck pusher is one person, but in the painting too, the truck and the person, they are one. So it's just that kind of interesting thing I think I've been able to create through this particular piece right here before us. I have Area Mama right beside me, and you know she's like a very popular character in the streets most times, because there are always women like that in very many societies or on the streets, where some people are very much recognized because of their influence in terms of their personality, and in most cases like in Lagos setting, when it has to do with the Danfo guys and all those kind of things, they are very colorful people. They wear like different colors, like very fashionista. You see several piercing, you see colored hairs, and you know all of that. So I'm just trying to depict that flashiness of an area mama in this very painting. So that is why you see the colors very vibrant and coming out. I wouldn't know why ladies like blue, but I tried borrowing blue and pink, each color, just to show that love and connection for for blue and pink. So I want to believe you will love it when you see it in person.
I think it's an interesting tribute to all the people working on the street of Lagos, because we all know that Lagos is very, crowded and busy, and the hustle and the bustle of Lagos. But the way Mr. Danfo represented is a very minimalist way, with just few lines. It looks like it's not much work, but it is actually. And I think the fact that he called this public figures of Lagos is interesting, because when you look at it, you might think it's just few lines, or it's a robot, or you're not very sure, and then you understand that it's the KK driver, it's the Okada man, and the way he represented it is quite intriguing, because it doesn't look like that in real life, so it's a nice transcription.
I've known the artist for more than 12 years now, and he has passed through my studio a couple of times. I knew him when he was in school. He was always bringing his ideas, and I saw him as a young man who is full of ideas and is always itching to express himself. So when he came up with the idea of Danfo, in fact, what I told myself was that I'll come and sit at the show, and I'm here. What I've seen today is the use of lines, shapes, what we call geometry, to achieve an effect of what we also call minimalism, meaning that you can use a line to represent a human being. That means you have minimalized that particular figure. So that is what he has employed to express himself, and it has come out in a very beautiful way, because when you go through the work, you will see stories rendered in a very simple way that is not complicated, and that's also very easy for anybody, any Dick and Harry, to understand. That is the essence of what he has done, and I think I need to commend him, because many artists will not do this part.
came to find a very interesting show here by Linus. It's a young man, a young artist whose work is really interesting because it's historical. It's work that dealt with reality. You know, it's work that concerns itself with about issue-based matter that we find around in Lagos. If you come to look at the works, you find the yellow buses, which is quite significant into almost all the pieces he has done. You find the Okada rider, you find the Keke Napeps, and you find the fact that it's trying to call our attention to see the kind of people that commute us from one place to another. We all board some of these means of transportation, like the Keke Napep, the buses, the Danfo, and some of these drivers are sometimes very high on drugs, and we kind of risk our life allowing them to drive us even roughly on the road. And if you try to talk to them, they complain. So for you to find an artist quite interested in these details is something that piqued my interest in coming to the show to see what the artists have done. And sincerely speaking, it's awesome what I'm seeing on ground. He's not interested really about just decorative art. These are works that dealt with issues that concerns the average Lagosians. Lagos is quite home for almost all sorts of people. You find almost all the tribes of Nigeria in large quantity in Lagos, and the artist have taken his time to look at what is very common to almost all the public living in Lagos. For me, it's a very interesting show, especially for the fact that these are issue-based ideas.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal. How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
from its reputation as Africa's largest economy, Nigeria also boasts of a booming fashion industry with a plethora of fashion creatives who have carved a niche for themselves in the industry. Hello and welcome to another episode of Startups. Today on the program, I'll be talking to a fashion designer who uses her architectural skills to create elegance on women.
OT Signature is, I like to say, it's a distinct style brand that blends contemporary architecture into fashion design, where we bring into fashion design some architectural ideas. Our basic inspiration for most of the things we do is basically architecture. My name is Oluwatomi Abimbola. I'm creative director of OT Signature.
Fashion, they say, takes inspiration from all sources, from nature to fine art. There is, however, no better synergy than that of fashion designing and architecture. Aside sharing a common feature of providing shelter, they both focus on placing aesthetics in the design of their product. OT Signature is a Lagos-based style brand that blends contemporary architecture into fashion designing. Making extra cash for a Nigerian student is never a bad idea. In fact, it has become an essential for most students to survive in higher institutions. This is what prompted Oluwatomi Okpawoyi to dabble into fashion designing while simultaneously running a time-consuming first degree in architecture at the Ladoke Akintola University of Technology.
When we started school, and then there was this 6 months ASU strike. During that strike, I started going back to learn fashion, and I don't know, I just started picking interest in it because number one, there was no money. I needed to make money. I started making 1 or 2, and I started making small money. When I saw that money is entry, this thing is good though, and then make me a little bit financially independent. When I go back to school and I couldn't sew because it's either you're in the studio or you're in your hostel. You cannot even have a social life in architecture. So after school, I don't know, I just knew I had to put fashion into it. And IT period, I was working in an architecture firm, and then I left. My parents are based in Ibadan, by the way, so I did my IT in Lagos. So my salary was chicken change because IT student now, and I needed to keep up with the OT. So I just told myself, I think I have to bring down my machine from Ibadan and then be doing this side also.
With growing publicity on social media, people started patronizing her for their fashion needs. Determined not to forfeit her first love, which remains architecture, Okpawoyi considered blending both. That's how she came about the phrase fashion architecture, which perfectly describes the OT Signature brand.
Fashion architecture, that was the word for me, fashion architecture. And then I started to read about fashion architecture. Apparently it exists. People do it, it's just that because of the time and the strength that you need, it's very hard for you to find people do it like 100%. I started advertising myself, like make clothes. I put it up on WhatsApp. Then Instagram was pretty new then. That was like 2015. So I started doing Instagram 1 or 2, putting stuff up on Instagram, and people started knowing me. This girl can sew small. And I started getting small deals on fashion. As at then, I had not gotten any. I was still an IT student, so there was nothing like architecture project or anything. But then I knew that no matter how big I grow in this fashion field, I must practice architecture. Apart from the fact that I spent a lot of years, courtesy of Lautech, studying a 5-year course. I spent 7 years studying a 5-year course. I knew all of those years must not be in vain for me, and I chose architecture. They didn't put me there. In fact, my first JAMB, they gave me another course. I didn't go. I wrote another JAMB because I wanted architecture by all means. So I knew all of those must not be in vain. I must practice. When we finished school, I came back to Lagos like 100%. Then I started working with the firm I worked with during IT. I worked for about a year plus. While I was working, I was sewing. I was getting customers. But God has been faithful, and people keep sending me orders. I want to make this, I want to make that. And I was using this machine. I did not have all of this. So, like, they were not there. I was using this machine. I was sewing from my house. Like most of the clients I have now, I had them when I was just using this machine.
She says resilience helped her manage the two tedious professions without anyone lagging behind.
It was just like, whatever I do, I have to do it right. That was like, my slogan was my integrity. Like, I think that was what is keeping my customers. When I tell them you get your clothes, it's so date. If I'm going to change it, I would like tell them 2 days before. And I'm very particular about integrity and neatness in sewing. So that was what made them keep coming, despite the fact they will come to my house to come and fit. They will come to my house to come and measure. Like, I didn't mind. Me, I was getting the money, and it was interesting to me. Architecture, on the other hand, was consuming. I get home like 8 o'clock in the night. From 8 to like 1 a.m. I'm sewing. My house people, they know me. Once they're hearing machine, they know. I can like put on the gen till like that time. Then I sleep. I resume work for 9. I sleep till like 7. Quick, dress up, go to work again, like that. And I got used to it. Like, I got used to it. My boss said knew I was sewing, but he knew that his job was not disturbing my own. I made sure that my own side also was not disturbing his own job.
In 2018, she was personally convinced that it was time to launch OT Signature. This led her to make the bold decision of quitting a 9-to-5 job in an architecture firm.
I went into tailoring fully. Like, I resigned from my job 2018 March. I knew it was high time I left because I wasn't feeling. I knew there's more to me than sitting down in somebody's office 9 to 5 and working for somebody 9 to 5.
She went into fashion full-time and continued as a freelance architect. When she's not sewing, she's either drawing building plans or present on site to monitor progress on her jobs. Again, Okawoye often draws cloth designs from popular architecture pieces. This not only brings aesthetic quality to our works, but also sets our designs apart from regular ones seen on the pages of fashion magazines.
From an architect point of view, not every young adult or youth ladies, because my target audience are ladies for fashion. So not every youth or young adult ladies can afford to build a house at their stage. But virtually all young adult or youth women can afford to make something elegant on them. So our unique selling point is we build elegance via dresses on our clients.
Moving from one building site to another, to drawing project designs, to meeting the demands of our fashion clients, multitasking often presents its own challenges. But she would not let this get in the way of satisfying her customers and clients.
My major challenge was time. It felt like 24 hours was not enough for me in a day because I had to deliver architecture, I had to deliver fashion. I have to work like we have projects now that we are working on OT signature in OT signatures name, building projects and all. So it still feels like 24 hours is not enough. While I'm trying to attend to them here, I'm also on site, attending to them on site. So time has been my major challenge. And then the truth is, when you are combining two things here, one way or the other, at some point, one will want to lay low. I don't know how to put it. One will want to like take more of you than the other, and sometimes it happened to me.
Architecture is mostly perceived to be male-dominated profession, which makes it quite burdensome for females to cope in such field. But such is not the case for her.
The current project I'm working on, the first builder that they brought to the site to work with me, he sees me like, who is this girl? Like, where are you coming from? That's like, and I get that a lot because guys, I don't know whether it's their, I don't know what to call it. They just feel like you're a girl. You shouldn't be here calling. You shouldn't come here and start commanding me and doing that. But it's your headache, brother. I'm here to do my job. Whether or not you are agreeing to it, I'm going to get paid, and my money will be complete. That's the truth. So, as much as I don't care about their reactions towards me, I also try to use wisdom to undo them, because I've been getting these things from when we were in school. My class, we were just 4 girls and there were 60 students. So you can imagine just 4 girls among 60 students, how the other guys will want to like show power. So, and I've worked with other places where I was really girl. So I've been able to manage guys, men, that will just come and say, you, sit down, Joe, you're a girl. But by the time they see what I have to offer, they will calm down and say, this girl, she knows what she's doing.
Opawaye's future projections for OT Signature is to see the brand evolve into making its own furniture with African prints and also grow to become the biggest fashion architecture brand in the country.
I have so many plans for this brand, because blending fashion and architecture, they have something in common, which is the design and production part. Like, they have those both things in common, and there are so many things you can do in these two professions, merging them together. So I have so many other things I want to bring up later as business grows, like furniture. We are hoping to own our own furniture warehouse where we make our own furniture with African prints and some other fashion pieces. Yeah, so that is also in view. We also have outside architecture and fashion, we are also thinking of doing some things with food. That's later. But in the next 5 years, OT Signature, we are going to be beyond this. Like, we are going to even be beyond Nigeria by the grace of God. We want to go global.
Opawaye, through OT Signature, is solving 2 major human needs: clothing and shelter. With people like her, the African heritage has an undying future. According to experts, agriculture is one of the major ways Africa can achieve emancipation. Yet, the image of agriculture being tedious and unrewarding seems to be putting off a lot of young people from venturing into the sector. But some of our youths are daring to make a difference in this seemingly unattractive sector. I'm currently at Igondo in Lagos, where I'll be speaking to a young man who has decided to give fish farming a shot.
What we do basically is we take the locally produced agro products, we refine, modify, and make it more suitable for general consumption. while at the same time meeting both local and international markets and demand. My name is Aja Onyebuchi. I'm the CEO of Mofaj Agro Services.
The market opportunity for fish farming in Nigeria is huge, as Nigerians consume nearly 2 million tons of fish per year, and the country's growing population ensures demand will continue to boom. However, demand far outweighs current national production, making it necessary to import fish from all over the world. For Nigerians, fish processed in all forms serves as a key ingredient in many local dishes, but only half of this preferred source of protein is produced and packaged in the country. While localized sourcing and packaging is encouraged, a major quality drop occurs during processing, leading to entrapped particles and loss of taste due to overwashing. A young Nigerian entrepreneur, Onyebuchi, saw a problem that can be fixed and is rightfully filling this quality gap.
We just saw the opportunity and we took it. The fish we see today actually came to be as a result of irregularities. Actually grew among ladies, and each time my sisters go to cook, there's always a complaint when they buy this catfish, this marlin fish. At the end, they wash and wash and wash with hot water. I'm sure you must have experienced it. At the end of the day, I myself and others still get to eat sand in the fish, and the taste and all that is lost. So I thought to myself, as an agriculturist, what can be done about it? And I went into research, and lo and behold, we are here. Mofaj seasoned and smoked catfish solves that problem of having to wash and wash your fish, thereby losing taste and still eating that stone. So with Mofaj smoked and seasoned catfish, you get a stoneless and gutless fish. You get a well-seasoned fish that you can eat even without using for any of your delicacies.
The culture of graduates scampering for white-collar jobs in the country is fast declining. This is the case with Onyebuchi, who decided to practice what he studied instead of adding to the growing list of unemployed youths. Seeing an opportunity in the fish production industry with ideas of how to make a difference in the field, this young entrepreneur decided to start Mofaj Agro in 2019.
A few years back, as an agriculturist, yes, I actually studied agriculture from Federal University of Agriculture. So when I left school and service, I kind of looked for work for a while. And when it was not forthcoming, I thought to myself, well, we had a bit of rough patches. Mofaj smoked and seasoned catfish. Mofaj Agro as a whole started roughly.
With his little personal savings and plenty of determination to succeed, Onyebuchi began only with packaging of the fish products. He buys the fingerlings, outsources them to one vendor to rear and another to smoke the fishes, after which he then collects for packaging. Not long after, he was able to get funds to boost his business through the Tony Elumelu Entrepreneurship Foundation. The fund helped grow his business, and now he manages the entire fish production process himself.
There wasn't fund anywhere, so I had to start from personal savings. Before now, I used to teach. So everything you see now started from my savings as a teacher. So I did recycling. I will use the little savings, go to the market, buy the fresh fish. I had a smoker then, before I have my own kiln now. I had somebody that used to smoke. I'll pay for smoking then collect it back, then repackage. But now, to the glory of God, we've gone past that stage. So it was pretty rough at the beginning. Unofficially, we started in 2019. Like I stated earlier, I was running it with personal funds, personal savings. So unofficially, we started in 2019. And I think I started with 40 kilo. You know, in this kind of business, we deal more on kilogram basis. So I started with 40 kilogram of fish. That invariably will give you about 30 packs of what you see. It will give you about 30 packs of this. So that was how I started. I started about with 40 kilo. And over time, we were able to meet the taste of our customers with the value, with the difference in what we sell. And over time, we've continued to scale. And we happened to now stumble on a funding opportunity that got us to where we are. That is, we got admitted into Tony Elumelu Entrepreneurship Foundation, that is TEF, in the same year, 2019. So I happen to be an alumni of TEF. So that was the fund that kickstarted everything.
Setting up an agricultural business in Nigeria is not an easy task, as the challenges are quite enormous. The biggest drawback he encountered, aside from unavailability of funds, is the logistics issue. Moving the fish from their ponds to the next production phase of smoking and packaging was demanding, but he soon overcame those challenges faster than expected.
When I started with that little reserved savings, all of a sudden, after some time, it looked as if this market was actually waiting for me. I hope you understand. It was as if the market was waiting for me to enter into it. So within a week of introducing this into the market, the demand rose to more than my capacity. So that was the major challenge. Since the demand rose to more than what I could produce then, what my fund could carry then, I started running helter-skelter. How do I bring in more funds? But luckily for me, I approached a couple of families and friends, and we were able to raise the money that was enough to service the demand as of then. Another major challenge we had was logistics. Logistics in the sense that the whole process, the channel of production, I was only involved in the last stage, that is the packaging. Some other persons were involved in the raising of the catfish. Some other persons were involved in the smoking process. I was only involved in the last stage, which is the packaging. So it gave me a lot of issues, having to go to different locations, sourcing for the fresh catfish, having to move them from that location to the smoker's location, having to go back after it is done, move it back to my space to now package. So it was a bit hectic.
Understanding the demands of the market in this part of the world, Onyebuchi decided to focus on catfish production for a start. He buys the fingerlings, which are 7 to 10 centimeters long. He then nurtures them in collapsible ponds for 3 to 4 months, where he focuses on high-quality feeding. After getting the desired weight, he begins the next stage of production. The icing on the cake for Onyebuchi is that the packaged catfish has a shelf life of 2 months. These he has identified as a distinguishing factor for his business, which also helps to improve sales, marketability, and competitiveness of his catfish packaging business.
This can actually stay the way it is for a period of 2 months without any scratch. So you see the process, you see the final value. The contemporary ones you get in the market, at most, it stays for 1 week, if not used, before you start seeing maggots, But with this can stay for as long as 2 months, a month to 2. without spoilage. The market is fairly favorable. Like I said earlier, it's an essential product. So it all depends on your marketing strategy. Like for us now, before now, I mentioned some of the strategies we use. We sell directly to final consumers. We also sell to corporate organizations, the banks and what have you. We also service market women. So that is just, and then restaurants. So that is just a niche of our segmentation.
Within just a year of providing impeccable services, Mofaj Agro is now a registered company affiliated with several regulatory bodies, offering additional services of training and workshops for upcoming entrepreneurs in agro ventures.
It just started like an idea. Just start something. But today, we are a registered company. We are affiliated with CAC. We are affiliated with Medan. We've also gone ahead to start engaging in trainings. So currently we train youths in the agro venture. We bring them in, expose them to opportunities in the agro world. And it doesn't just end there. After the training, we don't leave them. We ensure that we still hold them by hand, and together we source for grants, loan opportunities that they can as well, set up theirs.
From an humble vision of selling better packaged catfish products, Onyebuchi has expanded his future projections for his agri business. Expansion and diversification into other agri sectors is now on the front burner of his goals. He plans to engage in large-scale agricultural production to service the agricultural sector of the country, both locally and globally.
For Mofaj Agro, we want to be able to serve Nigerians when it comes to profiling affordable solutions agro-wise with finished agro products. So that boils down to our future projection. We want to be able to engage in large-scale agricultural production. Futuristically, we are looking at a stage where we will have as a farm capacity of more than 100,000 fishes. A farm capacity of more than 100,000 fishes that will serve not just Nigerians, that will go global. And at the same vein, we enter into poultry and pig farming.
With Nigeria's large arable farmlands and teeming young population, a strategic management of these key strengths is crucial to the nation's sustainable economic growth. Be it fashion or agro-based, it is clear that each of these small business owners, in their own unique way, is flying the flag of Nigeria and contributing to the country's economic dynamism. On this note, we have come to the end of this episode of Startup. Until I come your way again, I am Abisola Adebayo.
much for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us again on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said there's going to be one Vojuma and the
rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
The banks took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
Welcome to the program. I am Deji Bademasi. President Muhammadu Buhari came into office in 2015 on the promise that he would fix the pervasive security challenge his predecessor, Goodluck Jonathan, left behind. Insurgency had been ravaging the northeast of the country back then, and the military had a serious challenge containing it. Almost 8 years later, the insurgency has not completely disappeared, but the military has largely contained it. However, new security challenges have also sprung up. Banditry and kidnappings, which have spread to virtually every part of the north of the country. Of course, in the south, kidnappings and cultism are the biggest security issues. And in the southeast, to be specific, separatist groups continue to unleash attacks on innocent citizens. Now, as his administration winds down, President Buhari had the opportunity to speak on his government's performance on security during the recent trooping and presentations of colors of the Nigerian Army in Abuja. The president admitted that the fight against insecurity now is in his 8 years in office was challenging, but that the situation has improved greatly, also saying the Nigerian military has recorded significant improvements under his watch. He added that government interventions in the yearly budget allocation of the military between 2020 and 2022 have been able to procure equipment and resources for the fight against insurgency. But then, citizens are still divided on how well the Buhari administration has handled the security situation in the country. Joining me now to discuss this is Group Captain Siddiq Garba Shehu. He's a retired senior Air Force officer and also a private security and defense consultant. He's also an adjunct professor at the George C. Marshall European Center for Security in Germany. Group Captain, thank you very much for joining us. I'm sure you listened to President Muhammadu Buhari's speech at that trooping and presentation of colors parade of the Nigerian Army now in Abuja. He did use the opportunity to reel out his achievements in the area of security. Now, he said he's been able to take the Nigerian military from 7th position in terms of ranking to 4th in Africa. How would you assess his overall performance on security in the past almost 8 years?
Thank you very much. Now, in assessing the outgoing Buhari administration in security, we have to look at different aspects. First, let me start about what you said. You know, you have to look at operational successes. That is one area you have to look at. And then secondly, you have to look at capacity building. What did he meet? Why is he leaving the armed forces? And also you have to look at the general administration and handling and supervision of these armed forces, because all these are the roles that the president and commander-in-chief is expected to fulfill. So let me start with operational successes. When you talk of operational successes, you know, it is, I can say, a mixed picture that you are having. Why? Because we have different security challenges in different parts of the country. The one that comes most to the mind is the Northeast insurgency operation against Boko Haram and ISWAP. If you confine yourself to that, and you look at indices, where you have an operation which is a war, the indices that you look at, the number of people being killed in that operation, has it gone up or has it gone down? The answer is it has gone down. The number of attacks that the adversaries, in this case Boko Haram and ISWAP, have been able to carry out over the years, have they gone up or have they gone down? The answer is they have gone down. The number of armed troops that are fleeing from Boko Haram or are being killed, has it gone up or gone down? The answer, it has gone down. So when you confine yourself to those indices, and all these are verifiable, when I'm talking in my research, I look at independent figures. I may look at the figures released by the Nigerian military or the government, but that does not necessarily mean I have to use those figures. I look for my own figures, where they align, I take them. So the point is that whatever figures you look in these indices that I said, with respect to the Northeast, and even when you look at the number of the terrorists that are surrendering is a function of you are losing the battle, you are no longer able to survive. So in that aspect, we will score the Buhari administration high if we look at what they inherited in 2015 and what is really in 2023. However, well, that is just one aspect of our security. Now, when you move to the North Central, you move to the Northwest, where we're having banditry, kidnapping, and other issues. Unfortunately, the picture is not as good as what we have in the Northeast. Despite all the efforts, even now as I'm talking to you on this date and at this time, we can say there are areas that bandits are operating with abandon. So definitely that is an area that the Konkomi regime, while maintaining, you know, the momentum in the Northeast, because even that one is not over, but we agree there is success. But in the Northwest and the North Central, where we're having, you know, the problem of bandits and other kidnappers and other groups, unfortunately, that is an area that remains very so in our political terrain. The bandits are still operating. The troops are not able to counter the bandits to the level that they will make them inoperative or stop them from kidnapping people and holding ground. So this is one area that we cannot say there is success. If you move to the south of the country, where we have the secessionist tendencies, whether you say IPOB, whether you say ESN, and all the other armed groups there, again there we can say the government has tried, even though again the situation is still volatile and the incoming government, you know, has to look into it. So these are the issues as far as operations are concerned. I move to the next aspect. The next aspect is in terms of capacity building. Capacity building is in terms of equipment. I will put equipment, I will put manpower increase and the rest. Let me start with manpower. Everybody, people who know about security or who don't know about security, agree on one thing. They are unanimous about one thing. We need more security forces, whether it is military, whether it is police. Unfortunately, again, since the Buhari administration, tentative, you know, steps have been taken to increase the number, but the increase in number is not commensurate with what is needed on the ground.
Now, the president did talk about the issue of numbers of military personnel the country now has, that in the almost 8 years that he's been president, he's recruited, for instance, in the Nigerian Army, 60,000 personnel from the Army Depot and thousands of officers from the Nigeria Defense Academy. And if you do the breakdown, we're looking at close to 10,000 recruitments every year over the past 8 years into the Nigerian Army. We also know there's been similar recruitments now in the police as well. So you're saying these are still not enough?
It's not enough. It's not enough. Given Nigeria's size, given Nigerian size in the territory, given our population, given internal security challenges, given external factors. What do I mean by external factors? Whether we like it or not, that's saying that Nigeria is a giant of Africa and is expected to play a role in West Africa, in the world in terms of peacekeeping. When you look at the requirements that you need to fight both internal threats and also to contribute to international security, definitely the numbers is not enough. And the numbers, I acknowledge, that's why I said tentative steps. I acknowledge the increase in recruitment, but we are nowhere near where we need to be. There was an interview with the Minister of Defense, I think no more than 2-3 months back. He gave the number of Nigerian Armed Forces personnel at 223,000, if I remember. He gave 223,000. When you look at Nigeria's territorial size, our population, the role we want to play in Africa, in West Africa, definitely that number is not enough. The police, we have a UN standard of what proportion of policemen to population is supposed to be. We are not there yet. So I acknowledge, and I must acknowledge, that effort has been, but I call them tentative steps. The next regime that is coming must work. And I'm happy, during the presidential campaign, both the winners and the losers all spoke about one thing: I am going to increase security personnel. So there is unanimity on that. But what we didn't do and what we need to do now is to find out where are we now. That is, how many do we really have? And what is the optimal size of the armed forces of Nigeria? What is the optimal size of the Nigerian police that we should be aiming at? I didn't hear anybody saying that, but like I said, so many factors will come into it. Economy, geography, geopolitics, and everything. I emphasize economy, because even if a president wants to increase the number of soldiers, the number of military personnel or soldiers, we know that the work of government is not only security. He will have to look money for health. He has to look for money for education and other sectors. So definitely it's a balancing act. What do I need? It is called the guns versus butter debate. How much do I spend on the military before I don't have money for education or I don't have money for health? And again, this is why I raise the problem. Again, I am among the first to say, when you look at the past civilian regimes, probably naira for naira, dollar for dollar, there is no regime that spent as much money as the Buhari administration on security. But having said that, I have a problem. Sometimes in defense, even like in family budget, it is not actually the amount of money that you spend that is important. What is important is on what did you spend the money. So in that aspect, honest, I think we need an improvement. In terms of equipment, yes, again, the Buhari administration has purchased a lot of equipment for the Army, for the Air Force, for the Navy. However, as an expert, when I look at what has been purchased, I first identify what is the gap. The truth is that, and I'm not blaming the Buhari administration, I think from the records I have since 1999, there has been a huge gap in equipment for the Nigerian Armed Forces that has been building. Huge gaps over the years which has not been filled. So much so that if you say you buy 15 aircraft or 30 aircraft, yes, that is good. But because of the nature of the gap that exists, it may not amount to much. If you say the Navy you have bought 25 or 20 fleets for them, yes, you have done well, but compare with the gap. So what I want Nigerians, and I want the incoming government to understand, is that despite the efforts of the Buhari administration, the gap in equipment in the armed forces is very huge. And you don't need to be a soothsayer to be told now. Let me give an example. Currently, we are having people trapped in Sudan, students. Many air forces of Nigeria in other countries, they have sent their aircraft, they have sent their ships to go at this thing. What can Nigeria do? That should tell you, even if you are a layman, whether we are doing well in equipment or we are not doing well. So I acknowledge the advanced bill, but I don't want us to go with the idea that the Nigerian armed forces is well equipped. The truth is that they are not. If you check the naval units, if you check the air force units, if you check the army units of what they are supposed to, locally, the military profession is a very precise profession. I will give you an example. When you say you have a motorized battalion, you are looking for a battalion that has about 200 and something armored personnel carriers. I will not be indiscreet, but I can tell you, you can hardly get a battalion of the Nigerian Army today with half that number. That is the reality. When you talk about the Navy, it is still the same thing. When you talk about the Air Force, it's still the same thing. People say that America has moved and carried citizens from UK has carried. It's a function of the mobility equipment that you have. When we come to fighting the bandits, we understand and everybody knows that there are areas that once the bandits enter, our armed forces cannot reach there. Why? Because they do not have helicopters. Why? Because they do not have capacity to para-drop troops exactly where those bandits are. So while we have to look at where the Buhari administration started and where they are, at the same time, please, I want Nigerians, whether ordinary citizens, whether legislators, because we all have a role, or commentators like us, don't go with the idea that the Nigerian armed forces have enough numbers. Don't go with the idea that they have enough capacity in terms of equipment. We are not yet there. That is just what I want to say.
Let's talk about the incoming administration now and the security challenges that it will be confronted with. What do you think should be the priority of the incoming government in terms of security?
Okay. Thank you very much. As somebody who has served on the APC presidential campaign team on the security, I have studied the New Hope agenda of the incoming administration, and I see what they say on security. First, when you read that document, you will see boosting our security forces. There was that effect, even though we do not put details of what does boosting mean. But I want to add my own opinion on what we mean by boosting. I started with numbers. Numbers, we have to agree on what numbers do we have and where we are going. But one thing we cannot doubt, like I said earlier, is that the numbers are not enough. That is boosting. Another area of boosting is equipment. I want the incoming government to do an equipment survey or equipment audit of when you say you have a battalion. What does that battalion have? We have what we call table of equipment and organization in the military. When you say a section, when you say a company, when you say a battalion, when you say a brigade, there's a table that shows you how many officers, how many soldiers, how many armored personnel carriers, how many even water tankers. It is all detailed there. I want them to do an equipment audit to find out what they are there. What do you want the Navy to have? What do you want the Air Force to have? Because with due respect, there is a big misconception about what our armed forces have. People have an exaggerated, idea of how well equipped we are. I am here to say we are not yet well equipped. So you have to do that. And when I come back to numbers, here we are talking frankly because it is our country, Nigeria is our country, we don't have any other country. One thing I see as a retired officer that is coming, apart from numbers, even if you have enough numbers, there's what is called right sizing. Right sizing of the military. What do I mean by right sizing of the military? Right sizing of the military is that military is supposed to be shaped like a pyramid. Pyramid, that is the lowest rank, is the bottom of the pyramid. That's why the highest numbers. What does it mean? A military that is well planned should have more recruits, more privates than any other number. On top of the privates, you have the lance corporal. The lance corporal should be fewer than the privates that are down. Up to corporal, up to sergeant, up to staff sergeant, up to lieutenant, up to major, up to colonel, up to general. That means at the tip of the pyramid, that's why have the generals. The generals should be fewer. One unfortunate thing that has been happening is over the years, our pyramid structure of our armed forces is becoming upside down. What do I mean? We're having too many generals in the Nigerian armed forces. Too many generals. When you compare with what a modern armed forces is, what do too many generals do? What too many generals do is that it removes the efficiency of the armed forces. You find a general doing the work of a colonel or lieutenant colonel. You find that between the general, the commander, and the man on the troops, you have to pass like 15 people before your orders get through. So you have slowing of this thing. So this is one thing apart from numbers which this government must do. We must return that pyramid structure of any professional armed forces, which right now it is over bloated at the top. So we have to actually do something about it. So this is one of the areas. And again, for the incoming government, luckily, again, with due respect, I was able to serve on some of the committees that this administration said on the reform of the armed forces. All these areas, numbers, structures, promotion, welfare, all these areas are covered in the report. And one area, again, I want the government to do is that in looking for somebody, with due respect, in looking for somebody who's going to serve as the chief superintendent of the armed forces, in this case, I'm talking of the Minister of Defense, you have to look for somebody who's very fair. The work of the president and commander-in-chief is too large for him to involve himself with the minute, monitoring of the armed forces. And unfortunately, this is what we are having. We have a Minister of Defense, but with due respect, he does not do his work, or he's not allowed to do his work. So the president turns out to be the Minister of Defense. What does that mean? With due respect, the table of the president is already full. He is in charge of agri. He is in charge of education. He is in charge of energy. He is in charge of the military. So please, what I want the incoming regime, find, the president can choose anybody to be his Minister of Defense. But when you choose Minister of Defense, please give him the powers to superintend the military for you. Another issue I want us to look at in defense of the firm is that right now we have this problem of tenure of service chiefs. Experience has shown what does tenure, not only in the military, in any organization, retirement and replacement has an advantage. If we don't look at it as selling people, what does it do? It brings new ideas. It brings new ideas. It also raises morale. So what I want this administration to do, there is this issue of how long should a service chief, serve before he is retired, before he is told, before we agree that he's out of idea, let somebody come and try his luck. Right now, there is no clarity about that. And it has left room for abuse. It has left room for disgruntlement. Towards ending of, I think, 2021, 2022, the military has to retire 50 major generals in one go. I don't think there's any armed forces in the world that retires 50 major generals. But then the question to ask, how did you arrive at having 50 surplus major generals that you want to retire? It means you do not have a proper human resource planning. If you have a human resource planning, I cannot see any armed forces that will retire 50. And what was that? Is part of this stagnation, part of this of how we do promotions. With respect, when you talk of all these kind of things, you still have to, despite people say we are not America, you still have to go back to America. Yes, we are not America, but if they have something that is good for them, there's nothing wrong with us copying it. Of course, they are a different organization, but there are things that we can mimic. Somebody should be in charge of how many generals do the Nigerian armed forces need. How many, it should not just happen by accident. Where you need men is lower down the pyramid. Where you need men is the corporals, the privates, the sergeants. That is why you need men. It is not generals that fight war for you. I don't need too many generals. I need too many soldiers.